Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Oh, folks, we got ourselves a little bit of an upgrade today. I don't know if you can tell. I'm hoping you can tell. My God, I hope you can tell the money we put in here. But we've gotten ourselves a little bit of an upgrade here at the Hawks Nest. Yes, thank you to your donations, you helping out and chipping in. We've got the mic upgraded here. I went for what's supposed to be, well, damn near industry studio quality, so hopefully it's sounding really nice and my voice is coming through nice and smooth and low. Yeah, here we go. Oh, I'm hyped up today, folks, and I am going to continue on here talking about a little bit of something I've been talking about for the last couple of months. I've got some disbelievers out there. You know how this works. Got some folks out there that just can't come aboard the USS Seahawk for this upcoming season. They've decided, they've determined, they've ascertained there's nothing to be gained this year. It's just a rebuild year. In fact, we should really just tank. And while on the surface, of course, I can understand the tanking, understand the philosophy behind it, and though I don't agree with it, I find it kind of rudimentary at times, I get it. But indeed, that's not what I have been proposing for going on the last couple of months, is it? I have been trying to slowly, as I say, like a mason, just brick by brick by brick, putting my building together, this building of let me make my case to you. If we've shined a spotlight on the running game and the cover two shell high principles that are being instilled, along with some of the little nuances of the defense within that. Talked about Noah Fant, a first round tight end talent that's been added this offseason, is almost an afterthought. And still those winds of cynicism blow, do they not? Still they blow on through, and I'm going to keep pushing back against it. And one of the places I think I hopefully can land a nice firm shot up against these folks and bring them on board. Come aboard. We're not leaving yet. We're not leaving the station yet. Come on. Come on. There's still time. The plank's still out. It's still connected to the mainland. Let's go. I'm going to bring you aboard. And I'm hoping today, I teased this a little bit last week, and I'm going to expand on it today. And that is that it's right along in step with what I talked about this offseason as far as our Seahawks learning their lessons. Learn your lessons. That's the theme this offseason, right? You can have other things that you need to accomplish. We got to add this position. We got to add that position. But the big thing that I was saying at the start of this offseason is learn your lessons. You can be smart in your approach in the NFL. Do everything right across the board. Be intelligent in your process, in your evaluation, in your determinations. And still it can fail, fall on its face. A bad injury here, a bad injury there. A poor call at the wrong time in the most important football game. There are things that can be ripped out of your control. But a dumb process, a process that is not having that application of intelligence applied to it, can quickly and resoundingly know that its failure is coming. And while our Seattle Seahawks over the last couple of years have overall been successful, yeah, we're at the bottom of the barrel this last year as far as the cellar goes, but over the last few years prior to that, you've been a good football team. Part of that, though, has masked some of these long-held troubles, some of these issues that, as I say in my title, have plagued them year after year. The magic of Russ, the other parts of the team going well enough to overcome this stuff, but indeed they've had to overcome it. And I would say also it's part of why them not learning these lessons prior, that there's always been a topping out to how far they can get into a particular year. So I'm going to go through a couple of these reasons, or a couple of these lessons, I should say, bit by bit to try to illustrate where your optimism could come from. Optimism shouldn't be given blindly. It shouldn't be that it, like unconditional love when it comes to a coach. They should have to earn this. And I've been one of the people that have been as hard on Schneider and Carroll as anybody over the last couple of years in this respect, because it maddened me. In fact, I was so maddened by it, I wrote about this a year ago, prior to us going out and then going into the cellar. This was really on the backs of us going out and getting a division championship where things weren't looking gloomy and dim. These things just keep standing out to me. These things keep coming to the forefront for us, and I can't deny it. And though it's good that we're getting around it, this stuff is eventually going to bite us on the ass. And bite us on the ass it did. It all seemed to kind of come to a head at once, but come to a head it did. So let's look at a couple of these reasons I'm going to go through, and there's actually quite a bit here. And again, I'm hoping you can see where the optimism is going to come through. I wrote this article, 10 months ago, something like that, so quite a bit ago, yet most of these things have been addressed. Again, why the reason for optimism? This is the reason for your optimism. First lesson, Coach Carroll thought the cover 3 defense would last forever. right? Kept running the cover 3 defense out there year after year, finally tried a little bit of cover 2 over the last couple of years, but still ran back into the cover 3 defense without any other changes to the back end or the front end and how they played it. Now this offseason, they have completely upended that. Lesson learned. The cover 2 shell defense and the principles that it's going to bring in while still operating under the 3, it'll be a 3-4 under rather than a 4-3 under defense. There will, as Carl Scott and Desai talked about in their press conference this week, be elements of the prior defense within this, but it's going to be the changes that are going to help carry the day to overcome some of the issues of the past. Again, first lesson out the gate, learned. Stamp it, learned. Next unlearned lesson. If you're going to steal from Sean McVay, don't treat it like a buffet. So the Seahawks brought on Sean McVay's offensive scheme last year, and they brought it in. They said, okay, we're going to bring on his scheme, but we're not going to fully commit to it. We're still going to kind of fall back into our old habits. Coach Carroll talked a lot about this when he said mid-year last year, well, yeah, we really like Waldron. Coach Waldron's great. He's very open to a lot of the things that we've done before, which was very disparaging news to me at that point. Because indeed, we had already known that Schottenheimer, when he walked in the door, inherited 70% of his playbook, as reported by Brady Henderson, when he first walked in. And this means, again, you can't get to change if you keep doing the old same thing. You add on top of this the issue where they didn't have any mobile linemen in to deal with this new scheme that needed mobile linemen. Every guy at every position was seemingly there for being a people mover, a guy that can just blast a guy off the ball and really help out the running game by creating rushing lanes. So you needed to make more of this change. They made none of the change last offseason. They didn't bring in one mobile offensive lineman, really. You can call Gabe Jackson mobile if you want, but at 33 really wasn't the most mobile of linemen, having already been moved from his natural left guard position to right guard. Now this offseason, Austin Blythe, mobile, athletic. Charles Cross, mobile, athletic. Abraham Lucas, probably the most mobile and athletic right tackle the Seattle Seahawks have ever had. You begin to now adopt all of the scheme, and we're going to get to some of the full parts of the scheme in a second, but now you get to adopt the full scheme because you're starting to bring in the type of talent that's got to fit to the scheme. Carroll, for years, was a guy that very heavily influenced by guys that were man mountains, big people movers. That's what he wanted. He didn't really care what you could do in pass protection. He didn't really care about how you could move in space or pull in space. He just wanted to go right at the teams. This is why you do a lot of A-gap runs, for instance, right up over the top. They've started to learn this lesson. It's been a little bit slow in the coming. I think Russell going in a little bit of the way Russell plays hit the position of the quarterback will cause the new quarterbacks to play more within the scheme itself and fit to how you're supposed to play. Whether that's successful or not, we'll see. But it will fit more to what this scheme is supposed to look like, play in and play out, as opposed to a quarter here and a quarter there. So lesson kind of learned, kind of getting on the road to being learned there. Use of pre-snap motion. You know, back even 5 years ago at the NFL level, you had maybe 24% of the time you saw pre-snap motion from teams league-wide on average. That has probably doubled since 2015. Teams are running pre-snap motion all of the time. You've got to have it incorporated into your attack. Seattle has not always done that. It's part of what's made them offensively easy to understand what's coming prior to the snap, because there's not a lot of prior to the snap moving parts, and so the defenders can just lock in on their pre-snap responsibilities. Seattle started to do this last year. Losing Eskridge, of course, really hurt it, because the part of the pre-snap game that's really the most elemental part is the threat of the fly sweep. The wide receiver who's going in motion, who might get the ball in a fly sweep right after the snap, and it's instantaneous after the snap, right? Because the quarterback just turns around and hands it to him. So you make those defenders slide a little bit out of their gap if you can really force them to have to play it true, as opposed to going, yeah, I know you got Swain running that, and even if he gets it, I can get over there and get him tackled. He's not going to break any tackles out there. He's not a threat. So they've started, hopefully, to solve this. Obviously, Eskridge needs to stay healthy, and that's a big part of it. I think Derek Young, even though he's in the 7th round, and even though you usually taking just a flyer on those type of guys, he's got this in his game, and if he can carve out that role as that secondary guy behind Eskridge in being really good with it, because it's a lot of free yards at times. That fly sweep guy's got 7 yards sometimes of just easy money if he's running it right and they're not overusing it. And you've got a defense that's really locking in, let's say, on an A-gap runs, which would make it even more devastating, which is what Seattle likes to do more often than not, right? Go into those A-gap runs. So again, they've begun with this last year, this started to solve. As the year went on, it got better and better and better the more that they started to embrace the Waldron offense. I think it's going to, again, continue even further here. But you have to, if you're running any kind of modern NFL offense, I don't care if it's rushing based or passing based or spread based, you've got to have pre-snap elements built in, or you're leaving food on the table. You really are. Next lesson that they've learned: refusing to build a decent pass protecting offensive line. You may want to run the ball all the time. You may want to run the ball 24/7, but there is going to be times in a football game you're going to have to pass the ball. And you cannot have human turnstiles at 3/5 of your offensive line at every turn in order to accomplish that. It's not to say you have to go out and get pass protectors with their first and foremost skill out the gate there at every offensive line position, that you can't favor run blockers first anywhere. But you need to do more of balancing the other direction. Coach Carroll, for 10 solid years, every time they looked at an offensive line, how can he first and foremost run block? And pass blocking became secondary. Now we look at this last offseason. I would say Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas, and Austin Blythe are all three going to provide, and maybe if not in the immediacy in the case of Lucas and Cross, better pass protection than we've seen at all three of those positions over the course of the night, let's say just this year and next year even. I think even this year you're going to see better. Dwayne Brown was up and down last year. Overall solid, got hammered a lot, but he wasn't spectacular. He didn't set a bar that is unattainable for Cross to get over, even in his first year. And Abraham Lucas doesn't have really that much of a bar over on the right side outside of Jay Curhan potentially taking a big step forward. All that being said, I like what they're doing now and starting to finally understand and learn this lesson. You're getting more of pass protector types in here. I would like to see them continue this trend, but I will consider this at this point a learned lesson. Unlearned lesson, next one, broken rookie goods. Darrell Taylor, rod taken out of his leg. You knew he was going to be injured. He was injured. He took a long time from that injury. You have Dwayne Eskridge, had to change his number back in college due to the fact that he was having such bad injury luck, by his own words. He had to change his number. You knew that he had a lot of those injuries coming in. You didn't seem to phase you in the least bit. You selected him. Hopefully he can get through that, but obviously he was injured again in his first year. I don't see anybody in this last draft that they've taken that is injured or broken goods coming in. Indeed, everybody at the mini camps was out there basically playing outside of, I think, Bo Melton on a little bit of a time, a guy here, a guy there, but none of the top end guys. Everybody was out there. It's good to see that, at least in this case, they're starting to learn their lessons in this respect. Hopefully these guys can continue to keep that health going into the season, because we're going to need them. Next unlearned lesson, fly sweeps. This goes along with pre-snap motion. You've got to, as I said, I already talked a little bit about this, so I won't touch more on it, but again, I consider this a solved lesson. This is almost solved by just grabbing alone Eskridge in the second round when you already had DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett on the roster. You just right there grabbed a player who's just there to be that pre-snap motion man, because Waldron understands, very much so I bet he understands this, that it is so elemental to the offensive success to challenge the defenses both laterally as well as vertically in this offensive scheme. Having fly sweeps, having a good fly sweep guy, and I'm not talking Tyler Lockett, Freddie Swain, or Penny Hart. I'm talking Eskridge. I'm talking maybe Derek Young. They're going to hopefully start to do a little bit more of this. This is a little bit of a TBD, but I think you're going to see more of it implemented the more they have a guy out there that can truly run it and make it a threat. They did it at times. They sprinkled it in last year, but it was a little bit of a sprinkling, not a full half serving. We need a cupful, not just a little dash. Unlearned lesson. Here's another one. And again, folks, learned lesson, learn lesson, learn lesson. These are things that when I talk about plaguing them, this isn't an issue that just hit them in 2020 or 2019 or 2018. I'm talking years at a time. Years at a time. Next unlearned lesson that they have now learned. Cornerbacks matter. As Richard Sherman parted ways and went out the door for San Francisco, the Seahawks made a selection very late in the third round of one Shaquille Griffin. That's still does remain at this point the highest selected cornerback in the Coach Carroll era, I believe. They've really looked at the cornerback position like it's one that doesn't matter all that much. They'll go out and try to sign a guy in a low-end deal like the kid that they signed out of Washington a couple years ago, Dunbar, or last year Akilio Witherspoon on a 1-year, $4 million deal, and then they came into camp and go, oh yeah, he's not really good. This guy that we signed for 1 year and $4 million is really not that good. Surprising. So they've made this mistake year after year for going back a bit of time now. Even the landing of DJ Reed kind of happened by happenstance. That was a John Schneider guy, not a Carroll guy. They just haven't put the investment into the position in the way that they really need to. Well, what did they do this offseason? You got re-signing of Sidney Jones, who was playing really well for them last year. Artie Burns, Justin Coleman. You drafted Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen, who are drawing rave reviews out of camp. It certainly would seem to me that they have learned that lesson, that they have mattered. Yeah, did they draft a cornerback in the first or second round or even the third? No, but they've at least tried to add more to it than they have in the past, which is, again, a lot like their pass rush, which we're going to talk about here shortly. They had gone a bare minimum approach to the position as opposed to really trying to stack up decent talent over there. Guys that even if the frontline guys go out, you've got some depth there. I know Carroll's the cornerback whisperer, but as I say, what happens if you actually get him some talent at the position as opposed to asking him constantly to coach up the fringe talent? So again, another lesson learned, and just simply almost as this offseason alone, in my estimation. Next unlearned lesson, impact from the 3-tech. This is going to go hand in hand with the pass rush point that I'm going to make here shortly, but Seattle indeed, since Michael Bennett's left, not really been able to bring in a 3-tech defensive tackle to truly get it done. It's been a place they've tried. They made a trade for Sheldon Richardson 1 year. They've tried to move guys like Rasheem Green and LJ Collier into the inside to see if they could get it done in there. It just hasn't worked, and they've not really addressed it year after year. Well, this offseason, as part of the Russell Wilson trade, you brought in Shelby Harris, who, while he's not a game changer or some upper-level pass rusher, is still probably one of the better 3-tech pass rushing defensive tackles you'll find out there. As well as, he could probably play, I know he can play some defensive end as well and give you some pass rush from that, as they're going to be more, obviously some 3-4, some 4-3. But when they do slide into 4-3, they've got him on the front line. They've also got Quentin Jefferson then to back him up and come in rotationally, and you still have Puna there to give you maybe a couple snaps if you need as well. It's maybe not got the star power that we would like to see at the position, but again, now that they're moving to more of a 3-4, it's less of an issue or less of a problem in that in itself. Then it leans more to the edges at that point as far as your pass rush goes. But nonetheless, this certainly has not been a continued unlearned lesson. They have at least added better to it now than they've been going into it in the past. Next unlearned lesson. Look at all these guys, they're learning all these lessons in 1 year, folks. 1 year, this stuff's getting solved. This is not how organizations usually do. Usually they're stifled in their ways. Usually they're stagnant, stuck. They've got their base philosophy and they're not going to move off of it. Well, look, we're getting movement here. Next unlearned lesson, expecting young rookie pass rushers to be standouts instantaneously. Let's go back. You've got on the year that you had to bring in Clowney at the end, you brought in LJ Collier. LJ Collier was brought in to be a good pass rusher for you from the jump. They needed him to provide pass rush from the jump. And when he was not able to do so, when they realized he was not able to do so in camp, they had to make a desperate trade. They went and made the same mistake the year after that in Darrell Taylor. Darrell Taylor was drafted high in the second round. They took a 3rd-round pick and moved up into the second round to go get him, because they determined that he would be able to be a pass rusher who could come back and play. Their doctors had determined he would be able to come back and play that year and provide them pass rush that year. This then, of course, pushed on to the desperate Jamal Adams trade. So let's look at this last draft. Let's look at this offseason. You've got Owusu being brought in as your main starter. The Gawks gave him a 2-year, $20 million deal. Taylor comes back on the other side. Alton Robinson's still on the roster, who, though he's not star power, he's at least a decent player. Then they go and they bring in Boye Mafe in the second round. Is Mafe being brought in expected to be starter? No. Is he expected to come in and be an absolute vital part of their pass rush right now? I don't know. It's hard for me to say he's the most vital pass rusher when I could probably say beyond him, obviously Owusu, Taylor, even Robinson coming into his 3rd year. I'm going to maybe expect him more in his development to come along. You could make the argument maybe Shelby Harris. I mean, what is he going to be, the 6th or 7th most guy that we rely upon when you come down to it at the end of the day? You certainly want him to give you some pass rush, but you're not expecting like with Taylor to start. You're not expecting like with LJ Collier him to be stacking up those pressures right from the jump. If he can do it, that's going to be amazing. But you're not relying on it, and that's learning a lesson. It's finding a solution to it. Next unlearned lesson, getting Russell Wilson an established offensive coordinator with control. Sadly, this lesson never really happened, and we never really got to see it fully. Waldron was a first-time coordinator coming in, and again, this is from an article I wrote in 2000, about 9-10 months ago, while Wilson was still on the roster. So this is certainly one that wasn't learned, but then it's not been continued in an unlearned state because Wilson is no longer here. The hope was to get Russ an established offensive mind, a guy that's had a presence in this league, who can come in and basically, turn a guy who's a NFL, graduate and get him into his postdoctorate work. And Seattle never really did that. Would have been nice to see. It's kind of funny to me. Russell's still not getting the two things I think Russ most needs in his career at this point. He's still not getting. I know Hackett is a bright mind, but I'm getting from Hackett the same kind of vibes I get from a Schottenheimer, quite frankly. And he's also still not getting an upper level pass protecting offensive line. Poor guy just can't buy a break in that respect. Maybe he overcomes it, but they never really did get an answer to this particular one. Next point. Going skill position minimum. Seattle Seahawks will come into a given year and they'll go, okay, we got our one tight end and we got a backup and this kind of whatever third guy. You got your two wide receivers and then we'll have our one running back and maybe another guy behind if we can get it in. And then the third and fourth guys are going to be whatever. Now we look at this offseason, it's not gotten wholly increased better, but it has gotten better. You've gotten two established tight ends and a third up and coming guy behind him who's, we'll see what he can maybe develop into. You've got still Lockett and DK on the roster, along with Eskridge, who you picked in the second round, despite having those guys. So that in itself was a step in the right direction here. They took two receivers in this last draft to have a chance to maybe do something, as well as the addition of Noah Fant with Disley and Parkinson kind of rounds us out. Then Kenneth Walker, in addition to this in this draft, I've said that I would say they've definitely, while they haven't hammered it, they've gone a lot heavier at it than they've gone in the past. So it's at least starting to be a lesson that they have learned, if not wholly. Next unlearned lesson, spending significant money on aging free agents. This one's more of a meh. This is a meh for me. This is a meh. This offseason, they've not necessarily spent a lot of money on aging free agents outside of their own, of course, because you did give almost $40 million to Quandre Diggs. Disley is still relatively young. Owusu was a 2-year, $20 million deal. That guy's only going to be 25 years old. Even on the other deals, they were all shorter term deals that they could get out of pretty quickly. So they didn't give a significant amount of money, but they also weren't cheap with it either. You still gave money to guys like Jefferson and whatnot too. So this one is one that I would say of one of the few on this list that maybe is still one that they need to probably continue to get a little bit better at in regards to how they're doling out some of their money, just by the way I look at it. Next unlearned lesson, finding an answer to flood zone concepts. Sean McVay has slaughtered this team with flood zone concepts time and time again. It's not been multiple. It's not been completely diverse, and he's hitting us from all these different aspects of things in different directions. He's doing stuff that's very stylistically, as I showed my defensive video a couple of weeks ago, stuff that's very simple but very effective against the old defense. Well, the cover 2 shell is built within itself to stop this very thing. I know that the cover 2 shell has come from, Vic Fangio, and Fangio has those roots, of course, in Denver and Chicago, and of course with the Rams and Staley. The reason McVay brought this defense in and said, I want to bring this defense in, this Vic Fangio defense. The reason this came in is when we go back to McVay's first amazing season he has there in 2019, I think it is, right? When they're rolling along. I could be wrong on my year, so I know somebody in the chat's going to be like, it's 2020. When they're going along to the Super Bowl, he's got Goff throwing for 4,600 yards and Gurley running wild, and that offense looking unstoppable. Well, there was a given time during that year that the Chicago defense led by Vic Fangio ran into that Rams offense and shut them down. It was on the back of Fangio's strategy within that game that Bill Belichick then implemented his own, the same conceptual stuff into the Super Bowl game and shut that Rams team down to 3 points on the back of it. So you're not just copying here per se McVay like you did with the offensive side of the ball. You're copying what has been a great defense up against this offense and some of the principles that they try to run. Lesson learned. Next lesson, outside zone runs. This is one that, again, I'm hoping will improve, but as of yet, they've still not constituted very well. Last year, Rashad Penny did really well. Most of his runs were up the middle. There was very hardly any sort of multiplicity to it. Again, they didn't commit very consistently to the fly sweep game. They need to do a better job of getting to the outside. The NFL, as I said earlier, is becoming more a game about attacking laterally as well as attacking vertically. Seattle has been very much a vertical team lately, and too much, I think, of an extreme degree. This is a place where they could improve upon. This is a place that they have set the stage to improve this upon. You have two of the faster running backs in all of football, and Rashad Penny and Kenneth Walker at this point. You brought in two tackles in Lucas and Cross that should be able to hit their reach blocks in space, get out there in space and hit those reach blocks, create those holes a little bit wider. You've got the center in Blythe, who's more athletically intoned, who can now pull out in space and get out to those edges quicker, get out there, let's say, even in the screen game a little bit more consistently. So you have added the elements here. Now we just need the commitment to it. That's the part that needs to kick in here at this point. But I will consider this at least a lesson that's starting to be learned, at least by the nature of the guys they brought in. Before, they just didn't have the ability to run this stuff because they didn't have the lineman personnel to run the stuff to the edges. They had the lineman personnel to go backwards to forwards, not sideways. Next unlearned lesson, giving up huge assets for players not used right. I would consider this lesson starting to become learned. Jordan Brooks is sliding from a 4-3 will linebacker to a now inside linebacker in a 3-4 defense. That is where he is more ideally suited. Some of the coverage liabilities that caused him to give up an astonishing 900 yards in the air last year start to become resolved a little bit with this. He's not put on as bright a spotlight. He's not put, in my opinion, to cover as much in space, as large a ground in space as he was before, especially, by the way, Seattle was as predictive as they were before, and that a quarterback could go and attack him pre-snap, knowing where he was going to be and then really go after him. I don't think that that's going to be as easier this year, especially out of the middle linebacker, but there's been no new positions that we're aware of. They didn't bring Abraham Lucas in and turn him into a left guard. They're not bringing in Charles Cross and turning him into a center. We're not hearing about anybody at the moment that's been being moved from a natural position. So hopefully they're starting to learn this lesson in addition to this. Giving up huge assets for players and not using them right. And again, that outside, the flood zone concept, I consider them having the fix with the cover 2. Outside zone run here is going to be fixed, I believe, because of the adding of the personnel. And again, I think Waldron knows that's the place to attack with this offensive scheme. There are going to be openings on the edges. But giving up assets for players not used right. We've seen this over the time period with Coach Carroll. Two shining examples of this especially. Jimmy Graham, Jamal Adams. You brought Jimmy Grahams in, who was Jimmy Grahams. You brought in Jimmy Graham to be, who was a move tight end, a slot wide receiver for the New Orleans Saints. You turned him into an inline tight end. You brought in Jamal Adams, who should be a box safety, a guy coming downhill, blitzing often, moving all over the board around the line of scrimmage, kind of just like a chess piece that the offense never knows when he's coming. And you turned him into a single high and cover 2 safety far too often. Well, this lesson starts to be learned, in my opinion, because when you look at the situation now, this defensive change they're implementing, this cover 2, as Jamal Adams said himself, this is very much what we ran with the Jets in my first 3 years. That first 3 years where he was a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro, first team All-Pro. So he was once great in this defense before. He can be once great, I think, again, this defense again, especially considering he has way better defensive personnel across the board right now in this defense than he had with those Jets teams. But there are no new examples of them trading for somebody this offseason or going after anybody else since I wrote this article and moving them into the wrong position. No one else. A couple of other last issues that have plagued them again. I consider that a lesson learned. A few last lessons that were not learned for a very long period of time that then have been learned. Drafting for need rather than BPA. This is something we saw with picks like LJ Collier. There's 17 edge defenders taken in literally the first round. You're the 32nd pick in the first round and you take an edge player. There's no way, shape, or form that was the best player on their board at that moment. That was a pick for reach, need. They needed pass rush. They needed pass rush from him instantaneously, and it became a bad pick because of it. Well, let's look at the last couple of drafts. Where has been the reach? Where has been the player or the pick that you go, well, boy, that one was really outside the box. Now, granted, last year they only had 3 picks, but by my estimation, they made hay while the sun was shining on that. None of the guys you look at last year, in my opinion, you go, well, that was a bad one. All those look fairly solid across the board. And this past draft, same thing. Every player down the line, even the one player that there is some contentiousness out there with, the Kenneth Walker selection, the one that people will still get mad at. They don't get mad at the talent itself. They'll acknowledge that even if you hadn't selected him, he probably would have gone within the next 5 to 10 picks. It's that you just can't take running backs in the second round is what they'll say. But it has nothing to do with him as a player or his how good of a running back he is, or whether or not he should be taken the second round in general, if not but by your team, if you stand on that side of the fence. So this is another lesson where, again, they've started to learn it over the past couple of drafts. Stone Forsythe was a guy some people thought, you were going to get that should have gone maybe in the even pre-draft boards 3rd round. You got him up in the 6th round. I think Trey Brown was probably in a stacked cornerback draft that year, going to go right around where he took him, but it certainly wasn't an overreach. So I consider that a lesson learned again here. Look at how many of these lessons we're going through. What do we have? 12, 13 lessons that they've learned in under a year. My last lesson, and this is kind of a big one. This has been one that really hampered the 4-3 defense. Part of what killed Carroll's cover 3 defense was this following point. Going pass rush light. We talked about skill position minimum. That's bad. Going pass rush light on a 4-3 defense that doesn't want to blitz is sacrilege. The Seattle Seahawks, for whatever reason, over the course of the last couple of years, have, much like the skill positions, gone bare minimum when it comes to their pass rush. Now, certainly they were burdened through this time period to a degree by Russell Wilson's contract and some of what they had doled out to Bobby Wagner, but they chose to dole the money out to Bobby Wagner and that he could be a game-changing enough talent around the board to overcome your ability to put the resources into these positions like you needed to. You had an offseason where you literally put the full onus of your upcoming pass rush, where you said, here's where we're going to get a big majority of our pass rush is going to come from these 2 guys. Ziggy Ansah, who couldn't stay healthy in Detroit and who was probably 45 years old due to the fact that there was some birth certificate shenanigans with him coming from abroad. I mean, he had a fork sticking out of his back by the first practice. And LJ Collier. That was your bedrock. And what did this cause? The Seattle Seahawks then got into training camp, and they didn't even have to get to their first game of the season before they went, oh, shoot, yeah, LJ, Ziggy, Jacob Martin, Rasheem Green, and Quinn Jefferson might not be enough in itself. Let's go make this trade for Clowney. And then they went the very next year after that and made the same mistake once again. Because you let Clowney walk then that offseason, and you go, okay, let's get Darrell Taylor. And Darrell Taylor will come in here with that rod coming off his leg, and then he'll be successful this year. And then we'll pair that with LJ Collier, who will certainly bounce back now, and he'll really get to rolling here. And then what happened? You got to training camp. You saw that there wasn't enough there. You saw it was too light, and you had to make a desperate trade for Jamal Adams at the last minute, and then rush him, blitz him at double the rate he had in his career, as he had already been known as a high blitz defender as it was coming out of New York, and you doubled the rate. You were so desperate to generate some pass rush. Well, now we start to see the fix is becoming better. I think the last offseason they started to do this. Signing of Kerry Hyder, Carlos Dunlap in the mix, Taylor hopefully coming back after that year, Alton Robinson in on it, Mayo back in on it. You signed him. You even got Alden Smith, who, if he had been able to keep his head straight, who knows if he would have been able to maybe help that pass rush out even a little bit more. But you were definitely starting to stack up those bodies over there rather than going just to the bare minimum and at least a little more talent. Now we've got Darrell Taylor, Boye Mafe, Uwusu. Robinson comes in a big-time development, a very important year for him. Quentin Jefferson, Shelby Harris, who's a guy you should be able to write down for 6 to 7 sacks and good run defense there on the whether he's coming from a defensive end position or a 3-tech. Quentin Jefferson, Al Woods coming back off the best year of his career, where he was legitimately one of the top 7 best defensive tackles in the sport last year, according to the analytics. And then you've, of course, got still at least the solid Poona Ford in there kind of lurking around as well. I wouldn't mind seeing them make that Alton Smith move like they made last year. Not for him, not for a troubled player, but making a move where you make one more signing to address this upcoming year a little bit more. Top it off, top off the tank a little bit when it comes to the pass rush is what I would like to see. But indeed, they have started to learn their lesson on this. This list that I just read you is a much different list than what we saw in that 2019 season with Ansah and Collier. And like I mentioned aboard there with one of the other lessons that they had learned here, you're not relying on the young pass rushers to be starters and giving you those 8 to 9 sacks right out the gate. You're not asking them to do that. You're fitting them into a role and then letting them develop, which is not only going to help in the short term, but long term in developing this pass rush. So that's 15 lessons this team have learned that were issues that had plagued them for more than a year. It wasn't a one-off. This isn't a one-season issue that we're talking about here. This is years on end that this team had been under the thumb of these problems and had not found a solution. Well, they started finding solutions this offseason. I don't know how it's done. I was certainly reticent to believe that this could occur. Part of the reason why I was very much for a long period of time here anti-Carroll and Schneider has been the fact that you've got to give me a reason to believe. I don't give you blind faith and loyalty when your decision-making seems broken. And not only did it seem broken for a very long period of time, despite some of the results you were getting on the field that were successful, they were showing no willingness to fix those issues, probably because they were seeing some successful results on the field. Well, finally, the results weren't there this year, and they're finally turning and moving into the different direction. Doesn't matter how long it took them to get here. It just matters that they're now starting to move in the right way. As I said, it can still get upended. Football can still go sideways. These guys may still fail as we go into the future in their approach and what they've chosen to do this year. But when you start to be able to apply more of a smarter approach at every single turn, you stack those up along the way, you start putting yourself into a closer, greater position to then be back on your feet and be that competitive elite team once more. I hope they can. I think they're going to, partly because of these moves they've made, partly because of how they spent their money, partly how they've stepped the stage, partly by avoiding the crap quarterback in this last draft. But they're across the board for me. I'm not being a homer here. They're across the board for me. They're showing signs of life here and encouragement. It may fail, but at least it's failing smartly and not stupidly, which is some of what had driven me crazy when I used to talk about this prior. I appreciate you guys watching on here in the stream. There is no real news right now. I know people ask about DK Metcalf. There is no news right now with DK Metcalf that we're aware of. I know we put like a cryptic tweet today that people had, what does this mean? It's other location. We don't know anything that's going on. So negotiations are probably still being hammered out. We're in a bit of a holding pattern there. So there hasn't really been much of any other kind of news to my eyes across the board outside of we got to hear Sean Desai and Carl Scott talk in recent press conferences regarding their defense. So we can certainly discuss a little bit of what they talked about. It seems like Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen are very impressive here out the gate in the OTAs, which is encouraging to see. You expect them to talk it up, but they spoke about some very specific things with each of those two guys that kind of jumped out to me a degree. So I like what I hear from them on that. But other than that, we're going to have an open discussion today. Just talk our Hawks. Hopefully I'm continuing to build the case on you who might be a skeptic out there and completely pessimistic for this upcoming year. You may let it all just kind of fall to you and say, well, it's just we have a crap quarterback, so what can we expect? But again, as I would push back against that and say, it matters more if you have a quarterback who's not as good as standing or is not a star or a difference maker at the position, if you're molding an offense around that quarterback being that. If you need a guy that's going to be the gunslinger about when they're whipping every pass across the board and being all on his shoulders, that's one thing. When you have another quarterback whose attempts you're going to limit, who you're going to build up all the rest of the offense up around for him to be successful, that's putting them in a greater point for success, yes. But it also means that we maybe shouldn't measure as much of the team's future potential hopeful success on the back of who is the starting quarterback because of those reasons. Just my 2 cents. I appreciate you guys watching. If you do like what you're listening to, please do me this favor. Small little favor, tiny little favor, small little thing. Hit that like button for me, please. I really would appreciate it so much. A couple quick donations here. We'll get on in the chat. Charles Riley with a $5 donation starting us off right. Hope you're doing well, Charles. Says, Brando, cheers to Heaps and the move to the Mile High with his dude Russ. Congrats to both and Maverick Consulting Group for breaking the news. Yeah, how about that? Jacob Heaps is leaving 710 and going with Russell Wilson. It's weird. It's almost like all those people that had said that he was just serving as a mouthpiece for Russell Wilson all this time. It couldn't be that, right? It couldn't be that, right? Right? Maybe? Just a little bit? Just a little bit? Personal PR guy on the air? Something like that? Best of luck to him. But thank you for the donation, Charles. TDSG Tin Man with a $10 dome now. Thank you, TD. Appreciate you, brother. He says, I appreciate you and Brendan so much. First time I've caught a live stream, but you two have become my only Seahawks sources. Please keep up the good work. I'm an OTR truck driver, and y'all keep me up to date. Well, hell yeah. I love the thought of you being just driving that truck middle of the night, Those headlights beamed up high and bright, nobody else on the road, drifting through those mountain passes, just hearing me up, just speaking some Seahawks truths to you. So I love the thought of that, my man TD. Thank you for the $10 dono. And me and Brendan will definitely get back in with our collabs here really soon. He's been a bit under the weather here lately, so we've had to hold off on a couple, but we might be going tomorrow. I'm going to check with him tonight and see how he's doing. But we'll definitely be full stream by the time we get to full steam by the time we get to the regular year. I hope the mic's coming in good, by the way. If there's any kind of weird issues with it, please do let me know, as I'm obviously working out some of the kinks. I think I got them worked out. I did a lot of little setups on this. Hopefully it sounded nice and like honey. Young Bido game. Let's go. Michael, what's up? Devin Martzall, Michael, Rick Zapata, Maxwell Stern, Rodney Presho. How you doing? Says, do you have a little more faith than Pete and John now? They drafted well, my man. I do, Rodney. I'm developing more faith. As I try to say with you guys, I do have my positions I take. I don't try to just stay stuck on a position for the sake of being stuck on a position. I think it's more important to get it right than to be right. And as I said with them, if they change their ways, that you can bring me back to believing, then I can become a believer. But I stacked up 14 lessons that I brought up to you guys. Those lessons were on my mind a year ago. And then the year before that, as I do this channel and think about this team quite a bit, those issues had been lingering on my brain going, why don't they ever deal with this thing? Why don't they ever deal with that thing? Yet what you see here across the board is them dealing with it all over one off season. Should that not turn me around? Should that not encourage me? Should that not put a smile on my face? You better believe it does. You better believe in it. And I'm gonna sell you guys right along with it. It ain't blind homerism. There's a reason to believe. There is a reason to believe. Damn it. Saijin, what's up, man? Ryan Austin says, holy mic quality. Hell yeah. I love it. Anderson says, hey, Brandon, sweet mic, man. Oh, okay, so it's coming in good. Love it. Anderson, I think Russ is forgetting the most important thing of all. He's going from the prettiest uniforms in the league to those awful, outdated orange and blues over in Colorado. Indeed he is. And boy, that's a thin air to be running around that backfield trying to get away from big defenders like Chandler Jones and Khalil Mack and Max Crosby. It's a lot of Chris Jones. A lot of running around to do in that thin mile high air. But I agree. I think it's hard to beat our uniforms. That's why I've seen a few Bronco. They're already trying to find like alternative Bronco uniforms. I think they're trying to work through a few alts. My man Seahawks Jose Rodriguez is in the house. What's up, Jose? And if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe over there to Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. He's been just been over there grinding, my man. Good to see you on those vids. Hope you're doing well. And thanks for reminding me to hit that like button, please. Just Tag says the mic sounds good. Definitely can tell it's directional. Yeah, I want to get the directional side of it here for sure. Because you don't want to get the background noise, especially when it's driven me crazy in the past when I do the documentary videos. I'll have a mic, my old mics, and I'd have like the Blue Yeti, and it would pick up a mouse fart from 2 blocks away, and just every little it would pick that up on the mic, and you'd have a great take that you'd want to keep, and right in the middle of the take there'd be this. Oh man, nothing would send me over the line faster with that. It's just like, come on. But this is great. It's not too sensitive, but it picks it up really good. Kyle Mulkey says, you see the reports from experts saying DK will get traded to the Bears or Packers for a 2023 first round pick. Laughing my ass off. They got to come harder than that. DK isn't even for sale. Thoughts? This is that thing where I've said they're picking our carcass clean. They see us as like dead in the water now, and we don't have to talk about that Seattle team. So what good assets do they have that we can bring somewhere else and put more better on display? I don't know. It almost feels like that a bit to me. I don't see how a trade makes sense at this point, in my opinion. Could it happen? Yeah, it could happen. There are teams that are in a needy state, and when you mentioned especially a team like Chicago, I mean they're that receiving core is lean, very, very lean. But I think that if their trade with DK was going to happen, it was going to happen prior to the draft. It probably was going to happen before free agency, quite frankly. Definitely by the draft at the very last minute. And I don't know that, if it happens at this point, it's an indication that Schneider was not aware of how much this was truly going to cost when he made the determination not to trade him, which would not be, really, frankly, it would not be a very good look for Schneider at that point, in my opinion, because I don't know if you're getting maximum value for DK at that point versus what you could have got if you would trade him more early this offseason. Maybe you are, but a 1 first-round pick for a Bears team probably misses the playoffs. You end up with a number 9 overall first pick that you got to wait a year to get. I definitely don't like that trade. I don't like that trade at all. The second says, I really think Drew Lock is going to surprise some people. Hot take, we win in week 1. I love the confidence, my man. I love it. And look, he's got talent. Does the light bulb turn on? That's the question. Does that light bulb go up to that 500 watt amplified glow? Or does he keep it back on that low setting? We'll see. But I love it, man. I love the confidence. Sean Hines, the wide receivers coach, said both Derek and Bo were hurt during minicamp. Hopefully they're not injury prone. Hopefully not. And yeah, I forgot about Derek, but yeah, definitely Bo was out. But look, that's going to be something to monitor and track. I do think if you're doing that if you're going to bring in broken rookie goods in, I'm not going to get my head in a twist about 7th round broken rookie goods. I will get my head in a twist about broken 1st round or 2nd round rookie goods, because those are the positions where the expectation is you come in and play, not you come in and sit on the bench for a year and we'll redshirt you, which has sometimes been a little bit of the way it's gone. Charles Riley with a $2 donation says, thrash that like button, folks. Thrash it. Please do hit that like button. I know it's a small thing, and I know I ask a lot, but it does help this channel out. It helps me grow, helps me show on other Seahawks fan channels, not fan channels, but other Seahawks who are looking for other fans looking for Seahawks content. Let's see if I can say it right here, Charles. A little tongue twisted here, but thank you for the dono, Charles. Very kind. Random McDaniel coming with a $2 donation. Says, I'm about to vacuum our pool and listen to the Hawks Nest. That's the only way to vacuum a pool, man. That's the only way. Anything else would be just silly. Big Wave Dave with a $5 donation says, how do you see our standing in the NFC West? I love our seemingly long-term look rather than the win now approach. Well, Big Wave Dave, you touch on really where you got to kind of slice that one up into 2 parts, don't you? Because there's the one part of how you see the NFC West going into this season, and then there's the long-term outlook. And I think as you touch on with your final point there on the comment, those are 2 different things. This next upcoming season, I certainly see the Rams outfitted to be right in that same position as they were before. They have done nothing to take a step back. It is absolutely hard to repeat, no doubt about it, but they've done everything in their part. I just talked about you can do everything smartly and things can still go bad, but you can at least do things smartly. Well, the Rams have at least this offseason seemingly done things smartly to put themselves back in that position to be expected to be not only the front runner in our division, but obviously probably the front runner in the NFC. When you look at the 49ers, I think that they are kind of hard to pinpoint with them, because where's the Deebo Samuel negotiations at? Are they going to get him to a new deal, or does he get moved? Is Jimmy Garoppolo remain on the roster? Do they then get a deal done with Bosa? There's a few things with the Niners that are getting kind of held up a little bit. And I still think they're going to be good right there in second place behind the Rams when it's all said and done, probably this year. But I also think that there's a little bit of a determination of what's happening with them in the background that we've got to figure out just to at least a tiny degree before we, fully sell it. I will as well say they just lost Alex Mack, who has been a long time, very good center in this league. He came over to them from the Falcons. Guy's kind of a fringe sub, almost just right on the edges of being one of those Hall of Famer types. Probably not going to get in because centers don't get in, not unless you're really good. And he played narrow with a couple of other really good guys. But nonetheless, his loss in the middle of that offensive line is going to hurt them. I think he helped that line out a lot, especially in the running game. So they are going to need to find a little bit of an answer there. Nonetheless, I still see them in the immediacy in this. Even if they move Garoppolo, I still think they find their way into second. Though again, Trey Lance then becomes, is he ready? Is he really ready? And the Cardinals, I think, are the team that's more of that. They're competing with us as far as bottom of the division right now. They again, much like the Niners, they've got the question mark of Kyler Murray. He showed up to offseason OTAs, which is encouraging to see, but they got to still sign him to the new contract. And when you look at their offseason, again, they seem to just be hammering the skill positions, not going much for the offensive line. I don't have a lot of faith in their defense where it stands right now. They've not gotten the development out of Simmons that they thought they were going to get when they drafted him to be a jack of all trades linebacker for them. I'm I'm kind of selling low right now on the Cardinals a little bit. I bet they start out hot again, but I bet they fade a little bit quicker in this upcoming year. And then just to look at it long-term, Big Wave, I love our prospects long-term. You talk about adding your quarterback next year after you've stacked the team up and you're sitting on the second most amount of cap space. You got the Rams now having years of no first-round picks and second-round picks, all that money pushing onto their bottom line by that point. The Niners in somewhat of a similar situation at that point. They're not in that similar situation. At the very least, they've got their own general issue that they have to deal with, being that they've got about 5 or 6 players on their roster at that point that they're paying at the top of their position. George Kittle, Bosa, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, Fred Warner. What about even Jimmy Ward? You got all these guys at the top of the mark. How do you balance the rest of your roster and how you spend your money from their standpoint? I haven't loved their drafts a ton recently, much like even the Rams here recently. They've done okay, but the last 2 drafts in particular I haven't loved. So you're talking about 2 teams that have a little bit of the bill due at that time. If the 49ers don't have Trey Lance's development, they're in big hell at that point. Not to mention that 2 more years down the line here, you're going to have to get close to thinking about having to pay him if he is decent. So long-term, I like our prospects up against both those 2 teams. Rams have Stafford at quarterback, who's not going to play forever. You have to feel like Donald's already looking for the doors. He's talking about retirement talk. They're going to lose some guys over the next couple of years in addition to being strapped resource-wise. So it will be a good time for us to strike, Big Wave Dave. It will be a great time for us to strike. So I like how they position themselves to do this. While everybody else is pushing themselves against all 3 at the same time at the moment, you're sort of like, oh, we'll tread our water and then we're going to hit it once we start to get to the hill. That's when we'll hit it, and you guys will be all out of breath by that point. I think there's a little bit of that theory at play here. Now, I don't know if they planned on it being that, but that does seem to be a little bit of what you could apply to the situation. Seahawks Brendan Nelson with a $5 donation. What's up, my guy? Hope you're doing okay over there. He says, still sick. Let's pass one more week and see what's hanging Seahawks-wise next week. That sounds good to me, man. Thank you for the donation. And, man, get better. Get better. Keep yourself hydrated and all that stuff. And, yeah, we'll get up and run next week. I'm ready. I'll be ready to roll whenever you get yourself good to go. So it's that season, man. You go from spring to summer. Sometimes it's all that pollen. I'm blaming the pollen, Brendan. It's the pollen. But get it better, my man. Get better. And thank you for all the donations, guys. Appreciate you. Sean says the wide receivers coach said both Bono were not, hopefully not injury prone, Sean. I agree. We'll see. It's just mini camp. They could be just being protective with them too in mini camp. So, they want them ready for the training camp. That's the most important. Magic Consulting Group. KJ interview with Mike Salk was very good and eye-opening. Oh, it was great. It was very Maverick Consulting Group. KJ definitely threw some tidbits in there. The thing again that jumped out to me the most with it was still again how much that play in the Patriots game still did hang over everything, not just in fan bases and nationally, but within the roster itself, and destroying confidence in the coaching staff, between the players, and how even to this day there are things that you see a bitterness there. And Mike Salk was bringing up to Mike Salk's benefit, because it was a good interview on his part. He brought up things that were to hear KJ talk about it, where he's like, oh, I'd never heard that before from Salk's standpoint, and bringing up different perspectives on the view, as opposed to just looking at like the coaching staff didn't want Marshawn to be a star, or whatever's kind of inferred there a little bit with that. But I would offer, if you haven't checked it out, the KJ interview with Salk was a really good one. Gives you some really good information about kind of what happened a little bit, why we are a little bit where we are. KJ is being very, very forthright in that respect, which is cool to see. But I liked it too, Maverick. It was good interview. KJ's dropping some pearls here this offseason. Maverick says Jay keeps leaving Jack and Stacy show to become Russ's personal quarterback coach in Denver. Yeah. Timing, I say, Maverick. Timing. You know what I mean? Not the greatest of looks with 710, having a guy that's on the channel seemingly just to be that mouthpiece. I know you want your inside access, but Eli Montana says, thank you. Please, just a little pre-snap motion. You need it. It's something that you could, maybe it was something that could be, you could sprinkle into your offense 10 years ago, but it now needs to be a common element, almost play in and play out. Almost every play, practically, you need to have pre-snap motion instituted. It draws defenders' eyes. It moves defenders off their pre-snap spots, which can then sometimes clear a guy out of a hole. And if you have, let's say, two running back, just walk through like this. You got the pre-snap motion guy coming across, right? And you have two linebackers across here from him watching this pre-snap motion. You get those two linebackers to take 2 steps to their side as they've got to first, the quarterback's hiking, they got to first make sure it's not a fly sweep. And then you have a Rashad Penny or a Kenneth Walker who can get to the hole that fast as they can. And these are not guys that are just fast, they're quick. Kenneth Walker ran a 1-5, 10-yard split, which measures the first 10 yards of your 40-yard dash. So not only was he a 4.38 guy, which is 98th percentile for the position, he was also a 1.5 guy, which is also 98th percentile for the position. So you have guys where you can get that linebacker to creep up out that hole for just 1 second. I'm not talking 3-4 false steps. I'm talking 1-2 steps to go to the fly sweep pre-snap guy. Bam, that hole's then wide open. If the center can lay his block, if the guard can hit his reach block, you're wide open there, and your running backs are hitting that hole so quick. It doesn't have to last long. They don't have to maintain their blocks for a long period of time at that point. And the linebackers will be just scrambling to try to get back up to speed on the play. Divine Comedy says, Desai making it a point to call out the narrative that it's challenging to use a talent like Jamal, saying, no, it's exciting, was so welcome. Love that guy already. Very impressed with Desai. I was very impressed with Carl Scott as well. When both those guys talked, I thought that I liked what they had to say. It was encouraging. They said obviously the right things, but they were just, it seems like, commanding guys who can, get the attention of these guys that will, the way they speak is something you can see players listening to and gravitating to. And, I love what I hear from those guys. They seem like they're going to be great additions. Iridescent says Russ gave his all, but you could see the relationship deteriorate with the Hawks. He just seemed to want to move on. Goes this way, Iridescence, and this is a little bit of I think, a part and parcel of the modern age versus what you might have had in the 70s or 80s. It's just that it's the nature of the beast now. And, when you saw Brady leaving New England, anybody can go at any time at that point, kind of. It wasn't like Brady's like 10 years off of his last Super Bowl title. It had only been just a couple of years ago, and they're like, all right, well, this isn't going to work. This just doesn't, it's weird. It sucks, but stuff just happens that way. Andrew Sunday says, I watched Bo Melton in college. The dude was the scoring part of a 22 lateral game-winning play. Oh, most exciting play in football is those laterals that are staying alive. And if you get like 5 or 6 of them, it's amazing to see. It's hard to do, but it's easy for them to always end up throwing the ball forward. They can't keep it going backwards sometimes. But I got to go see if I can find that highlight, Andrew. That'd be cool to see. Sygen says, honestly, I want a week 1 making the statement to Russ, welcome back to Seattle. I want a week 1 win too. That would be a good way to open up this next coming year. Especially Monday Night Football nationally. Silence a few of these doubters. Maverick says, LJ Collier's bulking up. Yeah, we'll see, Maverick. We'll see with him. Hopefully he can do something with it. They've been slowly moving him into the inside for the last couple of years. Michael YT says, Travis Homer looking scary big. He's definitely hitting the weights, man. Micah says, by the way, Brandon, I can hear your voice from on one side of my headphones, but not in the other. Oh, yikes. I got to figure that out. I don't know why. Let me know if anybody else are having that issue. Make sure you're plugged in there for sure on it. But let me know if you guys are hearing that too in just one ear. Paul Susia says, please evaluate the top 10 quarterback bust rate versus active starting quarterbacks in the NFL today. Okay, Paul. Take a look at it. Let me write down my note on that. Certainly would be apropos information for us as we're looking to our future quarterback. I've heard it's evaluate top 10 quarterback bust rate versus active starting quarterback. Okay. I've heard before it's at like 30%, Paul, but I'll double check it. I'll take a look at it. Motive, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Anything coming through here? Wide Device's clip from 7-on-7 drill with Woolen. My God, they threw a cornerback to wide receiver with him playing off coverage. 5 yards of separation, closed in 2 steps, leaping in air to swat the ball. Next possible superstar. He's getting rave reviews. Scott and Desai both pointed to him looking really good, and we've heard a variety of different notes coming out of camp. I think his length and speed are really showing up, and it's such an unusual combination because when you do usually get the speed, the length guy, he's going to be the 6'2", 6'3" guy that's running 4.5, 540, and he's not particularly very sudden, whereas this guy's got a little bit of that to his game despite being as big as he is. I'm encouraged at what we're hearing from Tariq, and we've all thought that maybe it was going to take him a year of kind of, a guy just been recently converted from wide receiver to cornerback. Maybe it will take him a year to get himself kind of figured out with that, but we'll see. We'll see. Furlack, what's up, man? Bash Gordon, how you guys doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Oh, and you're having the same problem over there. Okay. I don't know what's going on then. Yeah. I'll have to fix it probably offline, do some troubleshooting on the guys on the mic in the one ear. So if you are getting that in one ear, I'm sorry about that. We'll try a couple of things here. Let's see. Not sure. I'll have to check out what's going on. Should be going into both, but that's the kinks with the new mic. Got to work out some of the stuff with it. So we'll figure out. We'll get it figured out. 2-channel. Well, it's supposed to be on 2-channel outputs. I don't know. We'll figure it out. B-Russ says, damn, new mic sounding good, B. Well, thank you. At least it hopefully sounding good. Even if it's one ear, maybe it's good sounding one ear. But I agree. I like these mics considerably more than what my last one was. Puna is looking good in drills, Maverick. I agree. Looking strong. Looking explosive. Bash, watching our new defensive coordinator at the OTAs makes me feel pretty good about this defense. He seems like a really good coach, and he's got some good defensive schemes. He does. Yeah. I'll tell you, you can watch if you guys want to. There's Carl Scott's got some videos online you can kind of watch of him giving some presentations if you want to get a little bit of geekier and deeper into some of the stuff they do from a secondary standpoint. I was kind of watching some of it. It's very dry stuff, and it gets you. It's not action packed, but it could give you a lot of information into how they're running this scheme on the back end, and it's so much more advanced than what you used to do with spot drops and the cover 3 and everybody playing to their deep stuff. So. Mari Taylor says, what quarterbacks are you scouting for during the college football season for the 2023 draft? Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will Levis, KJ Jefferson, Van Dyke, Hayner, kid from Washington State. I'm missing one more name. There's always one guy I forget on this list. But those will be my main guys out the gate that I'll be taking a look at. And I've already looked at all of their tape. I've already looked at least a little bit. So, but they're the ones I'm going to be monitoring and tracking because obviously the final year just, matters that much more. It just does. I'll figure out this stupid issue with the thing here. Properties. I wonder why it's only playing in 1 year. That is so old. Motive says, best live Seahawks show on the net. Thank you, Motive. Very kind of you, my brother. Appreciate you. You says, keep the rubber side down on those smokies of your tail. Angela Stambarski says, any chance the Hawks trade for Jordan Love? I don't, Angela. You would have to wonder, there'd be first the issue of compensation. Do the Packers like what they have being offered here for him? Because nobody's going to offer probably more than a 4th or 5th round pick for a guy they just drafted in the first round not 2 years ago. I think that's one obstacle to trading him. And then you have the second obstacle being that they have, and they know they probably have a high likelihood that there's a chance, not a high likelihood, but there's a good chance a guy that's going to be almost 40 years old here, and Aaron Rodgers, could get injured. And you would like to have somebody on the bench that could come in and still keep the team adrift if there's a potential of him being able to come back from the injury / even still push through the rest of the year. So I think he's an insurance policy for them at this point. If Angela, he had been more of a position right now to where he'd gone on the field and balled out and somebody was willing to flip the Packers that first round pick for him at this point, they might be willing to do something like that, but no one's going to come anywhere close to that value. And so he's probably just kind of stuck there. Maverick says, Sean Desai is going to be a wizard. I think so, man. He's got some wizard tendencies to him, I'll tell you. Maverick says our best move in the offseason was hiring Desai and promoting Clint. It's definitely helpful. Those are two of the bigger moves. Desai certainly, from a coaching standpoint, got me a lot more, and I'm hopeful on Clint Hurt. I don't want to sound like I'm down on Clint Hurt, but I really loved bringing in Desai and knowing with his addition, you're bringing in the guy that's going to implement that cover 2 shell stuff along with Carl Scott and how that can change the secondary and the back end versus what it's been up until this point. TDSG says, I agree on the best live Seahawks shows. I've watched a lot of different channels and they all annoyed me. Couldn't watch them for long periods, but the 2Bs are solid guys and make solid content. Well, thank you so much. And I definitely agree. Brendan over there is killing it. He's always killing it. Even when he's sick, he's out there releasing videos. You can't put a good man down, as they say. But I appreciate it. That's high praise. There are some really good channels out there and guys that work really hard on their stuff. So, I want to always bring the goods if I can. It's good to know we are. You watch every video we make? Hell yeah, brother. Appreciate you. Motive says, "Where's Pumpkin?" Let's get her up here. She's pouting. You don't. Here. Oh, there we go. Come hang with me. Where you gotta be? Where you gotta be? TDSG says, I really hope they invest in DK and keep him around. I thought moving on from Russ was the right move, but DK needs to stay. I agree. I don't want to see this move of... I can find a quick fix for this mic thing real quick. Let's see here.
Hey guys.
All right, so I'm doing it in stereo format. I think I got to do it in a different format. Let's see if this works. All right, I'm going to try something, guys, on the audio front. This might break it. I'm doing it on stereo. All right, let's try 7.1. 7.1 surround sound. All right, I'm trying 7.1. Let's see if that, I think that's maybe the fix I need to implement. But let me know down in the comment if you're only getting it in one ear on the mic, on your microphone, if that gave you 2 ears now. I'm blasting in loud. Or if I sound super weird now that I made that change. Motive says, I want to keep DK as well. Also want to see Locke get his chance. If he's good, we win. If he's bad, we get a quarterback in next year's draft and we win. Please no trades for any other quarterback unless it's Minshew. Agreed. I'd like to just ride with what we got at this point at the quarterback position. I don't see any reason to have to move off of it at this point. So that would be my preference with it. I as well keep DK at this point. If you're going to trade him, you should have traded him already up until this point. You shouldn't be pressed into some kind of weird shock value because you from Schneider's standpoint, as he inferred a couple of months ago, man, the receiver market's really exploding. Yeah, it's exploding. Inflation's a bitch. Pay the price. Keep the guy. Don't need him to go. Let's go. Paul says rookies are magic beans. Homer fans see Pro Bowl beanstalks. Everyone else sees beans. It's true. It's true. There are times where rookies can't perform. I think that it's a little bit of a broad stroke to say rookies never come in and perform. And I think you go, well, higher drafted rookies can come in and perform. Are there positions that can come and perform versus other positions? Like asking a quarterback to come in and start, it's kind of tough. Asking a top 10 left tackle to come in and start, maybe a little bit easier. I think part of what might help the process with a little bit, Paul, is that it's not necessarily about how well these guys are going to play necessarily out the gate, which there's going to be some bumps in the road. It's more about the low level of play, the low bar that's been set that they have to get over the top of to even look just moderately better, which I think the bar has been down a little bit low in that respect. Yui says if the Seahawks aren't planning on paying DK, then they should have traded him before the draft. Maybe they're planning on having his price drop if his numbers drop this season. Yeah, maybe. I don't think that he's going to sit through a year and just be happy with it at that point. It would be odd for me to see them just, force him on the line on that one. Maybe. John Ruiz says, what if Sue was signed by the Seahawks? I would be very happy, John. I think Sue is definitely a guy at this point who's got to pick his spots when he's going to have impact on a game. And you can't ask him to play 50, 60, 70% of the snaps. But if you have him go out there and play 30 to 40% of the snaps, I think that he can still be a force. He showed this in the last game of the year in that playoff game where he was maybe the best defender for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the field that day. I don't expect prime Sue. I don't expect any Sue that's going to be the dominant player he was. But again, can he help this defensive line out? Yeah, he can help out this defensive line. TDSG says, I loved Russ, but I feel like he purposely kept us from winning his last 2 years here because he wanted out. I don't think he's lost any of his game. Just didn't care to win here anymore. It's possible. It gets hard to make that judgment because we're definitely trying to read into a guy's mind versus not really knowing what he's thinking, but we're just trying to kind of read the lay of the land. And I'm not saying that that's not a possibility of what happened. It is. I think that there's another thing that comes into effect here, in my opinion, when it concerns Russ, beyond him just mentally checking out, and that is the growth of his game. I've picked on a little bit of the parts of his game that are specifically old man skills that you'd expect quarterbacks 10 years in the league that are going to be future Hall of Famers to have developed into their skill set. Pre-snap mastery, throwing with great anticipation, destroying the blitz when they ever do it to you, understanding what you're seeing pre-snap versus post-snap. There was probably a good half a dozen items with Russ that he really needed to grow in his game as he was starting to lose some of his athleticism and speed, and he just didn't grow those games. He still could, much like these fixes I've talked about with Coach Carroll and Schneider. There's still a possibility here of you being able to solve it, but you have to, in Russ's case, much like with Carroll, you have to first decide that there's actually a problem or an issue here. And whenever you hear about Russell Wilson talking about his game, and anytime that people have said, what about you just always looking for the home run ball? What about not just, he'll say, well, yeah, I probably look to the home run ball a little bit too often, but I also make a lot of big plays. He always prefaces one thing with the other rather than just owning it. And again, if he doesn't own it, not going to solve it. YDY says Bo, Melton, and Walker were not injured. They just a tightening of the hammy, and they did not want to take a chance with him. Pete said it was rookies not in top shape. Oh, that makes sense then. Makes sense. Yeah. You're going to be careful with them in minicamp. Training, you want them ready by training camp this season. Washington Visquest with a $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Visquest. Good to see you in here, man. He says, glad Heaps is leaving. He's hard for me to listen to. Michael Bumpus could be a good replacement. Bump and Stacy. Positive team guy, but not annoying. Bumpus is good. I like him. Stacy's all right too. I'm good with both those two. So that's a good replacement. And I Jake Heaps seems like a real nice guy. I don't want to talk bad about him, but again, I did have times where I felt like he was serving as just a Russell Wilson mouthpiece. And I think if you're going to be an analyst, you can't come in and be an analyst with this is the thing that drives me crazy with Cowherd at sometimes. Cowherd's affected in the same way because Colin Cowherd's a guy that'll have background noises coming into him from agents and other players that he wants to have these relationships with, and he lets it color his perspective and his analysis. And I think that the same thing was true there with Heaps. And it did bother me a little bit because you know when somebody's not giving you all of the truth or they're giving you a manufactured truth. You know, and you can be right or wrong in this game, but don't BS people. And there's a little bit of, even if it's on a small degree, a little bit of BSing going on there when you're trying to sort of serve two masters at that point. Maverick Consulting Group says Steve Young's been brought in to mentor Trey Lance. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? Well, Young can probably walk him through some things. Certainly knows how to teach him some of the West Coast principles. We waved at Alex Tunchapam. Well, at least iridescence, I'm not going to have to learn that name. Matt Gordon says, hey, Brandon, I believe the San Francisco 49ers are going to go 0-17 and then be demoted to the same league that Johnny Manziel plays in. Well, if I get my way, that's what will happen. Go Hawks. I think they're going to be pretty good. Angela says, I saw an analyst last week project a 3-win season. Holy hell. I hope it's not going to be that bad. What are you thinking our record will end up? I think if everything just fit to form, Angela, and there wasn't anything that broke in our favor or broke against us in an extreme degree, I think you land at about 8 wins. You end up 8-9 is probably where the year finishes off of, in my opinion, when it's all said and done. I can't see 3 wins. I think 5 is probably your floor. We do have, after all, Angela, a last place schedule. You know, are we really thinking last place teams from last year are going to beat us? I mean, that's 3 wins right there off the top without even thinking. So, yeah, I do think we get to 8 wins. There could be a fluctuation, a couple wins up, a couple wins down, but you'll be somewhere around there. Yui says 49ers drafted the wrong quarterback. Should have drafted Fields. He'd definitely be the starter by now. Lance just hasn't played enough football to be ready for this. Solid point, man. Solid point. And maybe the Niners should have incorporated a little bit more of that into their thinking, in that they're bringing in a guy we're not in a developing of our roster. Our roster's developed. We need to bring in the guy that can come in and be closer to hitting the ground running than being as far away from it as Lance seemingly kind of is, at least by the reports of things. So very good point. Maverick says Pete sounded a bit pissed about the rookies' conditioning. Yeah, especially if you're understandable, Maverick. If he's talking about this in the frame of a Bo Melton or Derek Young, you know, you're not guaranteed a roster spot here, boys. You need to come in and be ready. You need to prove you're going to need to outshine a lot of other receivers that are more established on this roster. Not stars, just more established. And you don't get that done by making your first impression being out of shape. So Consumer got the mono on the audio. Let me see if the audio got fixed here. For those folks that are having issues in the audio, is it any better at this point? Let me know in the chat if it's coming in both. I tried to change to 7.1. And if not, I'll have it fixed by the next show for sure. I wasn't able, when I was playing it back, it wasn't coming through just one of my speakers. So I don't know why it's being weird. I don't know. But Consumer 114, I'll get it fixed. It's the new mic. So working out a few of these little kinks, a little kinky. Maverick is holding, says trust was lost after that point. KJ Wright on the Super Bowl loss. Yeah, I just don't get it. From the player standpoint, the Seahawks defenders that are still holding and carrying this cross, put the cross down, number one. Number two, open your mind up to other possibilities than it being the first blush thing that you thought it was when it first happened and that you continue to think it is now years later. I have made this argument multiple times because we have people coming into the chat constantly trolling, said, should have run, should have run, should have run. You know, there's so much more that went into that play. Maybe it was a bad play call, but again, at the heart of the play call was not, let's make Russell Wilson the star and Marshawn Lynch not. I just don't think that factored into it like that, in my opinion. Whitey White says, nice to see Pete finally as concerned with the X's and O's as much as he is about the Jimmies and Joes. Very true. Very true. Anderson says, was watching the 05-06 Super Bowl the other day, and it annoyed me that conceivably we should have 3 Super Bowl titles. We could if things had a couple things go in a different direction. I mean, you know, the 05 game, 06 game, Anderson, there was no chance. The officials weren't going to let us win that game. No way, no how. We would have had to have, I think, blown them out just despite the refs to make that happen. But you easily could have 3. You'd be sitting in that trophy case right now. Yeah, my left ear's loving this video. Let me see. Did we get it? Did it? Let me know, guys, in the chat. I did a bit of a change on the settings, so I'm seeing if that change might have pushed it into both ears at this point. But if it didn't, let me know, and I'll try something else. Doing a little bit of like live fixing here, which is probably not the smartest, but it should be working. Two channels, 24-bit. Yeah, it should be. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Nagazda says, I wonder why we don't see more lateral passes in normal plays. Hard to say on that. Probably a little, I mean, I don't know. It's a good question because I was going to say, well, you don't want to just have a quarterback step back and just throw it blind, but you know, they do a lot of that in the bubble screen game. You know, it'd be very easy to do just every bit of that and then just have him take a step back and run some other concepts down the field. Feels like trick plays are kind of getting wound out of the league a little bit. Like offenses just want to trust their normal stuff and not implement it as much as they once did. Just one for that side for you guys still? Okay. All 3 years good for me. Left side only. All right, we'll figure out what it is. I'm gonna have to look at some videos. It says it's got an easy fix here. Hold on one sec. Just a sec.
G'day guys, my name is Daniel, and the way I ended up fixing it the first time, which I don't recommend you do, you should actually change this if you've stereo so that people can hear. Click done on that. Let's go down to the mixer. The mixer is where we make sure you find your microphone. So my microphone is plugged into Motu analog 1 to 2, which is my, and that's fine too. Just make sure you find the right one. So click on, I'm going to click on down mix to mono, and that should fix your audio.
Okay, so I think I got this maybe figured out. We'll see. I know where to fix it, but I gotta find it. Oh, I gotta do a restart to do it anyway. So we'll have to fix it later. We'll get it. John Ruiz says the Browns could move. Trey Brown could move to the nickel with Kobe and Tariq playing on the inside, on the outside. I think they could if they want to also try to maybe get just the best, you know, the best guys on the field at once. That's the way to do it, right? Is you go, okay, we don't want to keep him off the field, even though we do like Kobe and we do like Sydney out there. Let's get him on the field. Is he better than what we got in the slot with the other guys? Yeah, maybe. Then roll with it. Sean Hines says all those Bronco fans are cheering until they lose players in 2 years after paying Russ $50 million a year next contract. Well, you already got them doing double looks, didn't you? They did sort of second looks back when they went, wait, what? Wait, hold on, wait, what? He wants to be paid how much? How much? Wait, how much did he say he wants to be paid? I think you saw a little bit of that right there out the gate, I thought, which was interesting. So yeah, I down mixed him. I don't want to down mix him. I don't know. Shouldn't fix this live. Not a good look doing this live. Do it live. James says, oh, yeah, you're on mono. I thought it was me. Yeah, it's me. I don't know what it is. All these videos have these fixes, and they always update their interfaces. So guys do these fixes, and you go, wait, what, huh? And it looks differently. So I'm going to have to double check it. Thought I had it all working, folks. I thought I had it all going. But it's the way it works sometimes, I guess. I don't know, it's weird. It's very weird. Angela says, thank you, sir. I appreciate your insight. I was a little more worried a trade might be workable if a certain wide receiver was included from Seattle. Yeah, I don't think so. I just think the timing of this would have happened earlier with the trading of DK if it was going to. I think you get less in return now by trading DK than you would have. And I don't think that the organization has shown so much foresight this year prior to this that, you know, I don't think they're going to run into it again. Mark Habercorn says, I found out yesterday that July 20th, I'm having a pacemaker put in, which will be surgery. Hashtag 12 overall marching forward. Go Hawks, like and sub for this hard-working man. Well, Mark, you're in my prayers, man. Do take care on that surgery. You know, get your sleep, get your rest, do everything the doctor tells you to do. Take care of yourself. I hope you're okay on it. That's some scary stuff there, my man. So thank you for mentioning hitting the like, but you do take care of yourself over there. Sean says, are the Seahawks going to be able to afford to keep Brooks and Taylor in the long run? Brooks and Taylor in the long run. Yes. Yeah, Sean, they're sitting on the second most amount of cap space moving into next offseason as we stand right now. A lot of the big contracts they have on this roster being at Tyler Lockett, Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs. Most of those contracts you can start to get out from under within a year from now, and you can get fully basically out from under with very little pain within 2 years if you really want to stretch it to that. At that time period, we're talking about having to pay Brooks or Taylor. So yeah, you're going to have the money. You got the money to do it. You're not spending it on anything else. You don't have 45, 50 million going to your quarterback. That should then allow you at that point to pull that off, in my opinion. Try and down mixed audio, so we'll see if this setting fixes it. I don't think it will, but we're going to try to see if it fixes it. Trying a couple things here. Hang in there, Mark. Goodness, that's scary. Coolbury says, I've been preoccupied with the NBA playoffs, so I haven't been able to tune in much lately, but I hope you're doing well, Brando. Miss you. Yeah, miss you too. Cool. It's good to see you in the chat. Tell Orange Cat hi. Megan as well. I will. She's sleeping, but she's happy. Anything to say to anybody? No? Okay. We won't push it then. Jaeger Rodel, what's up, man? How you doing, Jaeger? John says, all those Bronco fans are... Why do I? Now 26 women claiming Watson is a sexual predator. No way that guy plays this year, and they burnt their bridge with Baker already. I think they're going to just probably try to force their way back with Baker. Be like, look, you're stuck in this house. We've locked all the doors, locked all the windows. You ain't getting out. You can bitch and moan as much. You can kick and scream. No one's going to hear you. No one's going to hear you, Baker. Scream away, my man. You're staying in Cleveland. It sucks for Baker. He's getting a bit of the raw deal on that, but there may be no way around it for him. Ryan Ball says, same here, hi guys, in both ears when he pushed something, but his voice just left ear. Gosh, weird. I wonder what I did that got it into the one voice thing. I did another little change. We'll see if that worked. That's got it, Rick? I got it? Wow. See, You guys don't know this about me, but I'm kind of a big deal in the IT world. Yeah. I was so randomly lucky. That's the equivalent of me slapping the side of the machine to get it to work. That's what that is right there. Megan, what's up? Good to see Megan in the chat. Hello, Miss Gak Raja, my lady from Denanda. Chase Stern's been a member for 4 months of the Hawks Nest. Thank you for being that member, Chase. He says, can't wait to see how our rebuild looks when it's over. Oh, it's going to be nice because you've set up a good foundation. You can't build your castle on sand, can you? And indeed not. Seahawks have used this new age concrete that's going to last for 300 years. Earthquake preventative. Can't knock it over, can't break it apart. You can hide down there if there's a tornado. But because you built the foundation correctly and right and true, it's that much more of the opportunity to get the success out of this and have it have no glaring holes, no Achilles heel to the rebuild at that point. It will be exciting to see what they do. The future is looking very, very bright. YDY says DK had a near career-ending injury in college. I don't think there's any chance he would be okay with playing on a 1-year contract this year. Agreed. I think that's part of the reason why he is pushing this is you get me paid. Something could happen with my neck next year. There's no way I see Seattle in this situation forcing him on the last year of his rookie deal. They would trade him if it really got down to that point, I think. Even if it wasn't them getting maximum returns back and kind of a bad look. I still think that's how they would roll it. Mr. Grubb 90 says, I like Jake. I was watching the show when he made the announcement this morning. I sent a tweet wishing him well and actually responded back to me. Very nice guy. He does. I have nothing against him as a guy. It seems like a really, really nice guy with it. It's just that one little part of the bone that I would pick with him on, just trying to serve those two. You got to serve the viewers, the audience. You can't serve what you're doing in your interest in theirs. You're going to land in that realm at times when you're giving an opinion where you're obviously, protecting Russ when he shouldn't be protected, or hesitating to throw shade when shade needs to be tossed. Sean Nine says, I would like to see G. Scott with Stacy. They call the show Stacy and the G Spot. Stacy and the G Spot. Oh, Sean, you're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. Consumer, just pay DK. The cap's going up and you need to keep good players, and that's the hold up. TDSG says, super chat at $2 and says, no impersonations tonight? I'm going to get my impersonations in, TJ. I'll work it in. I'll work it in slowly but surely. Need some time. The cast. You get that. We'll get that somehow. Today, we'll do some impressions a little bit of time. Thanks for the donation. I'll slip a few in. I'm warming the voice up here, so we'll get a couple of them in for sure, man. I always get a couple of impressions in. Seattle Seahawks are fixing long-held issues that have precluded them from expanding upon their optimistic Super Bowl run of 2013 and 14. Sometimes those notifications are weird, Megan. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I don't know what it is. Consumer 114 says, just pay DK. Cap is going up and you need to keep good players. What's the holdup? I don't know what the holdup could be. Is DK asking for $30 million right now? Is this a matter of Seattle saying, well, we don't want to pay 27, but we'll pay 25? Just pay 27. Pay the price. Get him under contract. Like you say, he's a great player. He's going to be a great player going forward. This deal should be done. Or again, if you didn't want to do the deal, then you should have already made your bed with this earlier in the offseason. Angela says, thank God I am not a fair weather fan, but it gets hard to watch a team get the S kicked out of them week after week. I never blame when people say they got to check out because they can't watch anymore. I say, I can't blame you. We all have a very finite amount of free time to do what we want to do. And if you happen to choose to not want to have to watch a bad team play bad football, this is part of what's made it hard for years at times to not watch Mariner games because it's just such bad baseball you're watching. It's like, you got to make this watchable. So I could get that. And it could be that case. I'm going to be here no matter what, Angela. So come win, lose, or draw, I will be here week after week. But This is the scary potential that faces you when you are looking at a little bit of a rebuilding season. It could go off the rails, so to speak. Megan says, so looking forward to the Cardinals game week 6 with you, B. So damn excited. Been looking at seats, few options. Oh, wow. Are they going hot, Megan? That's interesting to hear. I would have thought this year there would have been a little bit more of an opening on that side of things. But I am too. I'm stoked. It's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a good time too. So it hasn't gotten fully super cold at that point. Still be decent out. Rob says, Hawks waived defensive end Alex Chengham. I'm not going to learn his name because I don't have to anymore. Roster spot opens. Big trade coming. Moda says, oh my God, that game versus Pitt, worst officiating I've ever seen. Totally screwed us. It's not an overstatement, Motive. It's literally the worst officiated football game in NFL history. I have never in my life heard of an official who so poorly officiated a game, he came back the next year and apologized to the coach. But the officials from that game did so. I still maintain there's a part of me that feels like that game was kind of fixed. I've never seen a game in watching the NFL in my years that was anywhere near how bad that was. Maverick says it sounded like KJ meant someone changed the call. I wonder if it was Russ. I wasn't listening as closely as I should have been, Maverick, but I didn't get I wasn't getting that vibe. I was getting more of that same vibe of they wanted Russ to be the star, so they made this call in there, but if that was the case and that did occur, that certainly would lend more credence to what the defensive players have talked about in that situation, and that it was being manipulated, manufactured to put Russ on the pedestal at that point. But I didn't quite get that from what he was saying. Jeffrey Ta says, I saw that Richard Sherman got hired by Thursday Night Football with 495 tackles, 37 interceptions, 5 Pro Bowls, and 5 All-Pros. Do you think he makes the Hall of Fame or the Ring of Honor? Richard might be able to make the Hall of Fame almost for the opposite reasons why at times Marshawn Lynch might get held out, because he was so affable with the media and he's become a media member. And I know, I think that can definitely help him out. He's right on the line as far as Hall of Famer / he really hasn't quite done enough. It's a great resume. Don't get me wrong. But if you want to put it in perspective, his 37 interceptions puts him at like 112th all time in NFL history. It's pretty deep and far into that list, and there's quite a few guys up ahead of him on that list who are not in the Hall of Fame. Ring of Honor is another tough one. He was here for kind of a short period of time to be putting him in the Ring of Honor, albeit a very dominant time. But Jeffrey, at the end of the day, I think I've got to say I don't think he can get into either one. He probably has quite frankly, more of a chance to get in the Hall of Fame, because at least he's got that one All-Pro season then with San Francisco after he left, and a little bit more time. But no, I think he falls a little short. Washington Fistquest has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 8 long months. Thank you for being so, Washington Fistquest. He says, Owusu, over under 7 sacks this year. Career high is 5. I'll go over 7 sacks. I think he's going to get a lot of snaps out there. And when you look at pressure rate, sacks, Washington Fistquest are something that can fluctuate. But pressure rate is indicative of really getting back to the quarterback, beating your man. And his pressure rate and his number of pressures last year was so high and so good, you would just expect by the regression to the mean that if I usually get that amount of pressures like he did last year, that's usually going to turn out to more of a 9-10 sack type season as opposed to the 5 only that he got. So yeah, I think for that reason, it will be vaulted a little bit more up this year because sacks are a little bit more they're just more randomized a little bit. John Ruiz, but thank you for your membership, Washington Fistquest. I appreciate you. John Ruiz says, I saw someone on another channel predicting 3-14 for Seattle. I don't think Locke or even Geno is that bad. 9-8 wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me either. It's part of the case I make with these last 4 or 5 live stream shows I've done for the channel. It's the case that I'm making. Here is how we can actually be decent. Here is how we can be competitive. I'm not saying elite. I'm not saying here's how we're vying for the first round bye. I'm saying here's Mike fixed, DPing in both ears. Yes, got it, nailed it. Awesome, love to hear that. But yeah, I don't see the 3-14. Again, you're playing on a last place schedule. You've got easily 3 to 4 opponents on your schedule that you should run through with this roster, even with Locke or Geno on the roster. A lot like that Jaguar game from last year. You've got that on the roster set up to do that right now. So I see more than the 3 wins in that. Maybe it's 6, maybe it's 7, maybe it's 8, but certainly it's more than 3. And I wouldn't be surprised, John, if defense comes together, if the offensive scheme becomes more multiple, attacking in more varied ways, if the running game can be dominant, well, yeah, I can easily see them pushing up a couple more wins there. William says, I had both channels, but they seemed weak. I'll keep messing with it offline. We'll figure it out. Iridescence, how many interceptions do you think Quandre will get this year? Is he ready to go really by week 1, I guess, is my question on that. Is he truly a good to go? And if he goes week 1, then I'd say he probably gets you 4 or 5 interceptions. So I'll go with if he plays from the jump. Let's go with he'll be doing some more box stuff. I'm going to go 4 interceptions because he's going to be doing some more box safety duties this year at times, rather than just being the pure deep center guy. So he'll get maybe less interceptions, but it won't because he's necessarily playing worse. It's just he's being put in different positions. U2K says Sherman probably makes both the Ring of Honor and Hall of Fame. His play plus his mouth has given him a huge presence in people's minds. Certainly, definitely the loud nature of him is certainly going to help him, to your point on that, in getting in there. Cali Tangerine, what's up? Good to see you. Randall says, thank you, Randall, for the $2 donations. Appreciate you on that. And I'm glad to hear that's going good now. Day Nestada says the SM7B is not a stereo mic. Maybe run it in mono. Yeah, I had it in... I can mood change it, but I've got to restart the Streamlabs to change it to the other thing. And you're right, that's Dane. It's probably going to be the fix for this. But I got to restart the Streamlabs to make it roll. And that'd kill the stream. Real One says, well, the left channel sounds beautiful. Well, at least we got one channel at a time here. We'll get the second one by next week. Why do I says poor Trey Brown, a patella tendon is a tough injury to come back from for a defensive back. Hopefully he can come back and be just as good. That is one of those ones that can rob guys, isn't it? We saw that, I believe, with Jimmy Graham, where he didn't have the same kind of explosion post the patella. So it's a good point. Can't happen that way. U2K says, I definitely see a 3-14 as a real possibility, but 7-10 is also possible if things fall right. Never know what will happen because of injuries throughout the NFL. Yeah, there's some variance here. Angela says, you're awesome. Well, you're awesome, Angela, for watching. I appreciate you. Thank you. TDSG says, yes, it's insane how many quality players you can sign for less than what Russ makes, and he still wants more. Crazy. Some players are motivated by that. I don't normally blame football players for going for every last dollar and dime they can get because it's a shortened career. I do have a little bit of a different mindset in how I look at quarterbacks doing it, especially as now we're in the age where every quarterback is just getting every last dime of money, and many of them on the roster they're on are making double that the next player on the roster, which is just ridiculous to me. Rick Ozzie says, even one side, it's still the Bex Talks YouTube channel. Thank you, Rick. We'll get that to 2 by the next one. I'm going to definitely get it fixed. William says, both channels now? All right. Hell yeah. I'm back. Back in both ears. Megan says Baker is in talks with the Panthers and close to signing. Is Laser is signing his Laster Heart. I heart B. I hope we could see if it happens. Is that what we're hearing? Is the Panthers? Baker needs to go to the Panthers. He does need to go to the Panthers, but again, the Panthers signed Matt Corral, or didn't sign, but they drafted Matt Corral, and they still have Darnold on the roster. Obviously, they probably try to get rid of Darnold if they brought him in, but do they feel like Baker's going to really upgrade that thing? I mean, maybe they do. I can see the Panthers saying that him is an upgrade. That makes a lot of sense there. You're right there, Megan. Why do I says I laugh at people saying you can't spend that much money on wide receiver without a good quarterback for him? Laughing out loud. The reason we can pay a wide receiver that much money is precisely because we don't have a quarterback to pay. It's a great point, man. It's a great point. And again, we get back to helping out a quarterback who maybe doesn't, you're on this balance sheet of I've got a star quarterback who can get by with less. What if I've got a lesser quarterback who I need now to get by on him? So it's just sort of reverses the teeter-totter of how you're pushing the talent out. And you would think for guys that are maybe marginal starting quarterbacks in this league, like maybe Gino or Drew would be, having that talent on the outside like a DK, along with the rest of the talent you put on this team, can help them maybe get a step ahead. Maybe it allows them to outperform their station of talent in life. Why do Weiss's Rappaport and Schefter are saying a Carolina trade for Baker might be imminent? Yes, we dodged the Baker bullet, folks. We dodged the Baker bullet. That puts a big smile on my face. Thank God. I'm so happy. I was so worried they're going to just try to bring him in for the hell of it, and I don't think he was really truly that much of a upgrade over what we got. And I also just don't like what Baker brings into the locker room myself. But I know all his teammates love him. I know somebody's going to say in the chat, all of his teammates love him. He's raised on a pedestal. They think he's amazing. We're good with this. I'm good with this one. I wish Baker the best in Carolina. Good at Cleveland, too, not to hold him over the barrel and be like, look, we know you did you dirty, but you are under contract. I mean, we don't have a quarterback now. You are, all right, Bake. The real one says, you sound amazing. I love to hear that. I hope so. I love this. I did a lot of research on this mic, and this was the one that really just came out ahead for me on looking at it. I said, man, this is the one here. I'm glad to hear it. Bash Gordon says, we're going to have a good season. The omens are in the air. The other day I went to the thrift shop, and all the things to find there, believe it or not, I found a Brian Bosworth jersey. I bought it. Go Hawks. Oh, hell yeah. I couldn't have put my money down fast enough if I found that jersey in a thrift shop. Hell yeah. Yeah, Mark, you take care, man. You'll be in my prayers and thoughts, brother. So, no short steps. Don't get that sleep, get that rest. Take care of yourself. Don't rush yourself back too fast. Maverick says, wouldn't it be hilarious if Drew Lock won MVP this season? It'd be amazing. If he's MVP, what is our record at that point? 14-3? Think about it. Like, oof. Joe Mann's Stone Cold movie was fun. Yeah, it was fun. It's a guilty B-movie pleasure. He wasn't bad in it. Never quite took for him in Hollywood, though. Megan says, B, I'm tearing my hair out by people saying that Russ is the Seahawks GOAT and not Steve Largent. Could you ask Mr. Cassell how he feels about this? Absolutely. What do you think about this, Howard? Well, I'll tell you, Megan Jack Roger. It is absolutely a slap in the face to the greatest wide receiver in NFL history. It is superfluous with calling Elvis Presley the peasant of rock. You must be trapped inside of your own imbecility to think such a thing. I have never heard in my life a worse take from a fan. The thought process that a man who did not want to be here, who did not want to show up for his team, could be hailed as the greatest Seahawk of all time is laughable. Maverick says, yes, walking. And Watkins got some thoughts on this too. I'll tell you, I don't understand. So many people can't understand. Agent Steve Best Seahawk ever. Now you like Walter. Now you like Cortez. Let me tell you now, the guy you want, who you need. Telling you, Steve Largent, watch his highlights. Check his resume. It's good. Lots of stats, touchdowns, catches, hands, glue. He's good. Washington Visquest says, I think Jake is good guy, but beyond the Russell stuff, I don't feel like he improved as a radio personality after his first year. His cadence and faux outrage is why he's not my cup of tea. It's understandable. It's understandable, you know, and it's the part I think you always got to try to be doing with this. I know I'm always trying to be cognizant of it, is you always want to see if you can, where can I improve? How can I get better? Whether it be a microphone or whether it be something you're doing in your presentation on this stuff, you know. It was a little dry for me too. A little just, you know, monotone at times, you know, dun, 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 dun. But, yeah. See how it goes down. Callie Tangerine says, but does B do a Kermit the Frog impression? Yeah, man. I don't know, guys. Do what you mean. No, that sounds more like Pee-wee. I can do a bad Kermit the Frog impression. Why do I? This is the most wide open season I can remember in a while. 3 wins, 8 wins, having no expectations is freeing. For 1 year only, I expected 2013, 2024. Agreed. I'm in the same place. Why do I? I don't have a lot of expectations coming into this year. I'm just going to enjoy the process and enjoy what I see. And if they happen to surprise me and they're good, great. I think though, as I led with the show, when you start to solve long-standing problems and issues as it concerns your football team, you start taking quicker steps to getting that rebuild flipped around that much faster, in my opinion. And I do indeed think they are going to flip this around very fast because of that. I think easily by this next year, we're going to be competing even with a rookie quarterback. I think they'll have put together quite a roster around that quarterback to allow him to really soar. It may take you till 2024 to really, truly be a team that can be elite and compete with the upper echelon. But boy, that would be a fast turnaround from, you know, where we landed at the start of this offseason and what we were kind of facing. Dane Estapa. How you doing, Dane? Dane says, I love how Sherman was so salty about playing on Thursdays, then gets hired by the Thursday night football crew. Yeah, for sure, Dane. I mean, literally his Achilles injury happened, I think, on a Thursday night football game. So, you know, but yeah, it's what they say, Dane, right? Money talks and BS walks. And that Amazon money, as we're going to very soon see as it impacts the salary cap to a great degree in the next year or two, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of coin. Maverick says, listen again. It sounds like the call was changed. That's why they broke their trust. Ooh, okay. I will. I'll definitely give it another listen, Maverick, because I had it in kind of the background, you know, like I do. So, but I'll check it out again for sure. There's definitely some tidbits I wanted to cut out of there anyway for any videos I might be doing in the future. He had some good tidbits. U2K says, Sherman loves the sound of his own voice too much to be that quiet, but he should do well enough. Yeah, I think he's going to do just fine for himself in his post-football career. That is for sure. Callie Tangerine says, wait a minute. B is wearing a color other than blue. Oh, I know. I really went wild on this one. I went from blue to black. I was feeling dangerous today. I had the new mic and I was like, okay, we're going big time now. Just wait. Next week, it's going to be all pastels and salmon colors and a little bit of pink. Oh yeah. Oh, it's going to be that. You better believe it. Herbicide says salary cap is going up. It's only going to sting for a couple of years. We don't have no awesome quarterbacks we have to pay. Chances are we draft a quarterback next year, so we don't have any big bills coming for at least 4 years. Our cap situation is the best right now in the division by far, and one of the best in football moving forward. You're certainly eating a lot of your dead money this year from the releasing of Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner and Carlos Dunlap and Benson Mayowa. There's a lot of dead money on the books, more than you would like. But the upshot of all that dead money in the books is that you clear it off so that when you get into next year, you have almost no dead money and certainly no dead money going forward. As I was speaking about prior to, even the big deals that you've given out recently on this roster, from Disley to Diggs to Jamal Adams even. You get into the place very quickly here. If those players aren't performing, you're going to be able to get out from under those deals very soon. And I think, as you said, Herbicide, the salary cap is only going to go through the roof at this point, which just should open the door that much wider and that much quicker to us being able to walk through it, that door of being an elite team once more, especially with the teams doing things in the background that's smart. Megan says, B, best place to get the blue and white 12s flag in Seattle? There's Seahawks shops, Megan, all over the place. So I would imagine that we would be able to get one. There's definitely going to be one in Seahawks shop, I would say. If not that, then in the actual physical store in the stadium would have it, I would guess. William says the sound was weak, but not now. Okay, good. Good to hear. Probably had to go through its change or something, I guess, in the background. But hey, all right, we got it fixed. Is that my evil twin or what, Kelly? Well, I do have a twin. That'll be the great unveiling of this channel at some point, as you'll all learn this was all done by two different people. He's going to show up in my next video, actually. I'm putting together. Why do I says giving up the most yards in NFL 2021, but still was top 10 in points given up. P can coach, an improved D and running game can keep Seattle in games. Just need a quarterback that can manage the O. That's it. And you're right. That was one of the places that they showed out really well. And people can call that random. You know, they can say that that's like the point differential to say that, oh, you gave up all the yards, but you didn't give up actually that many points commensurate with the amount of yards that you gave up. But in actuality, there's a purposeful approach to how they did that last year. We don't all agree with it. We don't like the bend but don't break defense. But within the details of this scheme as it was even run prior, this defense was always still really good down near the red zone. That was always a part of Coach Carroll's defenses, one that I would reckon to guess will continue on through. But that was a place that they were always good at. It's a defense built to keep you to field goals, keep you out of the end zone. That stuff was purposeful. And there are attributes of the things that I mentioned that have been lessons learned, but there are also things that are lessons they don't have to learn. Coach Carroll doesn't have to learn the lesson of how do I motivate my players to play every Sunday and get them up every Sunday. He's absolutely destroyed 10 a.m. start times. Even last year when you had this team with injuries across the board and Russ's finger hanging on by a twig leaf, and all the things kind of going wrong, he still had them up and playing hard every single game and finishing the year strong despite the fact they were finishing in the cellar. We can't forget there are still a lot of things there that are good in Pete Carroll's bag. It hasn't just always all been bad at times, even recently. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, so what do you think about Jimmy G as an option? Dude wins games. Well, here's the thing I don't understand, and Jimmy G talk is definitely ramped up this past week across the board as far as what about this possibility? So I know you're mentioning it, Randall. I've seen it too. I don't understand the Jimmy G fascination. I a little bit, I guess I do. You are moving to more of this type of offense that does theoretically fit his play style. But first off, division foes are not going to trade within their division to another team that they're trying to beat out, especially for us in a team in Seattle that would be helped by Garoppolo coming, unless Shanahan's just so out on Garoppolo, Randall, that he's like, let me offload him to Seattle and then he'll mess up their season. But even there's no evidence for him actually believing that, because if he really thought that was the case, he would have been running with Lance in the playoffs last year. So I don't buy into him doing even from that standpoint. I can't think, though, that they wouldn't just end up moving Garoppolo to some other team outside the conference or even in the conference, just outside the division. I don't see how that would work for them. The only way he'd come to Seattle, Randall, would be if they outright released him. Would they outright release him? Well, let's see. Baker Mayfield goes to Carolina now. And I mean, what if Cleveland went to San Francisco and they said, give us Garoppolo as our fill-in here for Watson being out? You know, that takes Seattle right off the board. All it would take, Randall, would be one team willing to come in and make that trade. I just can't see it happening. Some team would be willing to trade for Garoppolo. They don't want to do it to us. I don't see him being released. I can't see it being here. Would he be a fit from a standpoint of his skill set? Kind of, because he does throw short and inside and really well. That's the big part of his game, is throwing between the numbers. That's a big part of this offense. Is he going to be that much better than what you have from Geno Smith or Drew Lock, though? I don't know that he would be. Maybe in certain ways, maybe not in others. So I'm not a big Jimmy Garoppolo guy, though, Randall. I think you've got to, as a starting quarterback, be able to push the ball outside the numbers, outside the hash marks. There's going to come times in games where I need you to throw the 30, 40-yard ball in a line and put it right there. And he just can't. I don't think he's capable of making those kind of throws, not consistently. Randall also has another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for all the donos. He says, something I just thought about. If Amazon broadcast games, could Bezos own a team? Conflict of interests? Double dip? Ooh. It's a good question. We've never been down this road before that I can think of in respect of having something, the owner of ABC also owning the Bengals or something. So this has never happened before, and I don't have a good answer on that, on how that would bear out for Bezos. Because you're right, that would be a bit of a conflict of interest at that point. Maybe they would look past it because he would have no, control over the scheduling of the games and that type of thing, just because he's the owner. But it is a little bit of a gray area, Randall. I know that they have other rules built in place where you can't do this or you can't do that if you're going to be an owner of a football team. Like, for instance, you can't own another team in the same market as your team. So they've got some of those weird little rules in there. Wouldn't be surprised me in the least if they had something like that in there too. But I think they would find a way around it. If they get Bezos money injected in the NFL, I think the NFL would be happy, just like they were with Allen, to bring an owner in like that. Thank you for all the donos, Randall, though. Very kind of you, brother. V Tiger has celebrated 10 long months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for doing that, V Tiger. Appreciate all of your support. He says the defensive coaching staff alone should have everyone overhyped with optimism. Go Hawks. I'm trying over here, V Tiger. I'm making my sales pitch. I'm building this brick by brick by brick. There's a lot of room for skepticism coming on the heels of being in the cellar this past year. No doubt about it. I understand completely the people's standpoint who say we're going to be, we're going to win 3 games and we're going to be miserable as a team and our quarterback situation is atrocious. But I am trying to make a bit of an argument here that there are elements here of good, of optimism, of if this comes together with this, which comes together with this, which there's decent reason to believe that is the case. The returns from instantaneously moving from a late 1980s defense to a now modernized defense, especially on the back end. Say nothing of now getting the second-year returns from a first-year offensive coordinator where you usually have to wait for those second-year returns from those guys on any given team. I think there is a lot of room for optimism here. I do. Go Hawks, though, V-Tiger. Thank you for all your support, my guy. Bash Gordon says, did you see Quandary Diggs' press conference? Based off that, I think he's going to have like 15 interceptions. He's Doug Baldwin mad, and I love it. He definitely gets a lot of shade, and he reacts to it. The PFF people are particularly hard on him, no doubt about that. And love to see that drive. We need him as the leader on that defense on top of being a playmaker on that back end. We all know that Jamal Adams, even in his best of days, has a little bit of stone hands to his game. So we need the guys in the back end that can pick it off like Quandary can. And he's had as much a nose for the ball as any free safety in the sport going back the last 2.5 years since his arrival in Seattle. And I do think that if he can get on the field and be what he was last year, be around where his health was, he certainly is a guy when he gets on the field, he's going to produce in that range of things. I think he's also, though, going to be put, because of this cover 2 shell, where you're asking free safeties to do strong safety stuff and strong safeties to do free safety stuff, you're not going to see him as much in that center field position, which will remove probably some of the opportunities for interceptions a little bit. Doesn't mean he's not covering great at that point, just not as much in the position to pick it off. John Ruiz, I agree. I think the taunting calls were ridiculous this past year. It's a part of football. This is a testosterone-filled sport of men trying to overcome the will of another man. And you can go, taunting shouldn't have a place. It's going to have a place. And I kind of don't, I get there. Well, what about the kids? What's it teaching the kids? I get all that. But some of they've gone a little too hard on the taunting stuff, where it's like a guy standing up over another guy flexing now is this horrible thing. Come on. These are big boys, you know. They're breaking each other's bones and tearing their skin, and we're going to get our all up in a flutter about a guy flexing on another guy. Maverick Consulting Group says Pumpkin is all partied out. Typical ginger. I know, she is, huh? Look at her. She's just like barely moves. She whines if I touch her. She's tired. She's actually pouting right now because I let her out on the deck, but when I'm doing the live stream, I can't keep the door open, so she's a little annoyed with me. You okay? Good girl. Jets gang, which one you Seahawks fans think y'all won the Adams trade? I don't think there's any of us at this point, Jets gang, that would present that argument. I think also, though, a big part of the reason that there's two real reasons the trade's not worked out for us. It's not a good trade in retrospect, but there's two reasons it's not worked out as well for us. Certainly Jamal's health, which was unforeseeable going in the direction that it's gone, but then we've not utilized him right either, Jets gang. And I think that we're going to start taking steps this year to utilize him correctly. Don't be surprised if he starts putting up those same kind of seasons he did with the New York Jets when they start to put him back into the same kind of role he played with you guys. Yui says, if your front office knows how to draft, you can pay everyone. Just ask the Rams. True. Good drafting opens the doors to quite a bit of things. Herbicide says it was a tie, Jets King. Bass Gordon says, laughing out loud, oh, that's what's happening. I'm at work at the moment listening, and I kept turning off the wireless because I thought they were broken. I was like, why is it only playing on one side? Well, hopefully it's good to go now. It sounds like I got it fixed, but I'll double check it after the stream, make sure. Megan says, you want to see taunting? Watch the Ka Mate Haka done by the All Blacks. Not taunting as such, but effing scary. Yeah, see, that's a lot more scary than stand up and flexing on a guy, right, Megan? They make those faces. They do that stuff. Jets gang, I think the Seahawks getting Jimmy G and that's smart, though, may take you out of the top 5 pick for a quarterback. Yeah, I don't think you know how this goes, Jets. Nobody trades within division. Certainly not quarterbacks within division. Alexander Wheeler says we just waived Alex Chacham. I pronounce that differently every single time. So I think we are opening up a roster spot for somebody. Possibly a trade coming. Maybe Alexander. It is possible. You've got you freed up some money for Shelby Harris about a week ago, a little over a week ago. I thought that was being done for a DK Metcalf contract extension, but perhaps it's maybe for bringing in actually another person on the roster. Eric Gilbertson says, I appreciate the channel. Hoping Desai is the real deal. Me too, Eric. He certainly is impressive to hear talk. You know, I liked he was giving the Seattle media too crap for like, you guys need to read up my bio. I've been asked these questions a million times. Yeah, you guys do some research. Jeremy Bum says, I want no part of Jimmy G. Yeah, I want exactly the same no part of Jimmy G that I wanted of Baker Mayfield. I just don't. Neither of those two guys for me does anything. That does not move the needle for me at all. And if it's just a marginal improvement, what's the purpose? You know, what's it really matter? Jets Gang says you get to see how good Saleh can coach when we blow Seahawks out this year. I think you gotta tap the brakes on the talk until you're actually good, Jets Gang. You can beat your chest on winning the trade, but I'm gonna pull your e-brake on the somehow you guys are gonna be so great next year. You got a lot to prove. Wilson's got a lot to prove, and we're gonna absolutely hammer you next year. You guys aren't gonna know what hit you. Saul is gonna be thinking he's going up the old Carroll defense, and then he hits the new Carroll defense. And then he's trying to rush the passer, and we're just running the ball. We're just slitting your wide 9 technique just to shards, just slipping it, just cutting it, slicing it like a butcher knife through curtains. We're taking your wide 9 to the freaking to the tool shed. Just So Jets Gang, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to deal with that. But your scheme's just not built for how we attack. It's built to be exposed by how we attack. You want teams that throw the ball. You want teams like that Patriot team, right? Spread concepts and all that. You don't want no part of this downhill rushing attack. No. But, I love your optimism, man. Keep it. I know with Jets fans, that usually lasts till about week 3. So, Bash Gordon, hey, so when do we do 2Bs? Brandon and Brendan can, when do the 2Bs, Brandon and Brendan, can we, here at the Hawks Nest, go left side, then Brandon followers go strong side, left side, strong side? There you go. We'll be back up and running, it sounds like, probably next week. Brendan's been under a little bit of the weather, but we'll be getting back up next week. That's funny, though. John Wees, the only way Seattle goes 3-14 is if Locke gets injured and Geno plays way worse than he did last season and the Seahawks defense tanks. Well said, John. Well said. Jets Gang says Jimmy's better than Locke. Are we really sure of that, Jets Gang? I mean, do we really know that? Has Jimmy maybe been in a lot better situation than Locke was from the offensive standpoint, having a guy like Shanahan to work with and having the parts and pieces he had offensively to work with, specifically a much better offensive line than I think Locke's been able to deal with? I mean, he may be marginally, but he's not significantly so. Motive says we need to dodge one more. Oh, sorry. Megan says the 3 bullets we dodged, Baker, Deshaun, Matt Corral, has me grinning broadly and brings me back into the Pete and John I trust. It certainly gets me stepping closer into that direction in all 3 accounts too, Megan. And man, not having to go with Corral. That was one that was like, thank God. I was really worried about that one. But it's as much of the decisions that you make this offseason, it's about what you didn't do as much about what you did do. You let this draft just come to you. You didn't move up and down and all around like you have in the past for the sake of moving. You let it come to you. You took the best player available on the board. You just played it smart. And much like while all the pundits and all the people nationally were saying Seattle had to take a quarterback, that was the necessary choice. That's the necessary pick here. You said, no, we don't like these quarterbacks. We're going to wait on it. You're applying the smart approach. And like I said at the top of this show, Megan, the more you're applying a smarter approach in the way you roster build and how you put your scheme together, how you everything from competition on down, the more you can apply a smarter application, the quicker that we can get this rebuild turned around. Callie Tangerine says, I thought Drew was slightly better than Geno. I think we got to still see, Callie. I think it's going to be a competition. Geno does have a year head start being in this scheme, in this situation, having played with these players, thrown to these receivers. So that's going to give him a little bit of an early lead. But this probably doesn't get settled until we get to preseason and see these guys with live fire. Bash Gordon says people make like it's a strange thing to have a $100 million receiver and no quarterback. Laughing out loud. I mean, can you remember who was throwing passes to Megatron? Well, yeah, a bunch of different guys from Kitten on down, I believe, until they finally got to Stafford. But yeah, it's some, it's not the worst. Again, it's not. I guess it's the way you look at it. You can look at it like, well, we got this $100 million receiver, but we don't have the great quarterback to pair him with. Or you can look at it like, until we can get that great quarterback, we got this great receiver to not only help out whoever's our stopgap, but also then accelerate, hopefully, whoever the new quarterback is who takes over. Having a guy like DK on the outside and the double teams that he commands can only make it easier on a young quarterback, can only make his pre-snap reads easier, you would think. Maverick says, we know what we have with Geno, low ceiling. I'm excited for Drew Lock to light it up. Me too. I just want the best man to win, Maverick. That's my stat situation on just let whoever the best one is, whoever wins it out in camp and training camp and all that, nothing of who makes the most or anything else, but who is truly the best player through the whole process, let him go. Herbicide says, easily the Seahawks GOAT. He's in contention. Derek Stinger, is it me or is Jordan Brooks a dark horse for Defensive Player of the Year? It's going to be very hard for him to do that, Derek. I do think his coverage issues that were on display last year and badly. I mean, he might have been, there was an argument to be made, Derek, that he was the worst coverage linebacker in all of football last year. Linebackers do not give up 900 yards receiving. And if you're going to be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate from the middle linebacker position, you're going to need to be a monster in tackles, blitzing, and in coverage. You're going to have to put all three together in order to get that vote, because it's just a hard position to win anyway, even if you are really, really dominant. And I think Jordan Brooks is always, to a degree, going to struggle in zone coverage. I think he's actually pretty good in man coverage, but even in man coverage, he doesn't have like kind of the prerequisite modern height, length that you'd like at the position necessarily. So when he gets matched up against a 6'4", 6'5" tight end, there's going to be times that guy's going to be able to out jump him and high point the ball, and there's just not a lot he's going to be able to do about it. But he is better in man coverage. He still does struggle in zone, Derek. The struggles in zone go back to him in college. You saw it on the college tape. So is it something that can be improved upon? Yeah. But is it really far away from being in that point to be considering him in contention to be a guy that could be an outside candidate? Depends on player of the year wise. It is for me. It's a little bit out there. Maybe he's an amazing blitzer, but the coverage stuff is going to, I think, kind of continue with him. John Ruiz says the Raiders may sign Cap as a backup. God bless them. We'll see. I've seen a lot of teams flirt with Cap. There's a lot of flirtation, not a lot of putting pen to paper. Linebacker says if you can do, or linebacker 58 says if you could do Jordan Peterson, you're halfway to Kermit the Frog. Yeah, but then you got to incorporate a little bit of Canadian accent in there too. I don't know. I've got a good. I don't know. I've got a. That's a tough one because of the Canadian accent. You're trying to do two combinations at once, kind of thing. Got some Easley love in here. All right. YDY says Knicks the Baker trade rumors. The Baker for Sam trade is now considered very unlikely. Wow, that turned quick. Close to consummation and now very unlikely in the span of about 20 minutes. Anderson says, pick one former Seahawk to bring back in their prime to start for this current team. I'm going Cortez Kennedy. Anderson, I'm thinking of an outside the box one for you. Because the key to your question is current team. And while bringing back Cortez Kennedy makes some sense, the thing you got to remember with that, Anderson, is that we're going to more 3-4 looks. We're going to still do some 4-3 stuff, but now you're going to ask Cortez Kennedy to be a zero-tech defensive tackle or a 3-4 defensive end, which is going to limit his effectiveness as a pass rusher. I've got an outside the box name for you on this one. Well, I'm gonna piss the chat off of this one. So which quarterback would I bring back to the former team? Which former Seahawk player? I'm still thinking of this in my brain. So probably Hutchinson. It would be Hutchinson, Anderson for the left guard position for me, because then I can move Damian Lewis back to right guard, and now I'm going to have a pretty good dominant offensive line, I think, at that point. But if not Hutchinson, I might actually bring back Hasselbeck. In prime Hasselbeck, if I can get prime Wilson, but if I got Wilson now versus getting prime Hasselbeck, Hasselbeck ran the West Coast offense throughout his career. He knows what he would need to do in this offense, and you give him those players on the outside this team has, along with the tight ends. That might be kind of interesting. I know that's going to probably piss a lot of people off in the chat. I'm not saying Hasselbeck was amazing, but we're talking about for this year, for this team, with the offense you're running, I wouldn't be bringing, I don't think Cam or Earl are going to make that big of a difference on this particular team. I don't know if Sherman would in his prime on this particular team. I go through it by position. I'm like, maybe it's a little crazy. Crazy like a box. V-Tiger super chatted $10. No comment on that one, V-Tiger. Just supporting the channel, brother. Thank you for doing so. You're very kind for doing so. And I'm glad you're overhyped. Stay overhyped, V-Tiger. That's exactly the condition and shape I'm trying to drive you into. That is what I'm trying to bring up here, is we should be in somewhat of a frenzy for this future. Maybe not immediate future. Maybe not. We don't know what's going to happen this year. It could go a variety of different ways. But the process has gotten better. Our team is getting smarter. We're sitting on less depressed bad assets, less dead money as we move into the future. And that should free things up considerably. Jeremy Bohm, Boz was better than he gets credit for. He had a decent rookie season. It was a shoulder injury that robbed him of a career that might have been pretty damn good. Well said, Jeremy, and I agree with that. He was pretty good. There's a few plays out there you can find on YouTube with him flashing, where even in the 80s, he's popping off the tape for what the other guys are doing around him from kind of just a speed, physicality when he arrives with bad intentions, that type of thing. But certainly it did seem like he was just physically broken down after that first season and just couldn't paste himself back together again, so to speak. But he was a phenomenal talent out at Oklahoma. And I think I read his autobiography way back in the day when I was younger. Remember, like the opening of the autobiography is he's like picking out a chunk of skin out of his hand and just acknowledging how much he loves the game in this moment. Like, Jesus, okay. So he was definitely cut from a certain type of cloth, that Boz was. But I think Jeremy too, it's that Bo Jackson play that really gets people, where he's getting ran over by Bo, so that makes it cemented in his mind that he must not have been good because of that play. John says, can we bring back both Tez and Largent? Oof, what a combo that'd be to have back at the same time. Why do I says one former Seahawk back on the team now? For me, it's always Big Walt. Even when you got Cross, though, why do I? You wouldn't go for a weaker position versus having that a little more solidified now? Bash Gordon says, Brian Bosworth got a bad rap because he acted the way he did in those days. He was not liked, whereas if he acted like that now, he would be a megastar because the talent was more than there. Yeah, it was at a time when a lot of people thought people should be more quiet on the celebrating on the field wasn't big and the hairstyle and stuff. And look, he made it work for him even at that time, Bash. I mean, he had a variety of commercials and he was able to push it into a movie acting career. So, props to him. He played the game right in a time when no one else was playing the game like that. But that definitely did influence people in the way that they're looking at it. Josh Rose says the SM7B is working great. Oh, I love to hear it, Josh. Love to hear it. We got it fixed on the fly. So it's good. It's good. Cali Tangerine says B, pastels are for spring. So maybe some summer colors instead. All right. It's really leaving me outside my comfort zone here, Callie, Blacks and blues, very, very much, mean potatoes with my outfits, but I'm going to try. We'll maybe get some yellows going forward. Megan says, B, no pastels while I'm there. Well, that's fall. That's dark colors time. So Chris Peck says, how would they fix their usage of timeout problem? Chris, sadly, that's a problem that's going to continue. Coach Carroll gets hormonal when it comes to his timeouts. I don't know why. It started a few years ago, and it's never quite gotten fully corrected. So he still has these random moments where he'll just call a timeout for no particular reason. I'll give Carroll a credit for a lot of fixing of problems in the last year and getting things on the right approach. He is still very strange when it comes to his usage of tight ends. Callie says B should wear the OG Seahawks colors. I should. I need to get some OG Seahawks shirts. I was looking for that the other day. John Wee says Sherm was damn good in his prime. He was. And I don't want to take anything away from him. He did have it, but he is that. They say with the Hall of Famers, you need a decade of dominance. Not necessarily a decade of 10 All-Pros, right? But a decade of dominance, somewhere around there. He's a little more closer to a half a decade of dominance. I think that does shorten him just a little bit from the Hall of Fame spot. Bash says, thanks for the Super Bowl, Russell Wilson, but you're not on the level of Steve Largent, Ken Easley, or Cortez Kennedy, or Cam Chancellor, or Marshawn Lynch at this point. You're just not menu left. You're just not like the menu left. Going hard. Love it. He says the Adams trade was horrible in any perspective. We overpaid. He underperformed. We utilized him poorly. It was one of the worst trades in NFL in years. A fire sale, a fireable offense. Agreed. It's been and worse the longer we've gotten from it too. Cali Tangerine says, realistically though, how would the 12s react to Jimmy G as a Seahawk? I would feel weird seeing him as a Hawk. It feels strange to me too. I think people would be, I don't think people would be one way or another about it, quite honestly. I think they just kind of shrug. He's not a guy that's necessarily tore us apart or that we look at and go, oh, you think Jimmy G, you think San Francisco. So I think it'd be fine. People will be okay with it. Happy Lamb says Seahawks will be much better than last season. Foundation is already a right start. Well said, Happy Lamb. And yeah, I agree. I think there's a very good chance you can be better than you were last year. There's going to just be more of a firmer commitment to their whole approach, both offensive and defensively, and especially in their approach defensively to do things that are the right kind of moves you need to make in this modern NFL, especially to deal with some of the ways that you've been attacked in your cover 3 scheme as of recent. So I agree that and they've done a good job in putting the foundation down. This was going to be a rebuild. You're going to have to get things moved around. Like I said, you're sitting on $44 million of dead money this year. It was going to take a little bit of time, but they've done really a good job at every turn of doing things smartly, where it's very hard to pick them apart, be it their draft, be it how they've set the stage for the cap moving forward, be it avoiding drafting a quarterback just because it's quote unquote a need. You got to laud them for that. Eric Lamar says Seattle can effing play. Yes, they can. Well said, Eric. Maverick, Stafford is a mediocre and he won a Super Bowl. We have improved in the offseason. I'm hopeful. Me too. I do think Stafford's probably a little bit better than mediocre. But I do think that he had a lot to work with there in that Rams offense too, didn't he? And that's just goes to my argument, Maverick, being that if you set the stage up around the quarterback, it's less of you then having to lean on that quarterback to be the difference maker on the field like we did with Russ recently, and more now it all being about the team itself. He says, yes, we're sure Jimmy is better than Locke. Locke couldn't beat out Teddy Two Gloves for a position battle. The team desperately wanted him to win. And if he can't beat out Geno, just good point on Teddy Two Gloves. Can't argue with that he wasn't able to beat him out. It did seem like he got a little bit in the doghouse of Vic Fangio for whatever reason, whether that was warranted or valid or not. And if Jimmy is better than them, I don't know if it's significantly better, Huey. He may be, but it's by a very small margin. I mean, Jimmy in those playoff games was rough to watch. Rough. Ryan Ball says Drew Lock started the last 3 games last year and went 45 of 71, 63 completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, and 2 rushing touchdowns. That's not great, but definitely not bad. Yeah, I think that I'm not as certain on the Drew Lock assessment as some are and saying they know what he is and that he's bad and he did do this. Now, I'm not as sure. He might be that, but I think that there's still a little bit of the jury is out on Ryan Ball. You know, they still, Drew Lock, not Ryan Ball, but Drew Lock. I think they're still in deliberations. I think we got to get a couple days of good jury deliberations. We need, let's get him into the season. Let's have a look with him in a new environment, get fake Fangio off his back, and let's see what this kid can do. But I am hopeful. UE2K says Brooks has a chance to lead the league in tackles, but that's about it. Yeah, it's probably true. Bash, the Haka is the scariest war cry ever. They stick their tongues out and open their eyes big, and the words they're saying translate to, I am fearless, I am fearsome, and I will consume you. Well, and if back in the old days, those old warriors literally would do the consuming, if I remember correctly on those stories of it. So they weren't just saying that just by happenstance. But yeah, it's pretty freaky. You got them all in unison doing it, especially when all the guys are in it. It doesn't work when you get like them all doing it, but then you got 3 in the group that their hearts are obviously not into it. So they're just like, they stand out like a sore thumb when they do that. But if you get them all into it, yeah, it's pretty tight. Herbicide says Brooks is playing in his preferred spot. He's going to go off this year. Love it. Whitey Wise says the coaches talked very highly of how well the OTs looked, and especially the rookies. I can see both starting day 1 and having a good season. Can't wait for camp to start. So much speed on this team. Well said, man. Agreed. And it's good to hear that we're hearing some great reports from these rookies, be it the secondary guys with Woolen and Bryan or the tackles. And as I've said, I think Abraham Lucas beats Curhan out by day 1. Same thing with Charles Cross and Stone Forsythe. I think that they're just that good and they're that ready to get going. They don't need the time in the oven to bake. Eric Lamar's got Walter Jones as his guy to bring back. Okay. I mean, it's a good choice. I can't argue with it. AJ Johnson says we'll only win 4 to 5 games this year. We are trash. I don't know that we are trash. We may not be good, but when I think of trash, I think of those organizations that are going to be the worst of the worst. You played one of the toughest schedules in all of football last year. One of the toughest schedules in all of football. You still came out of it with 7 wins. You played the majority of the year with either your starting quarterback broken or out, and you still got to 7 wins on the end of that tough schedule. I don't think we're at a point where we're trash. I reserve trash for those teams that are the lowest of the lowest, the worst of the worst. And I think we could come up with at least, in my opinion, 5 to 6 teams, be it a Texans team. I think we're even more talented right now than Carolina is, than the Giants are. I mean, those are teams that I don't even know if I put Carolina trash, but I definitely put Giants into the trash state of things where they are. A few more teams I would put us there. We may not be good, but I don't know. Trash seems a little bit overstatement maybe. Joe Mann says Hasselbeck was a very good quarterback. He was. And I think if you brought him back into this offense with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett on the outside, the tight ends that we have on this team, I think Matt would fit very well within that. Maverick Consulting Group says DK is going to own Sauce in the Jets game. I love it. He's going to show that rookie what's up. Oh, you're a big corner, huh? You're a big corner, huh? I'm going to show you what I do with big corners. Fly artist, we can't hear you. Daniel W says, you guys heard it here first. Per Brandon's words, Matt Hasselbeck is coming out of retirement to lead this team. Well, would you guys, if you heard that tomorrow, you're like, Matt Hasselbeck's coming out, you'd be like, well, wow, he's old, but you would feel a little bit better than the Geno lock, wouldn't you? Probably not right. Those guys are way better than Matt is where he's right at, but it does say probably where we think of Geno and Drew that we'd be like, well, maybe Matt with this team, you never know. Badge Gordon says, Kamate, kakao means as I cry to the sky, I pull the power of my ancestors and put it in my body. Upon me, I will consume you. That's what Haka stands for. Scary stuff. Yeah, Tangerine B starting rumors. I am. I'm trying to see my effect here, the Hawks Nest effect on the world. I win if by the end of the night, Matt Hasselbeck has to respond on Twitter. What the hell? I'm not coming back. No. Herbicide says, you guys ever see Brandon Browner's block 3 cards on a kick return? You guys must YouTube it. One of the best efforts by a Seahawks player ever. Yeah, it's worth checking out if you get a chance. Brandon Browner, it's on I believe a punt return. Maybe it's a kick return. I thought it was a punt return. And Brandon Browner decleats 3 guys on one play. It's pretty amazing to watch, but awesome. I mean, he literally decleats 3 different guys, just puts them on the ground. Browner was a dog. Badge Gordon says, all right. Well, let's go Matt Hasselbeck, baby. We're going to take it down to the end of the end zone, and we're going to score this time. There we go. Redemption. Redemption for Matt. Redemption song. Redemption song. Eric Lamar, prime Doug Baldwin. He'd give us the best wide receiver core in the league. Tyler is in his prime, and DK is the 3rd best receiver on that team. Scary. It's not a bad choice. I like it, Eric. I like it, man. You're right. You also got it. Then you push Eskridge down a little bit. You got a real deep receiving core there. I mean, that could have the effect there. I ain't kicking Doug off the team. Yarrick V says Walter Jones is just too good to pass on. I can understand that argument. If he was the guy that you picked to say we got to add him, if I could take any Seahawks player. But again, dude, it's just it would hurt adding it when you just got Cross and knowing there's other positions like left guard or maybe center or as Eric says, another wide receiver. I can get it, though. Herbicide says, I miss Dougie B. Why did he retire? He retired because of injuries. He had a lot of stuff that was stacking up. He had quite a few surgeries. He had made his money at that point. I think that he looked at the situation and went, I'm good. I've won a Super Bowl. I've been to a couple Super Bowls. I've performed. When your body starts breaking down and you're going through those surgeries, it's a part of the game we don't talk a lot about, the being in pain a lot and constantly having to deal with that and constantly fighting through the injuries as you have to wait to the end of the offseason to get the surgery. It can take a lot out of you, I think, and it can wear you down if you have to deal with more of it than your average player, as it seems like with Doug, he kind of had to. Bash Gordon says, Jets game, you guys lost, bro. Sorry, Jamal Adams will be the next great Seahawks defensive back, just like Kenny Easley, Cam Chancellor, and Richard Sherman. Get that Jets fan, folks. Get him. Eric says, Dougie didn't like the rigging. He's a genuine good person. He is. I agree. Megan says, hormonal? Really, B? I've just heard it referenced that way by a variety of people in regards to Carroll and his timeout usage. I can't say it's the truth, but it does seem a little hormonal. Yeah. When it's 2 minutes into the first quarter and you're calling a timeout and you got that confused look on your face like you didn't call the timeout and you don't know why you just did it, then I have to apply it to something. Bash says, I love Brandon also. I just hope he warms me before I run into another one of his naked hot tub podcasts. Yeah, he drops those surprise hot tub streams, doesn't he, Bash? I promise you're never going to get me in a hot tub stream. U2K says, we're starting Geno at QB and 2 rookie OTs. It's definitely a rebuild. It is what it is. It is what it is to a degree. But again, OTs, the fact that you have rookie offensive tackles does not mean rookie offensive tackles perform badly. Did Rashawn Slater perform badly last year as a rookie left tackle for the Chargers? No, he performed pretty damn good. Did Creed Humphrey last year as a second round center perform pretty well for the Chiefs? Oh yeah, he was the best center in all of football last year. You can sell me ooey on the Geno Smith aspect of things, but this is a little bit of what I hear from some people on that. Well, they're 2 rookie offensive tackles, so that means that they must not be good next year. Not necessarily. There is a track record of even rookie tackles coming in and being good. There's a track record of them being bad too, but it's not that everyone you get and you bring in is bad in their rookie year, and that just goes without saying. If you invest in the value in them and you pick them relatively high, then there is a chance that they can come in and be good right out the jump. I'm not saying dominate, but being good. And that's going to help this team out considerably next year if they are that. Jimmy Hawk, says Eric Lamar. Jimmy instead of Jimmy G. D Nuggets says 7,509. We're getting almost 8,000 subs. D Nuggets says, good job, Brandon. Thanks, D Nugget. Yeah, we are on the road to 8,000 subs. So if you are not subbed, please do get subbed. You would be helping me out considerably. My goal is to get us up to, if we can, it's maybe a little aggressive. We're going to try to get, if we can, to 8,000 by the start of training camp, which will put us on the road to 10,000 for the year. So if you're not already subscribed to the channel, please do get subscribed to the channel. I'd like to get into that 10,000 point by the end of the year. It'd be a good round number to get to the end on, to finish this off right. Devin Martzall with a $5 donation. Devin, I'm 30 minutes late on acknowledging this, so I'm very sorry for that. He says, hey, B, I'm hoping Drew gets the start. I'll be bummed if he doesn't. This could be an amazing story. Yeah, being a homer, but man, that would be a fun ride. Hey, sports are sometimes about the great stories, about the redemption stories, about the guy that's been told that he's not going to be anything and can never be anything, and then he suddenly becomes something. We all love those type of stories. I think Drew's going to have a chance to start at some point this year, Devin. I think him being right now behind Geno a little bit in the competition has as much to do with the fact that Geno has the head start on him in this scheme, has been with these players, as it is that Geno's just looking so much better. But I think we got to give him some time, let him develop through, let this get to training camp, and we'll see how it plays out. As I say with him, Devin, I'd love to see Locke in there, but if Geno just has been killing it this offseason and he's in the best shape of his life and he's ready to finally take the reins and go, let the best man win as far as where I go. But I think when it all is said and done, Drew at some point is going to start this season. He's going to get his opportunity, and hopefully there's a sense of urgency there with him when he does. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, my guy. Says, how many of our first-year guys make first or second team all-rookie? Go over under on 4.5. Well, I definitely think that you've got 2 guys with the tackles starting out the gate that's going to put you in a position to do that well. So we're going to go with 2 right out the jump. Obviously, the lazy answer would be to say Kenneth Walker, being he's a running back, but I don't think Kenneth Walker is going to come in there and be able to get the amount of carries to put him up into that contention. I think Rashad Penny's still going to be taking a lot of the carries from him. So it'll be limited in that realm of things. I do think Kobe Bryant's got a chance to come in and be good right off the jump. But I think you're at like 3, Randall, to make the all-rookie team. Your 2 tackles and probably Kobe are your 3 to make it. So I will go under 4.5 on that. I'm kind of bearish as far as the all-rookie teams. But again, I think Walker will be good, Randall. It's just that he's not going to have that. You'll have to have that start every game kind of production. There'll be some running back who runs for well over 1,000 yards as a rookie that'll beat him out. But doesn't mean he wouldn't have been effective. Just we didn't have the need to run him that much in the first year. And the same thing you could apply Randall to Mafe. Because Mafe is going to be a rotational rusher. He's not starting in there versus another pass rusher like George Karlaftis, who will be brought in, I think, to Kansas City. He's going to be starting from the jump. He's going to be getting all those pass rush reps. He's just going to be able to outpace him by the number of reps and snaps he's getting versus what Mafe is going to get. So again, it's not an indicator that those guys aren't potentially going to be good even out the box. They just won't have the opportunities. Thank you, Devin Randall, for your donations to the channel, though. Very kind of you folks. I appreciate you guys. Devin, you're, I think, also one of my patrons. Eric Lamar, you heard my call to the wild. I said, man, if you're not subscribed, get subscribed. Eric said, I hear you, man. I feel you, man. And he got himself subscribed. Thank you for doing so, Eric. We are on that pathway here to 8,000. We're going to get there before this training camp starts. We're going to get there. Bash says, whether Jimmy is better than Drew or not doesn't matter. Drew is 25 years old, deserves a second shot. Jimmy is way too old and damaged, and the 49ers deserve another shot. Go Seahawks. And the 49ers never deserve another shot. That's right, Bash. They never do. And I think you make a good point on that. That's a good way of framing it. Jimmy is also expensive versus Drew, who is relatively inexpensive. That's probably another part that we should factor in here. Jimmy carries one hell of a final year on his deal if you're bringing him in via trade. And if he's released, he's still probably going to want to be paid $5-6 million. Megan says, Jimmy G as a Hawk will have me burning my 12s, flags, and membership card and the large jersey of power. No way in hell I would be happy if that happened. I wouldn't be happy with it either. I won't go full burning of jersey mode, Megan, but I would definitely be like, really, we're going to do this? Really? Linebacker 3R54 says, we swept the 49ers for what is it, 3 years now? Nah, I'm good on Jimmy G being anywhere but here. Yeah, he's had a hard time against the Seahawks defense. I think there's been one game he's gotten us on. Other than that, we've really been in his grill and given him problems. And he's just, every time I watch him, I'm unimpressed. He never steps into any throw. Everything when he throws, he wants to always get his shoulders wide to you like I am into the camera, where normally, you have the quarterback's shoulders turned like this. He likes to open it up like this on his throws, which then just robs him of velocity on his ability to throw the football. And he's already a guy that has a little bit of a below average arm, in my opinion, from an arm strength standpoint. So it just further erodes what is already a deficit to his game. And you also add in the other part of it too, being that, he's a little bit of an injury prone guy. He gets beat up quite a bit. D Nuggets says, at this point, I'm just chill. Whatever happens, I'm going to enjoy this season and team. It's nice not having all these expectations. It is kind of nice. Just letting it all play out, right? Don't know what's going to happen. Don't know where this is going to go. Could be good, could be bad, but it's going to be fun and wild because there is an anticipation. I don't know what could happen. Anything could happen. Eric Lamar says, Baker, no. Jimmy G, yes. I'm a no on that for me both, Eric, but there are some people that would like, I guess. There are a few people who like Jimmy. Porsche Guy says, bro, you're highly knowledgeable about the team, and as a Hawks fan all my life, your channel has an authenticity is greatly appreciated. Well, thank you so much, Porsche Guy. That is very high praise to put out there. I know there's there's a lot of content, a lot of different stuff out there. I try as I can to do my research and make sure I know what I'm talking about when I speak to you guys so I can be knowledgeable about it. And what I'm saying is the truth and on point with it. That's really at the head of this channel. That's where I'm always aspiring for is, as I say, you can see it in my breakdown for how I describe the channel on YouTube here, which is trying to distill down all this information, get it down to a bottom level point of what you need to really pay attention to and what's going on truly. And hopefully being able to land there consistently is the goal. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know if I always hit it, but that's definitely what I'm seeking out. But very, very much appreciated, Porsche guy. That's very kind of you to say. Eric Gilbertson says, Seahawks in his prime, or how about Dan Dornick at fullback, third down beast? I ain't going to say no to Dr. Dan, Eric. I ain't going to say no to Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan was the man. Dr. Dan. I thought he ran more. I thought they had him at full on at tailback at times, didn't they? I feel like I remember seeing some of his highlights running out of tailback. You bring up a good point, though. What about John L. Williams? Seahawks you bring back. Bring up a guy like that. Too bad our offense right now doesn't have any fullback. Like literally our offense doesn't incorporate any fullback looks right now. Eric Lamar says prime Dwight Freeney. We did have Dwight Freeney for a couple games, didn't we? Eric's also got prime Tukawafu. Tukawafu's on the coaching staff. Do you know that, Eric? He's got such a distinctive face. I remember seeing him on Sunday, like, oh, wow, Tukawafu's coaching. Sean Proper, so many against Baker. The potential insurance commercials at Lumen could be fantastic. Have an insurance commercial with him at Lumen, and it's like chop zone. Seattleites are trying to take over the stadium, and he's like, no, this is my stadium. You can't come in here. This is what we do here in Seattle, Baker. No, it's not. It's my stadium. Eric Lamar's got prime B-Wags. He'd be all right. I mean, again, it's a little bit like the Charles Cross thing where you do have Jordan Brooks there at this point. Probably pretty close to what Bobby's better in coverage in his prime than Brooks, but. Callie Tangerine says, but Jimmy G would be popular with the ladies. There would be a little bit more maybe of the female contingent in the stadium with Jimmy G. You might have a few more ladies in the stadium. Bash Gordon, Cortez Kennedy, although Megan's not in on Jimmy, which I'm kind of surprised. Megan usually pretty thirsty with some of that talk. Is the well runs dry with Jimmy G, huh, Megan? Not on the same point there. Bash Gordon, Cortez Kennedy is my all-time favorite Seahawk. Same rank with Steve Largent and Kenny Easley, but I got to say, my new GOATs are Cam Chancellor, Marshawn Lynch, and Richard Sherman for us and Cliff. All good names, man. All good players. Megan says, Matt Hasselbeck was the first Hawk I ever loved after Steve. It's a good player for us. Really had a great NFL career, long NFL career. I'd be happy to see Matt live as much as I am on the lock train. Toot toot. Matt was fun to watch live. He's a good player. Especially when he's really rolling there for a period there where the offense was really cooking. Prime Jerry Rice. Now you're playing fast and now you're playing fast and loose with the rules, Eric. Prime John Randall. Yeah. Bash, the one prime player I would bring back to fit with this team on offense, I'm going with Steve Hutchinson on defense. I'm going with Tez on defense, or going with Hutchinson on offense and Tez on defense. Hutchinson's my guy on offense. If I was to pick defensively, but again, Bash, those people that are saying Tez, we're going to be a 3-4 look next year. You got to fit it within the realm of the scheme you're running. Are you going to ask Tez to be a zero tech? I don't think he'd be as good in that role. He was a real purified 3 tech to me. I don't think he'd be good in the zero tech. Why do I says Pete called Woolen Brandon Browner, but fast. Shiver gives me chills. He's looked good. He's looked really smooth and athletic and everything we thought we were going to see from him from that standpoint in some of the tape that we've watched. But the coaching staff has been pretty effusive of praise for a guy that everybody was telling us is a project, is a guy that's going to take quite a bit of time to get on the football field. Doesn't seem like he's going to take as much of that time to get on the field based on some of the things we're hearing from not only Pete, but Desai and even Carl Scott. He definitely has a long way to go. He's definitely got to get him. I'm not expecting him to be starting day one, but wouldn't be surprised to see him up in on the field at certain points next year and finding his way onto the field if he can really ramp up like it seems he's trying to do. Herbicide says DK is going to do that stiff arm punch thing he does on Sauce. It's going to be a fun battle. Empower Code. It's been a minute, man. As he says, it's been a minute since I hopped into the Hawks Nest stream. How you doing, Brandon? I'm doing amazing in Power Code. Got ourselves a new microphone rolling here on the stream today. Just unveiled it. But getting through this offseason, we're only about a month out here from training camp. I'm just getting more and more and more hyped up with every day as we get a little bit closer. And I'm actually a little bit higher on this team than I think most are. I actually feel a little bit better about this team than most seem to do. So love and life in Power Code. Channel's been going great. But it's always good to see you on in here. NoFX. Yo, not sure why this popped up on my 49er feed, but you all are going to be horrible this year. Lance will surprise you all. We won't miss Jimmy G's 19 to 27 and 190 yards and 1 touchdown, 1 interception game average. Fair enough, NoFX. And as I said, I do see you as a team that's going to be in that second place in the division, just behind the Rams. It is going to push a lot onto Lance, man. And there's a lot of untested, and for a team that feels like it's a Super Bowl contending team to be relying on a young player like that who was as rough coming in and did have to hone out a lot of edges to his game. Wouldn't be surprising, I guess, for me, NoFX, if Lance were to take 2 years to finally get to being a good player. I still like him a lot as a player. I do. And I do like his upside way more than what you get from Jimmy G. But it wouldn't surprise me if Lance needed that 1 extra year. That he was that kind of raw coming in. He had that whole year he didn't play basically in college. And he was a young player coming out of the draft. But we'll see, man. That's the fun part of this is we got to play the games. You guys also, by the way, NoFX, get to have a top 5 toughest strength of schedule that you're dealing with versus us, which is more middle of the road. So I think that's also going to factor into this a bit, but it's going to be I hope you're in here when we shock the world. I hope you're back in this stream. How about YouTube? How about YouTube playing with fire, posting me on 49er fan recommendations? That's playing with fire right there. What are you doing, YouTube? What are we doing? Why do I says DK is a monster blocker? Defensive backs don't like what he brings. No, they don't want any part of it. And understandable. You're giving up 50 pounds to this guy, 5 inches. I wouldn't want to have to be dealing with that as well and try to get off of him and make a tackle in the running game. Yeah, how about no? How about no? Ricardo Edmondson, who was a better return man, Percy Harvin or Golden Tate? Percy Harvin was a better return man. Though if I remembered this, didn't Percy just do kick returns? I don't think he did punt returns. And I think with Golden Tate, he really only did punt returns. So that's the one part of that makes that a hard question to answer, Ricardo, is I think they didn't do what the other did. But Harvin was still more impactful as a return man. He's probably one of the top 10 most impactful kickoff return men in the last 20 years in football, if not top 5. So quite significantly better in that respect. Bash Gordon says, let's be real about this. There has never been, not now, then, nor now, nor will there ever be, a better collegiate linebacker than Brian Bosworth. He was the best linebacker I've ever seen in college. That's tough. Boy, that's tough. I'm trying to think if there's one that I'm trying to think if there was one that stood out to me that is in that same realm. Let me think about that, Bash. I mean, you might make a good point on that. I mean, the guy was in Heisman Trophy contention, right, at Oklahoma. So he certainly has a good argument to be made that he was maybe that. But I'm trying to think of, I feel like there was a linebacker that's flashed in college that I was just like, and then was still a good pro too. But I can't think of anybody off the top of my head to your point on that. I mean, Ray Lewis was a really good linebacker in college, but he really became like Ray Lewis by the time he came to when he became a Raven and developed. Is there a college linebacker that's been better? God, that's a good question. I feel like there has, Bash, but I don't have an answer on that one. Interesting. Kelly Tangerine says, interesting how I never get 49er live suggestions. Quite odd. Eric Lamar, if we could have any all-time great, Brett Favre would be the choice. Seattle would be a playoff contending team with Favre this year, big time. Seattle versus Buffalo Super Bowl. Ooh, that'd be a fun Super Bowl. I love it, Eric. I love it, man. Favre throwing to DK Metcalf and Lockett. Ooh, that'd be fun. Favre could be the only quarterback out there to overthrow DK, right? On a deep route. Like DK can run under anybody's ball. He might be the only guy to overthrow him. But that'd be fun. I'd be a guy that at the very least, it'd be entertaining with Brett. And he knows the West Coast offense too, so it'd be a fit from that respect. Chronos 1009 says, don't know how I missed the start, but I made it. What are we talking about today? Well, the main crux of what we've been posting on, or at least what I started out the channel with today on this Chronos, was just addressing how our Seahawks have, in the short span of really about a year, addressed a lot of long-standing issues that have plagued this team. Issues that, as I said at the start, weren't issues that necessarily stopped you from being a winning football team. You still had Russell Magic. You still had a strange way to kind of get through certain games, just muddling it through at times. But those issues were there nonetheless. And they have finally started. I break it down at the top of the show, Chronos, but there's a good 14, 15 issues that they have addressed in this year, and they've looked to try to rectify and fix. And it's part of what gives me optimism, not just for the long-term future and waiting through this rebuild, but even into next year. I think the returns of moving to a cover 2 shell defense bring immediate returns. I think building more of an offensive line with the tackle talent that you have will bring immediate returns. Stacking the running back up, depth up with not just bodies behind your frontline guy, but actually really good talent behind the frontline guy as well, will bring returns. I look at that all in totality and say that this should be a benefit to us ultimately. And does that equate out with where the quarterback situation is? And then this year where you're eating dead money to wins and losses? Maybe not in this upcoming year. But it will in the foreseeable future, if not this year, in my opinion. And that is something to be encouraged about for the future of this team. So it's me mainly trying to throw a little bit of positivity around today on this particular show. Eric says, I think Drew is the number one person to pull for, but Geno is better. Geno is better. He's definitely could be. As I say, Eric, I'm not on either of them. I'm kind of pulling for both. I sort of just say, let the best man win, in my opinion. That's all I want to see. And I think if we do that, we're going to get decent quarterback play, sort of middle of the road type quarterback play. I don't think it's going to be league worst level quarterback play, whoever goes in there, like maybe some pundits think. Bash says, right now we're talking about what form of, oh, sorry, you were speaking to him. Eric Lamar says, hopefully Favre comes out of retirement. He can still play. I bet he can still throw. You know, it's Eric, a lot of those older quarterbacks say, it's not that I can't throw. I still got the arm. It's that my body can't sustain the punishment it once did. And certainly with Brett, he was starting to get broken up pretty good by the end. Pretty good. Yui says, I'm not saying the rookies will be bad. I'm saying if an NFL team is in a position to start 2 rookie offensive tackles and it's not because of injury and has Geno at quarterback, that team is definitely rebuilding. Well, I agree with you there. I mean, from the standpoint, this is a rebuild season. So I'm not disagreeing with you there. And as you said, Yui, it is what it is. There's no doubt about that. But also for me, and I guess maybe we're just talking about 2 different things. From my standpoint, two rookie tackles come in and they can play good for you, play better than average for you. That's going to help your team. That's going to help Geno out. And that could help you out in the win column as well, vis-a-vis. But yeah, if you're usually in this situation, the going rule of thumb would be that you're going to be a team not necessarily ready to fully compete out there. It's true. Kronos says, is this because of the news that Sherman is going into the analyst commentator role? No, we're just doing a show today. I was doing a show just do a show really, but no, not silly. Randall says Corbin Smith has a neck beard. Power Code says Corbin Smith has the biggest eyes I've ever seen. Neck beard and big eyes. John Braber, it's not real football per se, but Walker's ADP in fantasy football is quite a bit higher than Penny's right now. I think Sean Proper, people still aren't sold on the Penny, even with his production. And I think people are gravitating towards how good Walker is and how good he was last year. And the fact that you have running backs who, come in and they tend to be like I was talking about with you up there. Running backs are also another position where as a rookie, you don't always have to have that long period of time to get yourself up to speed and being good out the jump. And especially the higher drafted running backs. So if you look at last year, the top 20 running backs in the NFL, 3 of those running backs were rookies in total yardage. 3 of those were rookies. Of those 3 rookies, the top 2 picks in last year's draft for the running back position, the first 2 running backs taken 1-2, were in amongst those top 20 rushers. So people are playing a little bit of the history has been this way versus I think really looking at the situation going, okay, Penny's going to get probably 10 carries or more in probably more than 10 games this football season. How much is that going to leave for Walker then on the other side of it? Maybe a lot. But I think that would depress a little bit of his overall production at that point. Linebacker says Geno did almost come back against the Rams, Super Bowl champ Rams, down 2 touchdowns to start and missed a tripping call. Could have changed the outcome of last season. It's a great point, linebacker, and you're talking about the play that he was intercepted at the end as he was trying to drive the team up the football field, where the offensive player got, I don't even think was it a trip or was he, I thought it was more out and out pass interference where the guy got a hand at the stem of the route, got a hand on the jersey, held it back a little bit. Our receiver couldn't break on the out route. Then the other defender was able to undercut it for the interception. But he looked really good in that Rams game. He looked really great in that Jaguar game. Didn't look as good against the Saints and Steelers, albeit he was playing against 2 of the tougher defenses in football. He still looked a little bit in and over his head at times in those particular games. But he also looked good at times. Good point. Callie Tangerine says, Jimmy G working all those camera angles. Laugh my ass off. Randall says, I was thinking the tackles, Bryan and Walker make first or second. I'm with that. And Mafe has a shot too, but I think Walker is definitely in contention. Walker's got a shot. It's a matter of if he just gets the carries for me, Randall. And I think with Mafe, it's a little bit the same thing. It's just, does he get enough bites at the apple in production to open enough eyes? Or is he just a rotational rusher who ends up at the year 4 or 5 sacks and, makes some splashy plays, looks good when he comes in, but he just isn't in there a whole lot necessarily, versus Owusu, who will be starting out ahead of him. Megan says, I'll be back in a bit. 12s, sneezed the other day and redislocated my shoulder. Need some meds. Ow. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, I'm looking forward to seeing if Russ is as good as he thinks he is. I'd be super worried about the big holes in his game if I was a Denver fan. I would too, Jeffrey. I think there's a little bit of a storm brewing here for this Denver situation coming up, that when Denver looks back at this in retrospect, there's going to be a couple things that they're going to wish they had done that they didn't do. And specifically, building up a better pass protecting offensive line for Russ is the number one place that they should have began with. Being more all in on this year, understanding that they're going to have to pay Russ next year, so squeeze more players in under the cap. You went out and signed a couple of defensive linemen as the pinnacle of your offseason, as the great additions to your football team. And that's on the heels of losing Von Miller. So there's a little bit of, robbing Peter to pay Paul with those type of moves for what they are. But not having a good pass protecting line for a quarterback that wants to hold on to the ball a little bit longer than your average quarterback, I think is a road to ruin at times for them. I still think they're going to be a solid team. I don't think they're going to be bad, but I do think that if you're talking about this team being even contention to win that division, I don't think it's as straightforward when you have those kind of questions that do remain. Jeffrey says, Russ was always a bit too magoo for my taste. To me, it's just authenticity with him. I think just too much. There's too much of that always processing to me in the background of what he should say and think, and rather than just being real about it. And it's always just measuring every word that comes out. And you're sometimes like, am I getting the real Russ here? Am I getting, Autobot Russ? I feel like I'm getting Autobot Russ. Yeah. Eric Lamar says, my dad is a Jets fan. I grew up a Favre fan. So when that happened, I had to get a jersey. And if not for the injury, I believe the New York Jets would have won that Super Bowl. He looked good on that Jets team. It's a good point, Eric. And yeah, I think what do you have, the torn pec that year, I think. And that ended up just upending him. It's hard to throw with the torn pec. That's for sure. That is for sure. But Favre would be great. He'd be fun. David Morris says, agree about enjoying the Hawks this year. One of the great things in sports is watching rookies prove they belong in the big leagues. This year, there are a bunch of great rookies. There really is, David. I mean, that's part of the nice part of killing the draft in a good way, of demolishing the draft, but in a good way, of absolutely laying siege to the draft, but awesomely. And yeah, I think this is, you mentioned in a way too, David, we got to look at this in retrospect to things a little bit. And that I was always hyped with Russell being here and Bobby being here and where the team's been in recent years and coming on the heels of even a division win last year. But part of the things that I mentioned at the top of this show about these long-standing issues that had remained, there was always a little bit of a scratching in the back of my brain about, yeah, I know you're good. And yeah, I know you still got Russell Wilson. You got these DK and Tylers and you got the Bobbies, but you still have all these other issues you haven't dealt with in the past that all collectively just are this big pile of crap that's sitting in your backyard that you got to clear away, and you're not clearing away. In fact, you're ignoring it completely. You're acting like it's not even there, sitting in the back of your lawn, causing a depression. And finally now in one offseason, from my standpoint, David, they've addressed those things, which now removes a little bit of that, oh, it's certainly they can never get only so far because these things at one point or another are going to come and bite them in the ass at probably the worst possible time. And that gives me hope. The reasons you mentioned also give me hope and are going to be fun to watch. And we're getting a little bit of this with this Mariner team this year. It's fun to watch young talent develop and come together and grow with each other. It's fun watching young budding stars as they figure it out. Even if your team's not winning, that can be an enjoyable brand of football. You're going somewhere. You're in the rebuild. You're on the route to going to somewhere. You're not stagnant like we've kind of been. You're not topped out like we kind of been. Now you're in a move state. And maybe you don't get to the height of heights this next year, but you're on your rise. You're on your ascension. And that's worth getting excited about. And it's going to be fun to watch. Chrono says, I saw a chart that had Russ as the 4th best quarterback and 3rd best quarterback in the AFC West. I mean, there's an argument to be made on that, isn't there? Certainly right now, Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes are playing better than Russell Wilson is at the moment. Over the last 2 years, those guys are playing better. We're not looking at it because when you're talking about best quarterbacks, you're talking about what they are right now. Derek Carr is getting Devontae Adams this offseason. And you would think that that's only going to allow him to be better moving forward. I think it's between him and Russ. They're probably very close, but there's a way here where Russ ends up as the 4th best quarterback in that division for sure. Randall says, what we can say about Jimmy G is a Super Bowl and NFC championship game in 3 years. Also won in New England when he played. I think we could push to 10 wins with him. Maybe. I mean, he did play a lot in New England, Randall. So he might have won in New England, but what did he start? Like 3 games in New England, something like that. And, he did get to this Super Bowl and NFC championship, but this is always where you got to, I think, to a degree go, doesn't context matter? And in all those games in the playoffs, the 49ers at times sometimes won despite him, not because of him. I'm watching these last couple of playoffs in this season. He wasn't making any plays. The defense was phenomenal. The running game was great, and that got the 49ers through. I mean, Randall, didn't he have the one game in 2020 where he's in Green Bay and he has like 8 attempts for the whole game? Shanahan's just doing everything he can to kind of protect him. And I don't know if that guy is going to be enough of a difference maker on himself to push you to 10 wins versus, let's say we're at 6 to 7 wins with Geno and Drew. I don't know if he's 3 wins better. He might be. You might be right, Randall, but I don't feel that he's as cemented himself to feeling like that kind of goes without saying. He says, now we're celebrating that our team has no expectations. For the love of God, that's something only a Seahawks fan would ever say. Shaking my effing head. I'm not celebrating it. I tried to draw a little more nuance, Yui, in what I just said there and why I'm excited to be able to watch it, because they're now on a pathway to getting to somewhere rather than being stuck where they're at. And prior, they've been stuck where they're at. That team was not ever going to get to the Super Bowl over the last couple of years, and with the issues that they had lingering and hanging over their head. Now, there's now more of that being freed up. Might it potentially crash and burn long term? Maybe. We don't know where it's going to go. But I think that there's also less of the banging our head up against the ceiling going, we've gone as high as we can go this year. This is our top. This is our top. We don't know where the top is. We also don't know where the bottom is. And yeah, that makes it, from my standpoint, a little bit more exciting. Herbicide, I always loved Favre's style. That guy was a baller. You always got to love a gunslinger quarterback. Who doesn't love gunslinger quarterbacks? And a guy that plays as fearlessly as he did, the cannon arm, that was fun to watch. Yeah, Favre's a hard guy not to enjoy watching play him. But linebacker 54 says, in a world that is so extremely negative, the bright light of this channel is rare and infectious. Love this channel. Oh, thank you, linebacker. Well, that's what I want to do right now. I'm not a homer. Anybody that's been on this channel for years will tell you, when there's a finger to shake, when there's something to poo-poo, when there's a part of this team that needs to be brought to order, I'll bring it to order, and I'll take my lashes for doing it. When I brought up Pete Carroll maybe being past his time and needing to fix these mistakes, I took my hits. When I brought up Russell Wilson a year and a half ago needs to correct some things in his game that have been long-standing aspects that he's not fixed, I'll take my hits, for being honest. But when I see a room for positivity too, I'm going to be that way as well. And I feel like linebacker, when I look at a lot of Seahawks fans this offseason, there's so many that, not so many, but there's a very large contingent that is so down on the team and so certain that the team won't be good. And I'm not as certain as that. And following this team as closely as I have, and as I do, I'm not that certain. And in fact, I see a lot of of points of light, of points of positivity. And that's that case I've made these last couple of weeks over all these streams. Is here's one reason, here's another reason, here's another reason. And I'm going to stack this house brick by brick, and we're going to get to the season. And I think you're going to see why there is so much of this room for optimism, because this team is going to give you light. This team is going to give you bright moments. Is it going to be there consistently or not? I don't know. But I know it's going to show up at times. You're going to see the plan. You're going to see the future. You're going to see this start to take form this year. I do believe that 100%. Jenny Bamford says, can you take a look at Hendon Hooker, Tennessee quarterback? Yep, I did take a look at him. I've taken an initial glance at him, Jenny. Very kind of got an awkward style to his play a little bit. Kind of his mechanics are a little bit all over the place. He's definitely got that element of really good legs to his game. Fairly live arm, kind of if I remember right, kind of a lively build. Very kind of a thinner type build. But I will be taking a look at him too, Jenny. I liked what I saw of him initially off the rip. Let me see if I actually might have my notes on him, because I wrote some notes down on some of these guys. Let me see here. Here we go. So Jenny, I do have my notes on him here. I did a little bit of scouting on him. So Hendon Hooker, I call him right now as it stands up a poor man's Vince Young, Jenny. He's kind of, as I said, a weird quarterback. His body is just flopping all over the place as he moves. It's a little bit weird. Every movement's kind of going in a different direction. Just sort of a spasticness to his game a little bit. He's very mobile, good in the open field at breaking tackles and shaking tacklers. I did actually like I thought his delivery is a little inconsistent. When it looks good, it looks great. Flows well, smooth, no real hitch to it. But then there are times where it's kind of the arm angle gets all over the place. His lower half gets completely out of whack. And the ball gets a little low when it comes out from him, a little bit for my liking. That's sort of those Vince Young comparison, because Vince would he wasn't fully sidearm, but it wasn't over the top. It was sort of that in-between place. And at times with Vince Young, I think that impacted his accuracy a little bit. I think that it does the same with Hendon to a degree. I don't think his mobility is going to be as dynamic at the NFL level as it is right now at Tennessee. He's got a little bit of that Matt Corral thing going, where he looks really upwardly mobile in college, but I don't know if it's going to be, I think it's going to be, he's going to look a little bit of a titch slower, a titch easier to bring down in the open field than what he is in college. But he's still going to be a guy, Jenny, that I will be keeping my eye on. If there's any quarterback in contention to be in a first or second round pick, which he potentially could if he brings things together, final good year can do that. It's worth keeping an eye on and look up. So great suggestion there, Jenny. I'll keep an eye on. Randall says, Dr. Dan, the pride of Wapito, Washington. Wapito Point. That's right. Old Wapito Point. I think my mom had like a timeshare still over there. Whitey White says, Brando, I know you also love pennies, so I did some number crunching. 37 career games played, 14 games with 6 or less carries at 2.7 yard carry, 23 games with 7 or more carries at 6.5 yard per carry. Wow. Yeah, it's the next, I'm actually working on the next Hawks Nest episode right now, Whitey. I've been grinding on it here in the background. A little bit while I wasn't on streaming here, I've just kind of been working on this video a little bit. And it's going to be concentrating on mainly Rashard Penny and Walker. I touched on this a couple weeks ago with my thumbnail with both of them in it. And we talked a little bit about that stuff. But one of the main stats that's really important when taking note of Rashard Penny is that 10 carry or more stat. And the one you should take a look at, why if you really want to get yourself excited on Rashard Penny, if any of you want to get yourself excited on Rashard Penny, look at over the course of his career, those times where he's had games he's run more, 10 carries or more in a game. It's happened, I think, 8 or 9 times in his career where he's had 10 carries or more in a game. In those games, to your point on that, he's averaging almost 7 yards a carry in those games. And this fits to what you would expect. The reason being, running backs set up defenses. Sean Alexander was renowned for this. He would talk about it often, in that there's times where he will give up carries early in the game to set the stage for later in the game when he can crank out that carry for a huge game because he gets the defense to consistently flow to one direction. and then he cuts it back or he turns it on its nose. So you can set defenses up with how you run for later in the game when you get more of those carries. And if you're only getting less, to your point on the 6 carries at the 2.7 yards per average carry, you're not getting that opportunity to set up that defense. You're only doing what every carry you can do with it on. And so there's an element to the rushing attack that is then lost by not getting a player those kind of carries in that way. I also think it's pretty eye-popping too, why when you consider that 6.5 yard per carry stat that you mentioned, that's them misusing him to a degree too. Because I would say 90 to 95% of Rashad Penny's runs in his NFL career have come in the inside. He's a speed guy. He's a burst guy. You would tend to try to get those guys out on the edges. And the second you start getting him out on the edges to the defense, the second you start getting him a little bit more lateral, I think you're going to find even another top point to his level of production. Just why I believe that you should be really excited about Rashad Penny for the upcoming season. No doubt about it. Randall says, give us Freddie Porter or Freddie Joe Nunn. Randall, legit, when the question was asked, I thought about Rufus Porter. Because Randall, can you imagine Rufus Porter as an outside 3-4 linebacker in this defense? That would be pretty tasty. That'd be pretty tasty. Freddie Joe ain't bad too, but Porter, Rufus, that'd be pretty good. Jeffrey Thistle says, I feel like the front office did Bobby Wags dirty. I wish we had handled that with more respect. I do too. It wasn't a good look on the out the door, not giving him a call beforehand and whatnot. And it definitely did seem like Coach Carroll was trying to press Schneider to keep Wagner on the roster as long as he possibly could, whereas Schneider was, I think, a little bit more chomping at the bit to move off of him and go in the other direction. Linebacker 54 would take a prime Adrian Peterson on the Seahawks. So Mr. Lamar's opened this all up. He's opened the rule book up. Well, if a player's even played on your Seahawk 1 year, then you could grab him in the prime. UGK says, certainly don't think Jimmy G is the answer at quarterback. He proved he ain't got the stones to go the distance, but he's definitely way better than Locke. Could be. Randall says, so Jacob is going to Denver as their quarterback coach? I think it's just a personal Russell coach. I don't think he's quarterback coach for him. Just he's Russell coach. Eric says, yep, Favre generated the highest winning probability and won a lot of games the likes of Brady and Montana would have lost. He definitely on degree of difficulty throws. He's just got in his highlight reel as many degree of difficulty throws as any quarterback in the sport, and throwing him into tight windows on a laser beam line. There's never been a quarterback like Favre. You got certain quarterbacks go, this guy was like this guy, was like this guy, like that. There's never been a guy like Favre. He was definitely unique unto himself. Mark Harbercorn says, I got to say Doug Baldwin would be up there with Bam Bam for me on each side. I can see the smartness in it. Like somebody said, you're pushing DK down as your third receiver at that point, kind of. You could move Doug around to the third worst cornerback on the opposition. I mean, who's shutting him down? Eric says Hutch would complete one of the best O-lines ever potentially. Agreed, Eric. That's why I go with him first and foremost. That's the one where you have the raging hole there at left guard. Now you can move Damian Lewis back to right guard. So now you're sort of two positions in one by Hutchinson's addition, which I like. You're upgrading right guard and left guard at the same time. And not just upgrading, you're putting a Hall of Fame left guard there. That would make that line probably one of the tops in all of football at that point, or at least in the upper end of things. Eric says, I chose Doug partly because I miss his energy and watching him and Cam on the defensive side for the same, partly selfish reason of just wanting to see him play again. I get it. He was a fun guy, man. And he did retire a little too early, right? It felt like there was still 3 more years, at least there, 3-4 more years with Doug to play out there and go still be a good player. Cali Tangerine says, YouTube algorithm trying to get you to a crispy 10K by recommending you to 49er fans. For sure. Hey, we've got a pretty good 49er contingent. I think if anybody in the division, I've got more 49er fans come in here than any other team, but that's just that rivalry, man. That's just that deep embedded rivalry. Corno says, I don't. He made it sound like they didn't. Herbicide says, I'm not sold on the Cardinals this year at all. I'm not either. I didn't like the Hollywood Brown trade. I think they're getting caught over the barrel a little bit on this Kyler Murray situation. I don't think they've addressed their offensive line well enough for a young quarterback like they have there. And defensively, I just don't know what the plan is. So I'm with you. I'm a little bit scratching my head when I look at the Cardinals right now. Yui says, I get 49er pages listed on my YouTube feed. I've listened a few times and done some trolling. It's fun to watch them be spun out sometimes. It is a good time to sometimes go in a YouTube channel. I'm sure people do it with me at times. They're a house of cards, if you will, says Kronos. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. John Reese says you'd go with Max Unger if he could come back. Be a good choice. A little bit like my Hutchinson thing. You're really addressing one of the weaker positions on your team at that point. Makes a lot of sense. Greg says, who's your favorite all-time non-Seahawk? Mine's Ray Lewis. My favorite all-time non-Seahawk. What a great question. God, you guys got some great questions. Who would be my all-time favorite non-Seahawk? Ray Lewis is certainly a good one. I don't know if I've got a good one, John. I'm trying to, or not John, but Greg. I'm trying to think of one that comes to mind. Elway was pretty amazing to watch growing up and some of the stuff that he could do. So that might be the one I'm thinking off the top of my head, would be Elway. But I feel like there's a better answer there. I think I'll go with that one. I think Elway would be maybe my guy that I would go with as a non-one. I might come up with a different answer, Greg, so I'll think about it, but I'll go with Elway off the top of my head. LeVar Arrington, he was good. He was good too. I thought he was going to be a beast. Oh, that's a college linebacker. That's a great Living Sacred Cacti just came up with a great alternative to Bosworth. LeVar was incredible in college at Penn State. I thought he was really going to be a game changer at the next level too. Just didn't quite happen. Linebacker 54. I have only one arm. My leg's crushed in a work accident. My right arm was taken in a car accident. My arm that's gone is itching right now, and I can't scratch it, but at least I'm not a 49ers fan. You got to find the bright side of things, right? The silver linings. Herbicide says, I'm old school Lawrence Taylor. I was thinking Lawrence Taylor as an option too. He was on my mind as a guy I might he's the guy who's got a great, that might be one too. That might be the answer to that question too. John Proper, Arrington and Urlacher were studs in college, sideline to sideline. Wasn't Urlacher tight end at times in college too? Didn't they play on both sides of the ball? Tillamook ice cream was called me, says John. Eric, I could see the Hawks being a wild card team this year for sure. I could. I think it's possible. I'm not saying they're a front runner, but I could see it happening. And Walker is an incredible player, Eric. He really is. Sure, he can break tackles. That's what's going to stand out about him when we watch him. He's fast and he can break tackles. And usually you get a guy that breaks tackles, he's going to be a little bit of a slower guy. You don't usually get the fast guys that can break tackles too. But he's a two and one. Callie Tangerine says, honestly, I'm feeling optimistic. I'm excited to see something new, but not stressed at all. It's wonderful. Me as well. It's a great way of putting it. Megan says, am quietly optimistic and very excited about my trip to Seattle, not only to see our beloved Hawks at home with the chance to possibly meet the silver-headed coaching god, Coach Desai and Blitz. There you go, Megan. It's going to be a good trip. We're going to have some fun. And the Aussie punter. I've decided whatever will be, and it'll be one hell of a ride either way. It's a great way to put it, Megan. It's the way I'm looking at it. It's just going to be a fun ride this next year. We don't know what's going to happen, but that's part of the fun. Herbicide says Penny and K9 are going to be the best running back duo this year. Well, if they are, that's getting you that much closer to getting to playoff potential. You've got that type of dynamic duo in the backfield. We've seen with like even Cleveland having marginal quarterback play recently, a dynamic duo back there can help elevate and vault you a little bit. Ryan Wilson says, do you think part of fixing the issues was fixing the schemes? Shanahan, Kingsbury, and McVay are very good offensive coaches. It was time to do something different. 100%. You could say that this is at the forefront of the lessons that they've learned, Ryan, because these are the biggest lessons to learn. It's not an overstatement to say over the past 10 years, you have been running a 1980s approach on the offense and defensive side of the ball. It's part of why I said when Carroll came in 10 years ago, he was laughed at around the league by many. Many of these coaches of the modern era were like, you're bringing a 1980s off defense to the NFL in this era with these offenses? Good luck. And Carroll, of course, did silence and quiet those guys. But the issue still did remain. If you didn't have Hall of Fame talent on the defensive side of the ball, once teams had 10 years of tape to learn your scheme and how to best beat it, you now need to adjust. You now need to update. And they have done that this offseason, fully. You've taken it from 1980s to the modern era. And they did the very same thing last year on the offensive side of the ball. The fact that it's going to take a year to get those offensive returns is not unusual, is not anything outside of the norm of what you'd see in football when you bring a new offensive coordinator onto a team. It takes them a year to get their scheme instilled. You see this even at the level of the offensive line coach, right? We had to get Dickerson in and move Solari out. And there was a year of in between those two guys. Now you have Dickerson teaching the full allotment of what they need to do in this mobile-based lineman scheme of the Rams attack. So I think that these are two things on their own, quite frankly, Ryan, that are going to bring those returns and bring them quickly. If you take an offense that, let's say it's an updated modern offense, but it's got some old stylings within it, right? That still holds it back a little bit in this modern era. Well, when I go then to the updated new offense, I'm not doing as wide a leap. I'm not doing as big a jump. And so maybe to those returns or those quick returns aren't going to be there as much. But when I'm going from 3 decades back to the modern era, I expect there now to be more instantaneous returns on both sides of the football now as we go into this year, having made that leap and scheme on both sides of the ball. And yes, Ryan, yeah, it was absolutely necessary and long overdue. So to me, it's not even about doing something different. It's about updating. You had a very simplified modern offense before. You hammered the run game up the middle. You rarely attacked the edges. You used very little pre-snap motion. You used very little fly sweep game. And then you wanted to try to hit the dig plays. So you didn't do a lot of attacking in the short and intermediate passing game either. That's a lot of offense to remove out of your game and hope to still be successful. And it's any wonder that they weren't as successful just leaning into that component of it. You're going to be a running team. You need to run all across the board on that offensive line. You need to attack the edges on pitch plays and getting to the outside. And yeah, you also do still need to hammer up the middle and everything in between. But they've started to take those steps now. And this is just part of the reason why, Ryan. There's other reasons in addition to it, but this is just part of the reason why I have so much faith as we go forward and where this team is going. Because they've made these changes that were so dire. Huey says Russ will be just fine. Broncos roster is certainly not worse than the Seahawks, and the Seahawks have been winning. So I expect the same, if not more, from Denver. I think it's a little more. I think it's a little more complicated than that. Again, Huey 2K, do me a favor. The one thing I noticed, and we've gone back and forth on this a little bit in recent weeks, is you've not necessarily addressed my point about the pass protection issues with Denver. Pass protection issues that have been going on for a couple of years. Pass protection issues that they have done nothing to solve this offseason. How do you just think because Russell's been fine here and is bad here, he's got a bad protecting offensive line there, so it's just going to be like it was here? Because of that, doesn't that seem a little bit simplistic in the way that we're looking out on that? And isn't that maybe a potential area that could upend them a little bit? I think you also got to factor in how tough you also got to factor in as well, Huey, how tough that division is he's playing in. In fact, they got to play the NFC West. But I know you're a big Russ guy, so. Dirty D, getting rid of Russell was huge. Best move of the offseason. Well, if he didn't want to be here, you don't want to have guys that don't want to be here and aren't fully committed to wanting to be here. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. They weren't going to invest more in Russell. They weren't going to invest more in building around Russell. It was just a situation that had to happen at this point. Eric says really good takes on both Denver and Seattle. Thank you, Eric. It could be good. I'm not trying to throw tons of shade at Denver, and they do have, I will say, they do have a lot of talent. But I do think that there's a big problem that starts to rear its head when you talk about that pass protection, Russell holding the ball, and then some of the athleticism and speed that has been lost from Russell Wilson over the course of the last couple of years, comboed with the fact Russell hasn't grown the other elements of his game to not just have to try to lean back on those diminishing returns of his athleticism, which is what has happened. Thank you, Cali Tangerine. Whitey Wise, he had only scored 19 points per game 2021. That is such a low bar to hurdle that in reality it won't take much to improve that number. Agreed. And you could make the argument, why, if you have an offense that's no longer falling back into old bad habits of playing hero ball and looking for the deep shot at every turn, and now you have quarterbacks who understand that they've got to fit within the context of the offense and what the offense is asking them to do. And just by that alone, you're going to have more sustained drives, and more sustained drives should equal out to more points versus what you scored last year, as you point out, which was a very small, low 19 points per game, even with Russell Wilson here. Of course, Russell was broken for most of the year during that time period. But if you're obviously not having a quarterback broken from the position, that might help you out just a little bit too. Dirty says, Russell busted his hand and was eating up our salary cap. He wanted out. Good riddance. The salary cap part is a big part of it for me too, Dirty. And he's already laying the groundwork for saying he's going to ask for $50 million from Denver. I do believe there comes a point where as a quarterback, you're going to ask for that amount of money. You are going to hinder your team to a considerable degree in being able to build out the roster. We got to the Super Bowl the first time, Russell was making like 0.50% of the salary cap. When we got to the Super Bowl the second time, Russell was making 0.88% of the salary cap. Once he got very far off those numbers, we couldn't quite build out the rest of the team. I will say it wasn't a good look last year when you held on to $11 million of cap space. They sort of crapped on my point with this by doing that last year. But for the most part, they've used up all their cap space every individual season. This wasn't a common issue throughout Russell's time here when he was getting paid. U2K says NFC West was loaded too last year when it had Wilson. He's used to playing in the best division of football. He is. Eric says, feels like 2000 Hawks in a way with the upward potential. Should be awesome to watch. Should indeed. It's going to be fun, man. Dirty says, our record will be better this year than last year. I love the confidence, Dirty. I love it. I can see it. I've got us right now at 8 wins, so that's technically one better right out there than we were last year. But I can see them going beyond it. Jeffrey Thistle says, Pete's going to squeeze 6 wins out of this turd of a season. He's got to, he knows how to manage a game. And again, when you got games that are brought down to the end, when you're shrinking down games because you're running the ball and playing good defense theoretically and good special teams, there's a way you can kind of just eke out a couple of wins where maybe it shouldn't be games you necessarily should win, but you find a way. Oh, Barry Sanders. That's who it is. Thank you, Dirty. Dirty got it. Dirty, that's my guy. Barry Sanders is my favorite player, non-Seahawks player ever. There's never been a running back like him. That's my guy. That's got to be it. UUK says, I'm not down on the team, but I'm pissed off. We wait until we lose the best quarterback in team history to draft properly. We've wasted the last 6 years and would have preferred that John and Pete have been fired. I don't have a problem with that take, Huey. I don't. I share your frustration in the amount of time it took for them to get to the place of deciding to make a change and do things correctly. And they got very stifled and stuck in their old approach for far too long. There's no doubt about that in my mind. They have started to fix things, which to me is, I'm going to take at the end of the day, is more of an encouragement than I'm going to get mad at what they didn't do and how they didn't get stuff done prior. It's a little bit at this point of not a lot that can be done about it. We can only do to making the corrections towards the future, and they're not sticking in the same problems that they've stayed in the past. But you have every right to be frustrated. Anybody that's frustrated with how this situation's played out, with how Russell Wilson's prime was utilized, with how Seattle roster built, with the stagnation of their schemes through that time period, you absolutely do have a leg to stand on and say, I was frustrated by that and it pissed me off. It should. Herbicide says we need to focus on tackling. We used to tackle great. Now, not so much. Yeah, this is a problem, I think, that's a league-wide issue, Herbicide, to me. You have none of the two-a-days anymore. The padded practices have gone down to a bare minimum. You just can't work on it. You literally have not the ability to work on it unless these guys are doing it privately on their own. And I think that it's going to make it to where even as we go in the future, tackling is going to continue to be a big, big problem in the NFL because you have to teach it. You have to train it in order to get it right. And you can only train it by doing it through repetition. Moto says, you know who can tackle? Jordan Brooks. Yes, he can. He can tackle. I would not doubt that on him. He knows he's got that down. He can hit too. Brooks brings some thump to the position. Ryan Wilson says Penny has a big season coming to prove himself. The talent and athleticism is there. He just needs to stay healthy. That's it, Ryan. He's going to finally get the opportunity. The door to him starting is wide open for him to take. Just stay healthy. Get those 10 carries a game. He does that, he'll be at 1,500 yards for the season. I really believe that. But that's the big part. Eric says, imagine if this offseason Seattle was able to trade Russ, B-Wags, 4 first-round picks, and 2 other young good players to KC for Patty Mahomes. I don't think there's any way even then that KC would be willing to offload Mahomes at this point. I think that they're trying to keep him there. Dana Espada says, Spencer Rattler looks intriguing. I'm open to him, Dane. He's got a lot to prove for me. I get a little bit worried about him. You know, my real quick hand assessment on Spencer goes like this. He makes the great play. He makes the phenomenal play. But the boring, simple play really vexes him at times. He kind of to me looks like a little bit of a Dak Prescott with less mobility as far as his throwing motion and how he kind of goes about his business out there. But he's a guy that we're going to be monitoring throughout this season as a potential for our Seattle Seahawks. John Ruiz says that think Dickerson is the best punter Seattle has ever had. The only comparison in the league I can think of is Ray Guy. Yes, he's the best punter in Seahawks history at this point. He's overtaken Rick Tootin, who was, I think, the former number 1 guy, or John Ryan, if you want to give maybe a little bit more bump to John for longevity's sake. But he has definitely been the best at this point. He's got not only the distance that he can generate with his leg, he's got directional punting down pat, and he is maybe even at his best on punts inside the 20-yard line. There's no weaknesses to his game as a punter. And yeah, he's the best we've had. He's the best we've had in our history. He's been great. Ryan says, okay, if we can take Adrian Peterson because he played 1 season, then we can take Jerry Rice in his prime too, laughing out loud. I know, Eric, you opened up a Pandora's box, Mr. Lamar. You opened up the Pandora's box with the player playing just 1 year here at the end of his career. He says, we forget because Pete hasn't coached in 10 years. Pete's been cheerleading for a decade while Wilson saved games in the fourth quarter once Pete had to turn him loose. All of those close wins were number 3 led. Yeah, I think the quarterback certainly has done a lot of hero work. There's a 3-year period there at UE where I'd say that's definitely was the majority of the case in time there. I don't think that it's been all of the 10 years, though, that's been Russell Wilson. I don't. I don't think Pete's also been just a cheerleader for 10 years. I think that's, a bit gross simplification of the situation. And I know you're upset with it, but it is a little bit of that. If you're talking about that being Russ in 2017, 18, 16, yeah, he was kind of the hero guy and they didn't do a lot around him on that. But, you take the last 2 years here, for instance, Huey, Russ has not been doing that over the last 2 years. He had the really amazing first start of the year, the first half of the year where he was carrying the team on his shoulders. I know Carroll shut that down and turned all that off, and Carroll, he went in the tank, but the last year and a half has not been that Russell Wilson. And of that 10 years, a year and a half is a decent amount of that time. But again, too, he's also got a leg to stand on him being bad last year. I know what your point would be on this. He did get broken last year because of bad pass protection. He was broken by Aaron Donald, who's the guy who's hit him the most. Again, I don't want to seem like I'm undercutting your argument to a degree because there are elements of it I do agree with. But there's also some stuff with it where I think there's always a little more to the story, I guess, with it. Herbicide says Ryan was fun also when he wasn't knocking himself out. Yes. Yes. Mark Maze Guru says he is correct. The Boz was the best college linebacker ever. Like I said, I can't think of LeVar. Maybe he's the guy that comes close, but I agree. I could see why that is where we're standing with it. He's got a great argument to make. He was a beast. Ryan Wilson says, best Seahawks punter. Did we forget Rick Tootin? No, Rick's in there, but if you look at Rick statistically up against Dixon, he's got him beat. He just got him beat. Why do I? This is my opinion, hill to die on. Jacob Green is not only the most underrated Seahawk of all time, but the most underrated defensive end of all time. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I like it. I like that fire. Let's take a look at Jacob Green's stats. You might have you might have a leg to stand on with this. Couple Pro Bowls. Never an All-Pro. Never first team All-Pro or anything like that. Ended his career with 115 sacks. Had a run of 16 sacks, 13 sacks, 13 and a half sacks, 12 sacks, 9.5 sacks, 9 sacks, 3 sacks, 12.5 sacks. That is one hell of a run through the 80s that he did have. And when you get to 115 sacks, I mean, that's fairly high up on the all-time mark board too. That's legitimate. So it's a hill worthy of dying on, man. That's definitely a hill worthy of dying on. He certainly has got an argument to be made for being one of the more underrated Seahawks, no doubt there. And I think probably for defensive end too. I mean, who's another guy, consistently? Let me see something. Let's look at all-time sack leaders. Man, yeah, I think you're onto something here with this. Yeah, he'd be right in between where Von Miller and Simeon Rice and Robert Mathis and Dwight Freeney, Derek Thomas. He's right in that area as far as total sacks for their careers go. Jacob does. I hadn't thought about it as much, but I think it's a good point. Megan says, favorite non-Seahawk for me is, I'm ashamed to say, Joe Montana and Dan Marino. They're great players. Don't be ashamed, Megan. They're fun players to watch. Worthy inclusions. I'm going to take Ryan Ball as Barry Sanders, though. Barry was ridiculous. There's never been a running back like Barry Sanders. There's nobody that can cut on a dime like he could. Just stop and start. Barry was amazing. Ryan used to watch Barry in high school. He was awesome. I can still go back and watch his highlights. He takes your breath away on some of his runs. Ryan says, I watched Barry Sanders live on TV run back-to-back 80-yard touchdown runs, 160 yards on 2 carries. Ronnie Lott was another guy I was thinking of too, Ryan. I didn't arrive on it. I was thinking it. Boomer says, my favorite non-Seahawk player is Demaryius Thomas. Rest in peace. Rest in peace there. Demaryius was great. He was great in his prime. Very unique receiver. He's a little bit like that Andre Johnson kind of build to him, Just like good luck stopping that. Mark Harvicorn's got Joe Montana as well. All right, it's a good day. Joe Montana's a good pick. He was a fun player. Nobody operated the West Coast offense better than Joe Montana. Nobody orchestrated it better. And Ronnie Lott was dope. He was. Motive's got Barrett Bo Jackson. It's a good one. Mr. Isaac 50 says, I like the cat. Yeah, we got the cat tree. Got the cat cam. We're going to get a cat cam eventually. We'll have a little box cat cam here. We'll get it because she likes to keep her face away from the camera for whatever reason. But I figured it'd be worthy inclusion there on the channel. The cat. Dirty says, I wish Bo played longer. That guy was an absolute freak of nature. He really was. What a horrible hip injury that he sustained there. Hell, what he hit, like 30 home runs in Major League Baseball after he had a hip replacement. This goes to show you how talented the guy was, literally still driving bombs out of the park with the hip injury. But tough part with football, tough part with running backs. In a second, it can all just be taken away. To make the 7th spot in the playoffs, Seattle would have to beat out teams like New Orleans, Arizona, Philadelphia. Not exactly a murderer's row. It's a great point. We're not talking about having to beat out Tampa Bay or the Rams or even the 49ers, right? You're talking about beating out some of these teams that have their own share of question marks. New Orleans, they've got a new coach, defensive-minded coach, Jameis Winston coming off the ACL, walking with a little bit of a limp, I've heard. Where are they going to be at? Getting older as a team, too, are the Saints. Arizona with Jalen Hurts under center, who they don't really trust. You know that. They've positioned themselves to look for a quarterback in the next offseason if this doesn't work. And as we said with Arizona, there are questions there with AZ. I don't think it's straightforward that they're going to be in the same place they were last year. UGK says Seahawks can possibly be better than AZ because they play them twice, but New Orleans and Philadelphia both have better rosters and easier schedules and divisions. That's a good point. That is true with both of those two teams. That may give them a little bit of a leg up with us. But certainly isn't a murderer's row, you would say, U2K either, would it? Brian says the craziest thing about Barry is my eyes was his acceleration. 0 to full speed in 2 to 3 steps. Amazing. Yeah, just stop, start. Up to me, just amazing. Cut on a dime. Goes sideways almost as fast as it seemed like as you go forward. HB says, I say we're fully back to a 4-3 on defense by week 5, laughing out loud. I think it's going to be worked in. There's going to be some hybridization all the way through, but I think there's a commitment here to go into more of a 3-4 looks. I don't think that they're just doing it passively, but you're going to see a bit of both. Why do I says Barry Sanders could make a 1-yard loss the most exciting play you see all game? Boy, could he ever. Bo was a freak, Herbicide. I've heard that 40 time was down like 4-2. 4-1-5 I've heard. I don't know. That seems like insane, but if there was a guy that could do it. You go watch Bo Jackson on tape even now on his runs, and he looks fast. Not just, fast for his time. He looks like he'd be fast even now. He's just moving at a different speed than anybody else on the field. Ryan says Barry Sanders' legs are like Oaks, too. His leg strength plus his low center of gravity was hard to deal with. Honestly, Barry had it all. Acceleration, speed, vision. He did. He did indeed. Mr. Isaac says, I always liked the running backs and the NFC West backs in the 2000s. Frank Gore, Steven Jackson, Sean Alexander. Great players. They were good players. Fun to watch. Gore's going to probably find himself in the Hall of Fame here when it's all said and done, isn't he? I mean, he's just stacked up so much yards through so many years of playing. He's got himself up on that list. It's going to be hard to not have him in at the end of the day. But those were fun backs to watch back in those days, the early 2000s. Steven Jackson was good. Ryan Wilson says Noah Fant and DK are hard to game plan for. Their athleticism is elite. It is. I showed a stat a couple weeks ago, Ryan, that Noah Fant had led all the tight ends in the NFL in yards of separation per route. He gets open quick, he gets separation quick, which is hard for tight ends because they run such short routes. They don't have the time the receivers do to have to get up the field to really generate that separation. But you got 2 receivers in Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf that were the most double-teamed receivers at as a higher rate as anybody top 5 in the sport last year. You start double-teaming both these guys on the same play, you're going to leave a lot of green grass wide open for Mr. Fant to go out there and cook. HB says, no way DK leaves now that Coach Sanjay is back. They pretty much brought him back to please DK. Oh, okay. Good. All the signs have been HB that they're going to sign him here eventually. UGK says, Wilson has had a terrible offensive line for years in Seattle, hasn't stopped them from winning. They have an awesome run game, and we saw how good the Seahawks looked once Penny became a threat. NFC West best 2 years. Yeah, but again, I think a lot of it you're looking back and you're applying how Russell Wilson was playing in 2017-18 with his mobility versus where his mobility is right now and where his game is right now. And I think it's a different place now than it was in 2017 and 18. But I appreciate you addressing my offensive line question. We'll see. It will be the interesting part to see if I'm proven right on this or not, Huey. And if I'm wrong, I'll own up to it. Mr. Isaac says, I think we'll get to 6 or 7 wins as a base, which I'm fine with. This is a retooling year. Me too. Motive says, remember when Bo ran 3 steps up the outfield yard? He just did things most humans can't. Yeah, I do remember that. There's some legendary stories, too, of him being a kid, some of the things he did. Walter Payton, I was the guy I was thinking of, too, Mr. Isaac. I didn't land on him, but I thought about him on that list. Yeah, the Bo's Nose commercials were cool. Motive says, laughing out loud, Bo knows your sister. I had that t-shirt in middle school. Yes. Mr. Isaac says, I mean, Pete only has a couple years left in the league. We aren't going through a total rebuild. No, I think they're going to try to get this around as quick as they can. I think that they knew, Mr. Isaac, that they were going to have to suffer a little bit of pain this year. That's just what's going to happen when you're eating $26 million of dead money with your quarterback and another $5 million with Bobby and another couple million over here, a couple million over there. They had to clear out the stack a little bit, but they're going to get this going as fast as they can back in the right direction. This isn't going to be a slow motion thing. Cali Tangerine says, imagine the team is sold and Pete is still the coach. I could honestly kind of see it happening. I could. I don't think Jody's all that interested in trying to go out there and hire a new coach at this point. Jackson Shore, greeting Brando. Greetings, Jackson. Hope you're doing well. Says, sorry for not being here the last few weeks. Finally done with college, and I want to say thank you for helping me through it with your live streams and videos. Well, thank you, man. I'm glad to help you through it. So hopefully you had a good end close to your school year, and hey, whenever you can catch the show, I'm appreciative. So you know that, man. HB says, would you trade our capital to go get Lamar next year, or do you see the long-term value? He's unhappy in Baltimore. I could see a trade. I don't see how it makes a lot of sense. They've waited a very long period of time to pay Lamar, which means but by this point, Lamar is going to want to be paid big-time money. I'd have a lot of worries with that. My value with Lamar has been that I've had him on a rookie contract, and so I can build up the rest of the team around him. You remove that, and I think that that's going to really inhibit you from a roster building standpoint. And I think his best play as a quarterback has probably already happened at this point. I don't think he's going to continue to get better and add to his game. I think he is what he is. I don't at this point in time want to pay any quarterback $45 to $50 million a year unless he's Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, in that realm of things. And I don't consider him to be in that realm of things, so I wouldn't be willing to make that kind of move. You're going to have to give up assets. You're talking about, a first round pick plus maybe a couple first round picks, and then you're going to have to pay him on top of it. Nah, I wouldn't want to do that. Jackson Shore says, saw some Treek Will and Love today. My gosh, what a freak. Oh, he's getting hyped. He's getting the fans hyped, and I'm glad to see it. Like I said, they don't come out the box that big, that long, that explosive, that fast. Those are unusual traits. Mr. Isaac, I'm also a big guy on Will Levis. I'm with you on that. Jackson Shore says, the more I watch, the more I like CJ Stroud. He might overtake Will Levis as my quarterback number one. Damn it. Not yet, Jackson. I'm okay with Stroud. I like Stroud's tape. I haven't been wowed yet by him, but I've liked his tape. Just didn't knock my socks off. Jackson says, love that Coach Desai said his goal is to use Jamal Adams the right way. Yes, please. Also something Clint Hurd had said. I don't think it's me going out on a limb to say that this team is going to finally use Jamal Adams correctly next year. So maybe a health is the question with him, but it will not be no longer a question of whether or not they're going to utilize him appropriately. Ewing says, starting 2 to 4 rookies, 2 to 3 players playing in new positions, changing defensive scheme and coaches, and not addressing the quarterback issues, say they are tanking or at least looking to the future at quarterback rebuild. Yes, starting 2 to 4 core rookies. They're starting 2 rookies, so I don't know where you get to starting 4 rookies from. How did you get to 4? I mean, maybe Cody Bryant, but that would be it at that point. Again, the starting of rookies to me isn't in itself an indicator that you're not going to get anywhere as a team. It could hold you back. Depends on the rookies and depends on how they play. I don't think that the defensive scheme changes UE2K are like offensive scheme changes where it takes as much time period to turn them around. I think you can get a quick turnaround defensively very fast, especially a scheme where you're going from a 4-3 under defense to now a 3-4 under defense. So there's going to be certain things that are going to be the same from one defense to the other, which should ramp up that time period to get it rolling. Why do I says put Warren Moon in his prime on this team and watch as he can't hit a running back in the flat to save his life. Well, he wasn't the biggest quarterback. You can't always see those guys in the flat if you're not the biggest quarterback. Jackson says, Brando, I'll be going to the Denver game week 1. My grandmother got me tickets. Can't wait. I'm going to lose my voice that day. Hell yeah, Jackson. You're doing it right. Doing it right. Dirty says, did you ever see him with the Houston Oilers? Oh, Warren Moon? Yeah. He was great. Guy says this might bite me on the butt, but I believe this rookie class has the potential to be the best Pete and John have had top to bottom. I agree with you. They've said it's possibly there. Rookie class is goated is a good way to put it. Megan says, looking forward to watching Barry Sanders and Bo Jackson highlight after stream at Motive's suggestion B. Megan, you're going to love Barry Sanders. Bo's cool too, but you'll be amazed with Barry because you're like, this guy shouldn't move like this. He shouldn't do what he's doing on a football field. Jackson says, favorite non-Seahawks player for me was Calvin Johnson. That's a good one too. That's a real good one. Another guy retired way too soon. Jackson sources, did you see Sean Alexander just rip apart Baker Mayfield? Man, it was hilarious. He really does not want Baker on our team. God, I love to see the passion from Sean. I didn't see it, but I'm going to go look it up. That's hilarious. Sean throwing shade at Baker. Motive says, Bo Jackson put his own hip back in place after it was pulled out. I would have passed out and cried for sure. Yeah, I would have too. Legit would have. Mr. Isaac says, favorite non-Seahawks player? I always like Jim Kelly. Bills are my old man's team, so if the Hawks weren't winning at all, I'm pulling for Buffalo. I was pulling for Buffalo last year a little bit. Their fan base deserves to be a little bit rewarded for what they've been through. Just not this season or in the foreseeable future because we got to win, but yeah. HB loves himself some Randy Moss. Got some Curtis Martin love. Some good players. Some real good players on here. Jackson Shore says, do you think DK wants Tyreek Hill money? No. He's not yet moved into a place to be able to command that kind of salary. So no, I think it's probably, the issue right now is probably he wants to be paid past what A.J. Brown got at $25 million per year, and Seattle probably wants to pay him $25 million per year. So he's probably pushing $26, $27, $28 million APY. And so there's probably a $3 million on average per that's probably separating him. That'd be my guess. Mr. Isaac says, dude, how funny would it be if Russ was just atrocious with the Broncos and we got a top 5 pick from them? I would be so happy. I would be too. I don't wish any ill on Russ, but the higher the pick that we get, the better. And yeah, it would make it a little easier moving on from him if we come to find out that we'd gotten the last bit of good out of him and it was kind of just going downhill. I don't think he's going to be bad necessarily. Wouldn't surprise me if it took him a year to get himself kind of established there and figured out, and the Broncos to learn how to best use Russ. But I wouldn't be mad. Jerome Buss is good too. I always got a little bit of hate in my heart for Buss though, because that was a little bit of the farewell tour of 2005 Super Bowl for Buss that still sticks in my craw a little bit. Jackson Shore, I'll always have love for Russ, and when he comes out, I'll cheer for him. But the second Denver is on offense, I'm going to boo him. He's the enemy. That's right. That's right. NBA Finals have been good since Jeffrey. Yeah, they have been pretty good this year. O.J. Simpson, he's a good one, HB. Daniel says, the thing people forget, we don't have a quarterback. Why pay DK train is that outside of quarterbacks, wide receivers are the number one butt and seat option, whether via ticket sales or the couch. People tune in to watch wide receivers. Good point. Good point. I think there's a value aspect to it. Wide receivers have become more valuable over the years, having more wide receivers. Used to be only needed one guy or maybe two guys. Now you need maybe three guys, four guys. Jackson Shore, Brandon, are you and Brendan done doing the B&B streams, or because it's the dead part of the offseason, you guys decided to not do them? Well, we initially waited on one because it was the dead of the offseason and we didn't have a whole lot we had to get into necessarily. But Brendan's been working through a bit of a cold situation over the last couple of weeks. So once he gets back to full health, we'll be doing our normally scheduled shows, but it will be coming back. He's just been under the weather a little bit. And it's been the offseason combo, just, poor timing, I guess, one back to back, but no, the B&B show will make its mighty return, Jackson. You better believe it. Jeffrey says they retained Pete to rebuild before the team can be sold. Maybe, Jeffrey. I look at it more like they're in a situation right now where they're not cash flush. They're not in a liquid state. So if you were going to move on from Pete and probably with it John Schneider, that was going to be probably a $50 million payday that you were going to have to come out of your pocket and then also buy a new coach and buy a new general manager. And I don't think the team right now wants to spend more money out the door to do something like that. I think that they're more in that hold pattern until the team can be sold. And if you're in a hold pattern, that's why maybe Pete remains. So maybe within that, there's the rebuilding aspect, but I look at it more like they just didn't want to pay the piper when it came to, those coaches' contracts are guaranteed. Bash's basketball, Bo Jackson is called Bo Jackson because he killed a full-grown boar with his hands as a kid in Arkansas. Real talk. Why do I the OJ reference? That's a killer take. Nice. I saw LeBron. He says he wants an expansion team in Vegas. I agree with him, but instead of Vegas, LG Bay, how about Seattle? Well, he wants to stay close to LA. You know that with him, Jackson. So that's his whole thinking there. But we're hearing it's going to be probably Vegas and Seattle next. That's the rumors. I think the NBA commissioner tried to shoot some of that down, but that's at least what we're hearing in the background. Moto says, this is the first time that Pete actually looks his age. Watched a few of his interviews and was thinking, wow, Pete's finally aging. Happens to us all. Pete has held out well over the years. He has. He's done a good job. And he's certainly youthful for his age. Jeffrey says Lamar isn't a good thrower. He just isn't. He isn't. And you're not going to correct it, right? We saw this with Tim Tebow. Your throwing motion by the time you get to the NFL is your throwing motion. There's really only been one guy that I've seen that has completely changed his throwing motion or been able to correct things to a really great degree. You are pretty much what you are. And Lamar's not changing his anytime soon. And I think you're only going to ever get so much out of him as a thrower of the football. And it's a little bit like the Russell situation of, okay, he's a great scrambler. He can move around a bunch of the pocket. It's this huge benefit to his game. But the second that he starts to get older, the second that maybe some injuries start to accumulate, the second that he loses a little bit of athleticism, he's not going to be able to fall back on his ability as a thrower. And so, where does that put him in his value to the team he's on at that point? And it's a good question. And it's maybe a little bit why the negotiations haven't been as straightforward between him and the Ravens, despite the fact he's now been well outside the 3-year period of negotiation being open to him to be able to get a new contract. And he's a former MVP, but they still not been able to get a deal done. Motor says, how well would Locke have to play for us not to draft a future quarterback next year? He'd probably have to be top 15 at the position this year, Motive. In his quarterback rating, QBR, yards, take it all, put it all into a blender. He's got to probably be in the top 15. But that's not only going to accomplish what you're talking about accomplishing in itself, because he also is a free agent after the end of the year. So you have to put in conjunction with that your question, how much is Seattle willing to pay him if he's a top 15 quarterback? Because if he becomes a top 15 quarterback, he might come back and say, I'm going to be like Kirk Cousins. I now get to make $40 million per year. And Seattle would probably laugh him out the door at that point. I don't think that they're going to be as much in a hurry anymore to get a quarterback on that kind of deal going forward. That's my thinking. I think they're going to fit more to the blueprint of 2012, 2011, 2013, where you got a full rounded team. And then, you go get your quarterback as kind of the final piece. Jackson says, my comp for Woolen would be Brandon Browner with the jetpack. Agree, Brandon? Yeah, a bit. I mean, both of them use their length and size to a great degree, so you're going to see that. I think Browner was a bit more of a dog than Tariq probably is. Browner was junkyard dog style, right? Browner was a dog you ain't fed in 2 weeks, and then you put him on the football field, and he's going to go get his meal one way or another. So I think Browner was just so special with some of that mentality he brought to the position that I don't know if Tariq has necessarily until I see it. But in general terms, sure. Eric says, you can run some read options with Lamar with K9 and Penny. You could. But then the question again comes down to, is Lamar going to remain at the same level of dynamicism as he's been at over the last few years as he goes forward? And I feel like he's going to be a guy that gets wore down a little prematurely in his career, like we saw with Cam Newton, because he was so reliant on basically running like a running back from the quarterback position through the first 4 or 5 years of his career. HB says, Will Levis puts mayo in his coffee. Oh, please don't tell me he does that. No, God, no. Mr. Isaac says, has a Kardashian ever dated a Seahawks player? My wife is asking. No. Not that I'm aware of. That boy, am I a bandwagon if I became a Seahawks fan when they won the Super Bowl, but still follow them when they'll be bad this year? No. I don't like throwing around the bandwagon label anyway, that boy. I just don't like that label as it is. But no, if you're following the team when they're bad, that instantly would remove you. If we're going to operate from the lens of bandwagon rules, that removes you then at that point from being a bandwagon, because to be a bandwagon fan means that when the team is bad, you're jumping off the bandwagon. You're just a fan. You're just a loyal fan at that point. Doesn't matter when you come aboard, so long as you come aboard, my man. Peter Ryaby says Locke will most definitely beat out Geno. He will shock 31 teams and millions of fans this year. Fingers crossed. I love the optimism, Pete. A lot of people are hyped up on Locke. I'm with it. HB says just not Rat Boy Rattler. He's not Seahawk. I'm not. He's really low on my list of the guys. He'd be probably right now on my board like the 6th or 7th or 8th quarterback for some of the other guys in this draft. So I'm probably in pretty close alignment with you on that one. He's got a lot to prove. He's transferring this year to a new school. He's going to have to ball out. I watched his sweetness. He plowed people, jumped the goal line pile, threw touchdown passes, and was a nice guy. Hey, Sweetness was great. Another fun running back to check out if you have a chance, Megan, for sure. For sure. Mr. Isaac, I bet DK and Kim get married in 5 to 10 years. You heard it here first. Kim's probably a little too old for DK at this point. He's probably reached that age for him where he's like, I can get better at this point. Marcus B, 28. In 2024, an AFC West team will be coming to Seattle. I have no doubt it will be a Russell Wilson return part 2. Seahawks revenge. I love it, Marcus. A little psychic prediction there on your part. It's possible. Could happen. That extra game in the season now opens that door up a little bit, doesn't it? Jackson Shore says there's a receiver this year from Ohio State, Jackson Smith Jijoba. Man, these names coming out are getting harder and harder to pronounce. He's going to be a top 10 pick. I know receiver might not be in need, but my God, he looks like a generational talent. Watch a little bit of tape on him. It's a fun player to watch. I don't know if I saw generational talent quite to that degree on it, but I like what he said. He's going to be at least a first-round receiver minimum, if not more so. Certainly this final year dictates a lot of that, Jackson, and having those top 2 guys moving on into the draft, opening the door more up from him is going to help. And you never know, depending on how the contract negotiations go with DK Metcalf, depending on what they choose to do with Tyler Lockett moving into the future, you never know. Herbicide says, my favorite run of beast mode was not the beast quake. It was against the Texans. I know the play you're talking about where they had the ball, I think, from the 1-yard line. And he ran out of there, probably broke 10 tackles. I think he broke J.J. Watt's tackles twice. And then J.J. eventually tackled him after he got up off the field, off the turf a couple times. It's a great run. Great run. And I'll take a little closer look at him, Jackson. You better believe I'll be getting into all these guys this year to some degree. Mr. Isaac says, which Seahawks player would you least want to bare knuckle box? Which Seahawks would I like to not bare knuckle box? I don't think I would have very much fun with Jordan Brooks. I feel like he's got a little bit of that Tyson power going with him. Gabe Jackson. Probably Gabe Jackson. He's another guy like, I don't want to take a hit or punch from him. I'm going to be just trying to dodge the whole time. Because if he lands, I'm out. If he lands, he's probably taking a few teeth out, rearranging my nose, dislocating my jaw. Jackson George's prediction on how much Barton plays this year. I think he plays a lot, but I think he plays a lot, Jackson, because of the fact that you don't have any really good options behind him, not because he's just so far and away the best player to be out there as a starter on the football field. So it certainly is the position I am probably most worried about on the defensive side of the ball right now. Dirty says, I don't want to bare knuckle box any of those big boys on the O-line or D-line. I wouldn't want to. I feel like some of the big guys you could kind of duck around a little bit. Some of them, though, no. I certainly wouldn't like my chances with any of them. I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't be laying down money. I'd go around. Whitey says, I never thought I'd be rooting so hard for Drew Lock, but then I found out Geno is a flat earther now. He is dead to me. As someone with a BS, Geno can go F himself. What a moron. I did see Geno throwing some bluff for the flat earthers. Jackson says hard pass Lamar too expensive. He has accuracy issues. Yeah, just not. I'm not on it. I'm not with it. Could be good. No attacking. You know, we wanted to. You know, we a lot of requests for the black cat. Don't get a lot of black cat here on the stream. Let's get her up. Come on. Look at a little black cat view here. He's always so shy. He's my shy one. See? Look at her. Already running off. Jackson Shore says, I can't believe Tyler Lockett's a Thunder fan. Major L. Mr. Isaac says, really hoping our boy Mafe balls out and hopefully Darrell Taylor can stay healthy. Pete, comparing Mafe to Cliff Averill gives me goosebumps. Ooh, yeah. He's got a little bit of that Cliff Averill build to him, doesn't he? A little bit. I watch as I expect 5 wins, but I'm okay with it. If we get a franchise quarterback next year, this year's draft seems to have a major building blocks. Great start to a rebuild. Magnificent start to rebuild. I agree. Just amazing. Sweetness could also block. He was. Sweetness was great in pass protection. He'd take you off your feet. Jackson says, thanks for the heads up on the B&B shows. Was worried he was canceled. Nope, no, not canceled. We'll be going strong again this year, and we'll be consistently doing it every week this year for sure. We might end up adding into some pre-game stuff too. E. Gibson says, Tez won Defensive Player of the Year on 2-14 team in 1992. Kind of the equivalent for me of winning like the MVP in baseball on a team like that. Like it's an even bigger accomplishment when you do it on a team that's that bad. I think it should make it even more impressive. Tez was a monster. Callie Tangerine says, "Oh my God, Black Kitty." Yeah, I'm not a man who believes in luck, so I'll make my own luck. Mr. Isaac says Geno's a flat earther. Oh my, that makes me even more nervous. Yeah, Geno, you're trying to instill confidence right now. Don't whip out the flat ixnay on the earth flat say. Okay, it's not the right time. First flat earther Super Bowl champ, says Mr. Isaac. That's right. Or at least so we know. We never know. Maybe Stafford has some thoughts. Jackson says, hasn't been a good offseason for Geno. A DUI, and he thinks the earth is flat. Well, he only thinks the earth is flat because he's drunk. So it's understandable when you put it together like that. Bash, I wouldn't want to bare knuckle box any of our tackles because if they can translate their punch blocks into an actually closed fist, I'm pretty sure they would knock my head off, laughing out loud. Yeah, I wouldn't want to necessarily either. But if you got to pick one that's like the one you don't want to go against above all else, I got Gabe and Jordan. Jackson says there's also a defensive tackle named Jalen Carter. He'll be a top 10 pick. Gives me Grady Jarrett vibes, but he's bigger. Ooh, okay. Okay. Motive says, what? I prefer pumpkin. At least she lays there so we can admire her beauty, laughing out loud. I know. Like, watch. I put pumpkin up there. No. She's making a run for it. Pumpkin's a ham, though. She likes the camera. She starts doing looks and lifts up her leg for you guys. Starts licking. She's a star. Cali Tangerine says, I'll join the lock train then. There we go. Pushcar says, Gino was joking with the flat earth thing. Okay, good. Thank God. Thank God. He's out of, we're back to rooting for him. Bash says, flat earth is a San Francisco 49er theory. Let's just make that clear. Flat earth theory is the silliest theory I've ever heard, bar none. Yeah, it's one of those ones to me drives me nuts because you guys know I do tend to be a little bit of a conspiratorialist. And I feel like that's one that makes folks of my ilk look dumb when they bring up ones like that. And I think that's the point of it, quite frankly. But yeah. Mr. Isaac says, I would just love a quarterback who's a total meme lord, just an absolute troll. It would be cool. Bash says, Brandon, think about what you just said about the bare knuckling boxing. You're going to try to bob and weave around a 300-pounder whose professional job is to stop people from getting around him. Well, it's tough to get around him, but when you got those big arms and you got a lot of meat on your arms and you start swinging them, I mean, this is why you don't have any bodybuilder boxers, right? Because you have all that blood in your arm now that you're taking, and you're going to get tired really quick throwing those arms around when you got that much beef you got to throw through there. So while initially the linemen look like the scariest, if you can just survive for a good 45 seconds of them throwing those hooks, and remember, it's going to come like this. Now you want to make sure they don't land it. But if you can just kind of, bob and weave a little bit, keep your distance, stay out of that reach, let them tire themselves out a little bit, and then they're going to be. Then you jump. Then you jump and you leap onto their face and then just rabbit punch them. Just rabbit punch them. Jackson says I'm out. It was a pleasure, Brandon. It was a pleasure for me too, man. You have a good one. Dirty says there's a reason there's weight divisions in combat sports. True. Size matters, as they say. Megan says, back on Gino? Hell no, B. The lock train here too. Toot, toot, toot. Jordan Cropper, I love how Drew Lock doesn't have a huge social media presence. Really refreshing. I would love it for whether it's Gino or our next quarterback. I'm actually a fan of no more social media presence, no more, pictures where you've set the stage and have 15 photographers and lighting equipment and everything. And look at me give her flowers with all of these camera people that I'm good with that. Just give me a nice, boring quarterback again. I want the nice, boring nerd quarterback. That's what I want. Boring nerd quarterback. That's all. Guy Tangerine says, B activating his boxing mode. Hey, I can bob and weave. I may not be able to throw, but I can bob and weave. Dirty says they'll just smother you. Well, that's where it comes back to footwork, man. You gotta slide side, duck, slide side, duck, slide side, duck. And remember, just got to tire them out. You just got to survive for 45 seconds of their swinging. And they'll eventually, they got a lot of weight on them. They got a lot of flesh on those bodies. A lot of oxygen's got to get into that flesh. Megan says, I'm going to put it out there, B. Drew Lock reminds me of Ollie, my 3-year-old nephew, which is why I love him. He does have a little bit of a 3-year-old face, Megan, though. You got to admit that. There's a little bit of a baby Huey-ness to Mr. Lock's face, just a bit. Moto says, best question is, Brandon, what is your 40 time? Can you outrun Gabe? I think I can run a 5 flat 40 right now. I legit do. I play a lot of basketball. I do a lot of running around, and I do a lot of like trying to do explosive running. So while I'm old as hell, and while I was never fast, I think I could do a 5 flat. I think I could pull that off. I don't think Gabe Jackson right now could run a 5 flat. I could take Gabe Jackson in a 40 right now. I could do it. I could do it. Bash, I play collegiate football, and my fastest time was 4.54. That's when I was a stud in college. I am old now. My 40 time is probably 6.9, laughing out loud. It slows down quick, man, once you get out of that prime. And I'm probably even overstating mine. I'm probably be lucky at 4.5, probably at a 5.5. I'd probably be lucky right now. But I feel like in my soul, I feel like I could run a 5 flat. Mr. Isaac, have a good night. Everybody stay safe, and hopefully we'll wake up to $3 gas prices. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Callie Tangerine says, okay, but important question. What is the Black Kitty's name? Please and thank you. The Black Kitty's name is Xena Warrior Princess. That is the full title that we've applied to her. I got the cat originally because I was house sitting, and in the house they had mice in the walls that would literally come out, and it was just gross and creepy a little bit. So got the cat. She moused him out. We used to hunt together. And so she is forever Xena Warrior Princess. Though my other cat, Pumpkin, is actually the ferocious one. So make of that what you will. I watch as I hope Locke takes over. We already know what Geno is and isn't. It's true. You do kind of know what you got in him, don't you? The good and the bad. Modus says, I like Locke's interviews. He seems like a really good guy. I could cheer for that. He is. He's easy to root for. He's got some good, cool traits to him. Pushkar says, honestly, I'm excited about the season. My expectations are so low, and I'm going to be relaxed while watching the games. Every win is going to be a bonus. Great way to look at it, Pushkar. This is a season of patience. This is a season of being okay if things aren't all working out right. We're on our rise. We're not at the rise. We're not through the end of a prime where we've got to try to squeeze out last couple of years of going forward anymore. We're beyond that realm. Now we're back to a reset state and on the rise. The rise could go quick. The rise could go fast. We might find ourselves a lot quicker to the height of that rise than we might think. But we are in the rise, and that's worth getting excited about. That's worth saying, oh, well, we can build with that, and we can build on that with this, and we can build on this with that, and that's a guy for the future, and that's a guy for the future, and that's a foundational part of this team for the future. A lot like you did in 2011 as those things started to develop before you were able to bring Russell Wilson in. And that is what they're trying to do, is replicate that blueprint. They've set the stage for it nicely by replicating some of the moves they had made prior to getting Wilson in the years prior to that, especially in this last draft. And I'm encouraged and hopeful by it. I really am. Dirty, thank you for subscribing, my man. I really do appreciate it. Welcome aboard to the Hawks Nest. You're awesome for doing so. Tyson Fury. Fury's good. He does have that. He's got that body where he's boxing, where somebody takes a still of him and they say, like it or not, this is peak male performance. This is the peak ideal male body or something like that. I mean, he's just bad body, but boy, the guy can box his ass off. He knows the sweet science. Herbicide, I'm more scared of fast twitch muscle. Yeah. Should be fast twitch is the scary one. Megan says Locke and his reaction to the scheduling prank and Carroll's cursing is brilliant. Yeah, when Carroll was cursing, his eyes were like this. Oh my God. Callie says no, lots of black kitties named Loki. That's a good name for a black kitty. They're such sweet cats. Most black cats are actually really sweet though. Just gentle in nature. Ryan Ball says your black cat should be named Spice, Pumpkin and Spice. Megan says Xena Warrior Princess. Wow, B, showing your age. Hey, I'm old. I am old. There's no doubt about it. I can't run from it. Callie says powerful name for a powerful cat. Thank you. She is indeed that. She's awesome. The best cuddler ever. And Mike Tyson was the scariest boxer ever. Yeah, he was. Maybe the scariest professional athlete ever. Bash says, hey, if Geno was joking, but I've got my eye on him now. Was it a joke or was it a joke after you realized people reacted to it? Like, oh, no, I was kidding. Jordan Cropper says, have you noticed Cliff Averill in a lot of the OTA videos the Seahawks have posted? Does that give you the feeling he may be on the coaching staff soon? Not necessarily. What you have happened with Cliff is that he has set up a pass rush school, basically, or whatever you would call it, a business of whatever, to help out pass rushers through the leg who come through to him in Seattle. But it's specifically with having guys that are on the Seahawks roster coming in there. And I think that the team has set up that kind of relationship with Cliff because they know that he can bring that. And I think he's serving in that role for them. So it's sort of like he is already kind of a coach in that element of things, but then just having him on the field is him tracking probably some of that progress of those guys that he's been training on getting their pass rush moves a little bit more refined. So I don't think it's that. I think it's that he likes his business and the way he's got to run, and he's found a very nice niche in there, which is somewhere between a coach and a trainer. DH says Hawks would win the West with Cam Newton. I don't see how on that one, DH. You're running a West Coast offense here. If you were to bring Cam Newton in, as you saw when he went to the Patriots, you basically then have to run the Cam Newton offense, which is the read option look and simplified reads and all of that. So once again, now you've brought in Waldron for a second straight year then to not utilize his offense at that point. In the name of grabbing Cam, who I don't know if Cam's in a position to really be that much of a difference maker anymore, certainly not with his feet. So I just don't think it would work. He's just not a fit with his skill set for what you want to run this offense out of. Why do I says, what I hope not to see for 12s this year is being upset that someone does not have the proper response to a win or a loss. If someone cheers a loss this year, it's okay. A higher pick is a good too. Agreed. Part of that patience. Just let people be the fans they are this year, and it's understandable, I think, from however you take this in. It's okay to be frustrated. It's okay to be excited. Both are appropriate reactions for what you're probably going to be watching. I watch as I'm more excited about watching how the O-line develops in our new defensive scheme. Kobe might be a steal, and K9 could be special. Well said. And I have both of those guys I'm very high on, for sure. For sure. Bash says, Brandon, those aren't normal big guys. They are lightning fast, laughing out loud. But I'm not going to stop your attempt at fighting these big guys. Laughing out loud, go Hawks Nest. I got your back, bro. We'll both go to the yard together. All right. I take a punch, you take a punch. That's how this goes. And hey, we just do it for the content, Bash. We'll film it. It's for the content. That's that's 1 million views, no doubt. That's worth taking a punch for. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you having my back, though. Dirty says you definitely can't deny the fear Mike Tyson put in people in his prime. Oh, he still puts it in now. Mike freaks people out now. A guy's 50 years old, and he scares the hell out of people. You know, people talk about tangibly when they're in the room around him. It's like having you have the energy of a wild animal is in the room with you. Mike was ridiculously scary. I would not take a punch for Mike Tyson ever. That I would not do for the views. Jeff says Lynch would be a nightmare to box. You think you got a combo on him? He rolls with the punches with his contact balance and uses his explosive cut to get Mike Tyson with liver shot. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with Marshawn either. Ryan Ball says the scariest athlete was Tanya Harding by far. That's true. When you bring in the element that she's going to pay guys to take you out at the knees, I mean, that's kind of a game changer, isn't it? That is a bit of a game changer. Michael YT, I just saw a meme that said the Seahawks really going from the Pizza Hut to Little Caesars. Talking about the quarterback situation. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's kind of true. Dirty says Mike Tyson still has that intensity in him, but he's really opened up philosophy. I can't say that word philosophically. I always have a hard time with that word, dirty. Man, that's a tough one for me. I know why. Too many syllables. But yeah, he's done a good job of calming himself down, and you still know that's in him. He did that fight with Roy Jones about a year and a half ago, and you're like, yeah, he's still tuned on. He hit Jones a couple times, and Jones like, damn, I thought we were just playing. Moda says, I think the scariest athlete is Bob Sapp. Monster, but watching him fight ruins the image. I really hope Mike Tyson and him work out a fight I'd pay to watch. Yeah, he's a crazy guy from a size standpoint. He looks like something out of a superhero movie. He's the guy, though, like I was saying, with the big guys when they swing, where it's like when they're so big at that size and they start to swing, it's like they can't swing with the same kind of speed of guys that are smaller, and you a little bit of a better chance than to kind of get around the punches if you can run. Herbicide says Fedor had a scary aura to him also. I was going to think of Fedor. I think Tyson's a little scarier, but Fedor was right there with him in his prime. Fedor was amazing. That was the, Russians can create those guys that just have the you see it with like, I know he's not a Russian necessarily, but the kid just retired, the middleweight guy. And then they had the Karolinko guy and the wrestler that dominated for years. They can create some machines over there. It's like they create these guys like the Rocky 3 guy, right? Like the Ivan Drago. Khabib, that was the one I was thinking. Herbicide, the door was okay. He didn't really fight anybody that good. Fedor fought quite a lot of people that were good. I'd say. Khabib would not have had any chance with the weight difference. No. Khabib's a 175 guy going up against Fedor at 230 pounds. He wouldn't have been able to wrestle him to the ground. Fedor would have handled him. No way. 175-pound guy's taking out Fedor. Fedor went through some names. Michael YT says, B, who do you think is the most overrated team in your opinion? Good question. The most overrated team in my opinion. I think the Packers are a little overrated. I think they play in a really weak division. They always seem to slide through on an easier schedule. I think they've had some losses this year in certain positions, like obviously Devontae Adams and then Zadarius Smith. You could say they lost their best pass rusher and their best receiver this year. And yet everybody seems to think that they're going to be in the same position they were last year. I think there's a good potential that Detroit and Chicago get a little bit better than where they've been. Minnesota's Minnesota. They're going to be middle of the road as they always are, basically. But that would be my one team, I think, Micah, that jumps to me. That's probably the team that I could see them having a little bit of a lesser season than some people think. Looking at where especially that receiver crew is at. Riverside says Mike Tyson stare down would send chills down your spine. Yeah, it would. You felt like he was looking at you. Whitey Wise says one of my favorite all-time fighters was Randall Tex Cobb. Only man to have the title fight in boxing and kickboxing. Lasted 15 rounds against Larry Holmes. Couldn't knock him out. Good actor though. He was that typical guy that you'd have where he could take a punch from anybody. He could take a punch after punch. You could not get him down, but he just could not swing hard enough to knock the other guy down, to your point. He also had one, I remember watching one Randall Tex Cobb fight. They were talking about how he had gone on this all carb diet. this newfangled carb diet he was trying out prior to one fight. But good actor too. Don't forget about him in that Coen Brothers movie where he's like that unstoppable force coming after our main character, raised in Arizona. He was good in that one too. Megan says, I'm part Russian, Latvia on my mother's side. Yep, I can fight when pushed. I bet, Megan. I bet. Lomchenko's a freak. Usyk just whooped Joshua. There you go. Micah says, what teams do you think are in trouble in upcoming years? Well, obviously Green Bay would be at the top of that with Aaron Rodgers going to retire, and I don't know where their roster will be at that point, really. Team that's in trouble in a few years. Obviously, the Rams, I think, will be a team that's in trouble in a few years. The Bill will be due eventually. It's you can get around this cap. You can do certain acrobatics in your go for it now approach, but eventually you're going to have to pay your price there. I think eventually they will. So Green Bay, the Rams. I think Denver's in that position. I think Denver after this year is going to have to pay Russell Wilson money, and I think that's going to start to inhibit their team in that division, in a division that's getting very good across the board. And I think that that's definitely going to put Denver long-term in a position that's going to be hard for them. Those would be probably my three teams that would make the most sense. Tennessee would be on that list as well. Once you have Henry not be the game changer he is, and with the diminishing returns that they're starting to get from Tannehill, I would put them as another team in that realm. Crow Cop was a beast too. I watch that leg kick. Those leg kicks were the most brutal leg kicks in UFC history still to this day. I mean, he could knock a guy out and sleep him, just barely touching him with his leg. Iridescence, thoughts on Phil Haynes? It's been frustrating to watch Phil Haynes' career, Iridescence. Been a very good player for us when he's been allowed to play, but for some reason or another, he's gotten stuck in the doghouse where he can't get out on the football field. I don't get it. I especially don't get it when right now you could save $3 million by moving on from Gabe Jackson, move Damian Lewis back to right guard, and move Phil Haynes to left guard. And I think Phil Haynes would be a better starting left guard than what you're getting out of Damian Lewis right now. It's not going to happen. In fact, they've got Phil Haynes, surprisingly, for some reason, at the right guard position as it currently stands. So I'm still hopeful for him, Iridescence, but for whatever reason, I don't know. He said something bad about Coach Carroll in a meeting once or something, but he just can't catch any breaks when it comes to that, as far as being able to just stay on consistently on the field. When he's played well. He's never done anything, in my opinion, to not earn, to not have an opportunity to be given the starting role. Klitschko's were good too, yeah. Corsos D. Gutierrez. Wow, been a while. I'm glad I caught the live again. Seahawks in boxing. Brandon, wake me up. Dope. Oh, I love me some boxing back in the day. I'm not as much on them now. I don't know as well many of the boxers in the sport and where it is, but certainly historically speaking. Raising Arizona, he was great in Raising Arizona. Kronos says Tyson's actually a super smart and savvy boxer. In his height, he always knew to avoid people. He wasn't absolutely sure he could beat them, always making himself looking scary. A guy that is knowledgeable of his history, right? Tyson was the guy that sat down with for years did this when he was boxing, would watch old tapes and study old boxers and study how they went about their business. And there was certainly a method to his madness. I think with Mike, especially as he got into later portions of his career after he got back out of jail, the part that really went away from him was not his power and his ability to sleep guys with one punch. The part that started to go away from Mike Tyson as he got older was the ability to avoid guys. That active head movement got a lot less active the more he went along. And it removed a little bit of that defense, which you could make an argument was as much kind of as a big a part of his, not as much, but at least was a big part of his repertoire as was the punching power. Marcus says, with gas prices and other inflation we are dealing with, how much would I get for that punch? Says, you only get $100,000 for a Mike Tyson punch, but it's got to be like one of those punches. You guys see the slap games they do? There's this slap tournaments they have now where they make you slap and the guy like measures it up and does those full slap. It's got to be a punch like that where you just like Tyson's measuring you up from his distance pre, like, all that buildup's got to happen, but you only get 100,000. Everybody says $1 million, but that makes it too easy. Of course, everybody would take a punch for $1 million, but for 100,000, Have a good night, Megan. Take care. Moda says Mike Tyson is not just scary; he's real. You mess with him on a plane, you get lumped up. Truly a wild animal and angered. Yeah, that kid had it coming. I saw that video a couple weeks ago of Mike Tyson. The kid was being an a-hole to him, and you just know Tyson gets that stuff all the time. And that kid had it coming. I'm glad he hit him. Good. Ethan says, oh, hey, you got your new mic. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I hope it's sounding good. Sounds like it was been pretty good tonight. The feedback's been really well received. So we had a little bit of an issue with the coming into just one speaker, but I think we got that fixed. So Roland says, why does Vegas odds to be in the Super Bowl have the Seahawks at 29th if they are fixing issues so well? Well, the fixing of issues, Roland, is as much not just the short term, but a long term situation here. And one that one that you're going to get the returns on, not just in the immediacy, but mostly in the long term. And while I've said that they've solved their issues and they've definitely taken care of long-standing problems, that's not going to necessarily get you to the Super Bowl in 1 year just by doing that, especially when you don't have a franchise quarterback in place. I've never said that they're going to be Super Bowl contenders, Roland. What I've said is that they're going to be potentially playoff contenders if things move in the right direction and the returns are met out that we've seen. So I'm not saying that I'm guaranteeing them in the playoffs. I'm just saying that folks that have them, like Vegas has them as a 3 or 4 win team, and that there's no chance they can get up out of that place, that's just absolutely where they're going to be 100%, no chance otherwise. I think that's a little bit of a stretch when I look at the moves they've made, when I've looked at the changes they've made both offense and defensively over the last couple of years. Yeah, you're missing your quarterback. But again, you're not building an offense around the quarterback, are you? You're building an offense around other aspects. So we'll see. I don't think, though, I really don't think this is the third worst team in football. I think that's kind of silly. Chris says Mike Tyson can beat 70% of dudes now at 50 years old. Better believe it. Megan says, I wouldn't take that punch for $1 million, B. I love my brain too much for that. God, $1 million is a lot. I'd have to take that one. Mike Tyson cartoon. I got to check that out. I've seen clips of it, but not the thing. Corsos D. Gutierrez. Will DK get over $25 million per year? I think he deserves more money than A.J. Brown, but then again, how can you pay more if the quarterback can't deliver? I don't think the quarterback delivering can affect what you pay DK. He's either worth the money or he isn't, and he's worth the money. He's put up every bit of what A.J. Brown had put up with Tennessee getting the $25 million a year. He definitely deserves to get more at this point than A.J. got, if even only $1 million more a year. But yeah, I do believe he's going to get that at the end of the day. When it all settles up, it'll probably be for $26 million per year when the contract's all done and hashed out. Michael IT says, stupid fact. Some source said the Seahawks currently have the second to the worst O-line in the NFL. I saw the same thing. They're definitely weighting down the fact that we have 2 rookie tackles on the edges, and they're thinking those rookie tackles are going to play poorly. We'll see. I don't think it goes for without saying, but just because a guy's a rookie, he's going to then play poorly. I think that's a little bit of a strange conceptually. I know rookies more often than not don't play as good as they'll play when they get to be veterans, but it doesn't mean there aren't some rookies who can come in and give you something. Bash says, well, okay, Brandon, I'm with you. Let's do it for the content. Let's take some punches. I'm thinking Sweezy or Giovanni might be good guys to fight. I don't want no part of Sweezy. He's a psycho. He looks like a psycho. Callie Tangerine says, what if he messes my cheekbones? That'd be expensive to repair, I think. But then you got the money to do it, man. Adrian Diaz just covered the letters and numbers on my Wilson jersey, except the W, and covered it with masking tape. Now I have a Woods 99 jersey. Easy $5 fix. There you go. There you go. I watch it. You could still buy a new mouthful of teeth for $100,000. It'd be worth it, I think. Every tooth costs about what? A new tooth costs what? $5,000 for every tooth. What do you got? 30 teeth in your teeth? Jeez, you might come out of that on the down end of that. What if he knocked out all the teeth? Well, you can't knock out all of them with one punch. You're only going to lose a handful. Yeah, Chris, the MSM does need their storylines. I'm not surprised. Iridescent says, just to clarify, the mic's perfect now. Beautiful. Thank you for letting me know on that, because I probably would be monkeying around with it post-stream, like trying to get it. Something's wrong. I got to get this right. I want it working perfect. John Robinson's in the house. What's up, John? Good to see you, my man. He says, for sure, the Hawks Nest set themselves up nicely for the next couple of years. I absolutely love their draft, and the only pick I've loved in the last 5 years was DK, so I'm not exactly soft. I know you're not soft. You'll call it as you see it, John. And I'm glad to hear that you've got that same kind of optimism and that you love what you're seeing where they're setting the stage, because I think it's worthy of that. When they start doing things correctly, when they start doing things smartly, that's something to laud and applaud. And when they do things bad, we should poo-poo it and say, this has got to stop. The Seahawks have finally started to do that. And I'm very glad to hear you're encouraged like that, John. It's good to hear. Dirty says he smoked, sorry Sorry, missed that. Modus says, I take 2 shots, 1 measured and 1 uppercut for $1 million. Ooh, those Mike Tyson uppercuts, though. Ooh. Million's a lot of money, though. Million's a lot of money. Jeff Rustu Clutch. Speaking of scariest athletes, Jiri Prochazanka. I'm getting GSP vibes from him. 3 fights in the UFC, and he's the light heavyweight champion, and he hated his performance. Self-cognizant and hungry. So the UFC needs right now is it needs a star. It needs a guy that can really light it up right now. That's the one thing that's kind of, I think, tempering it down a little bit from growing a little bit more. That's a sport definitely that needs its top of the line guys. I haven't checked out much on Prochazanka, but I will. I'll take a look at him. Callie says, as a woman, I'll pass on that. So, Corsa's De Gutierrez says, who is available for left guard? I'm tired of seeing D-Lou there when he played outstanding his rookie year. Bye-bye, Gabe. Sorry. At this point, they're going to roll with those 2 guys again as the starters. And you've reached this point in the offseason. There's nobody available for trade. There's nobody available via free agency. I know Austin Blythe can play some guard, supposedly. I don't think he's going to factor in there, but I guess that's possible. I still think, though, at the end of the day, you're running with these 2 for at least the next year, unfortunately. And I share your frustration with not wanting to see D-Lou over there at the left guard. Herbicide says the scariest part of Fedor was how he's just emotionless as he stepped in the ring. That was one of the scariest parts. The other scariest part is that you just had an unstoppable force coming at you that just, you could hit him as hard as you want and he's just going to shrug it off. I saw that guy dropped on his head and literally just spun right out of it like it was nothing. And you see other guys dropped on their head, get completely just knocked out. But yeah, he had that kind of placid sort of way about him. Bash says, Denver Broncos way overrated. How are you going to be sucky? And then all of a sudden add Russell Wilson and claim Super Bowl. They say that's the missing piece. They say the whole roster was constructed perfectly, and then all they needed was Russell Wilson, and now it's going to be magnificent. I'm with you. You were still a team last year that ended up at the bottom of the barrel in that division. You can blame it all on Drew Lock if you want. You can blame it all on Teddy Two Gloves if you want. I'm not. I think there was probably more reasons than just that you were in the bottom in last place. And maybe the Fangio to Hackett change is also a big part of it. We'll see. I'm a little skeptical, though. Why do I says the only glaring weaknesses are right guard and inside linebacker? I think we have workable starters at all other spots. That's fair. I'd go more left guard than right guard because Damian Lewis to right guard doesn't make the right guard a problem at that point, and then it's just left guard, but it's semantics. John says, I was watching somebody do a Seahawks rebuild and they had Abraham Lucas at 69 over normal development. He's at least star development like 72 to 74 overall, right? He's going to be an upper level starter, correct? He is. I don't know if I see star potential in him, John, but I see upper level. Like if you go league average and then we've got star, right? What's the middle place right in between? Maybe not quite Pro Bowl, but upper level league starter. And I think that he gets there pretty quick, John, being that he's coming on the heels of 30 straight starts at the college level. He's going to be ready to go, I think. So yeah, I would go a little bit higher than that as far as where I see him from a developmental standpoint. Again, not to a place of stardom and where I would put Abraham Lucas, but certainly to a place of this guy's going to be better than average. And as you know, with these offensive lines, you're only as good as your weakest link, which he will never be. Kyle Bonta-Quist. Who do you think is starting across from Sidney Jones so far? I think it's going to be Kobe Bryant, Kyle. I think Kobe's going to come in and really show that he's ready to go, hit the ground running. Desai talked about his ability to take what he learns in the classroom and apply it to the football field, being very mature. We already heard about him being an alpha leader type on that Cincinnati college team that he was on as a captain. Much like with Abraham Lucas, he's sort of the equivalent on the other side, Kyle, where I think he's ready to get out there and play really quickly because of how much football and how good he was in college. I'm kind of surprised he did drop into the 4th round where he did, but it's our gain at that point. So I'm going to go with Kobe on my side of it. John says Lucas maybe even a borderline Pro Bowler. I could see him pushing into that, maybe getting a year or two in his career where he does get to the Pro Bowl, just not the perennial guy. It's trying to just kind of finding that middle spot. Corso D. Gutierrez says, besides football, what's your next 3 sports in order, please? My next 3 sports would be baseball and basketball. And after that would probably be UFC at that point. I'm not a hockey fan. It's too late in life for me to develop a love for hockey. I can't, I'm too long in the tooth. I can't pick it up. And I don't like the sports where it's and nothing's happening. It's just going eyes back and forth. I can't do that stuff. Can't do it. But baseball, basketball. Whitey White says Phil Haynes will have a real shot to be the right guard. When healthy, he has shown he can play. Looking forward to seeing the undrafted rookie free agent from Georgia State. He looks like a center. Shamarius Gilmore. I'm excited for him too. Of all the undrafted rookie free agents, Whitey White, he's the one I'm most hyped up about of any of them. I watch says, that's a question reporters should ask D. Lewis. Do you prefer left guard or right guard? And why the switch Pete when he played better at right guard as a rookie instead of usual nonsense they ask? Couldn't agree more with that. I really wish they would sometimes ask a little bit of the harder questions at times. It's not going to piss Carroll off that much to ask that question, and it should be answered. You moved a guy off of, you have 10 years, you haven't had a good rookie offensive line play since maybe Sweezy, and that was marginal at best at that time. Why would you move that guy after his first great year out of that position to a position where he's lesser at? And Carroll would probably say, well, he wasn't lesser over there. He was actually just as good as he was, which is BS. John Robinson says, do you think Russ is going to be honest with his deficiencies to the Broncos coaching staff to help him? Or do you think they know and have a plan how they're going to use him? No, I do not think that Russ is capable of owning his own deficiencies. I think Russ believes in the power of positivity to an extreme degree, even an extreme degree where you ignore your liabilities that you could work on because you're so caught up on the things you do well. That's his methodology for success, in my opinion. It's done him very well in his career and throughout his life. So who am I to argue with it? I do think that keeps him, though, John, from spending more time concentrating on those parts of his game that he needs to improve. I think there's going to be a learning period there with the Broncos, John, where they think they're maybe getting something in Russell Wilson, and then they'll come to learn that they actually have something else. It's not to say they won't have a quarterback who can be effective, but where I think the main change of this comes into place, John, is he comes in with this West Coast offense. They try to have him run that purified West Coast offense. They come to find that he's not really a fit for that they've got to work him in other areas of things, and they've got to use him with the power run game and the deep shots. Power run game and the deep shots. Power run game to bring the safety up. Deep shots then clear up over the top where Russ isn't having to go against cover 2 on the constant. That, to me, is the pathway here. That's where they will eventually arrive. But, John, I think that's going to take them a year to get there. John says, how much do you think the Broncos are going to run the ball versus pass year percentage-wise? I think it'll be probably a little close to 50-50, but I think they end up passing more than they run, John, to placate and accommodate Russell Wilson. So he will get more throws than they're going to run the ball, but they're still with Javonte Williams there, and especially having an offensive line that's built more for run blocking, they're still going to run a good amount of the time. Guy Tangerine says, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Do it for Pumpkin. That's right. If not for me, do it for the cat. Do it for the cat and the salmon treats. The increased salmon treats. Thank you for mentioning that. Do please hit that like button if you are watching. I do really appreciate it. Even if you're watching on replay, hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out considerably. Jeff Rusty Clutch says, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson would be the biggest pay-per-view of all time. It would. And Mike better not take that fight unless he's really fighting him. I don't want to see an exhibition like with that Paul did with the Merriweather, where Merriweather at one point like knocked him out and then held him up on his feet so he didn't fall down. Chris Smith, I think Russell Wilson will have a year that looks like his past years. It's possible, Chris. You know he's going to be motivated. You know he's going to be all in. So it wouldn't shock me. I'm not necessarily counting on it, but I wouldn't shock me. Michael YT says, the player that has been impressing me from this camp is Woolen. I can tell he's moving better and such a good athlete for his size. It's like the DK of defense. It's a little bit like that, yeah. And I agree. I've seen the same thing. He's just got a certain way that he moves, and he's so quick for his size. It does stand out, and my God, is he long. Very long. John Robinson says, after studying Drew Lock's tape, who is going to get the majority of his targets this year? I think he goes to DK Metcalf. I think the team's going to make more of a concentrated effort this year to getting DK Metcalf targets, John. That goes a little bit beyond where Drew Lock's predilection is to which receivers he likes to target. But at the end of the day, I think it is DK. And I don't think teams are going to be able to double DK at the same rate that they have in the past either, which will open up for more opportunities for DK too. Guy Tangerine says, who's your basketball team, B? I'm a Supersonics guy, so I have no secondary team that I can root for. I like the Warriors. I do. I'm not one of those haters of them, but I'm a Sonic guy. Until they bring back the Sonics, I don't have a basketball team that I root for. I'm just loyal like that, you know. Ping pong needs some love. Hey, ping pong ain't bad. I like me some ping pong. Cali Tangerine says, I used to watch baseball, but I haven't watched in years. I'm just starting this year as much as ever to get back into doing it. I think the sport's done a lot of steps to really harm itself. The cheating scandals that have come out, from steroids to the ball being gooped up by pitchers here in recent note, to the Astros with their stupid buzzers and learning pitches before they're coming, to everything becoming about home runs and walks, and the small ball aspect of baseball has been sort of taken out. So they got to find a way to come back around to making it watchable again. But it's been fun watching this Mariner team, kind of coming together a little bit. They got a ways still to go, but they're on the right path. Ash says, my brain probably wouldn't make $1 million for me in my lifetime, so I would take the punch also, Brandon. Like I said, we'll go to the yard together, bro. Hell yeah, man. I'm in. I'm in if you're in. I'm in if you're in. Kelly Tenzery says, B, I'm anti-Bay Area, but I'll forgive you, laughing out loud. Fair enough. It'll be a spiritual awakening getting hit Mike Tyson. You never know, man. Maybe change your perspective and view on life, I saw life one way, and then Mike Tyson hit me, and I saw it another way now. I watched it as, man, if Kobe and Woolen pan out, along with Trey, Sidney, and Coleman, our secondary would be stacked. Would make life easier for Diggs and Adams, too. You better believe it. You better believe it. Oh, yeah. Kelly says, don't get me started on the Astros. Oh, it pissed me off. The Astros scandal and the way the Major League Baseball dealt with that, none of those players being penalized, them going out and basically winning a championship on the back of it. Baseball's got to solve its cheat problem. It cannot become synonymous with cheating. It's being synonymous with cheating and boring. Those are not the two things that you want your sport to draw to mind on a fan. And I love baseball. It's a sweet sport. It's a beautiful sport. And there's no sport like it in its lack of constant action, constant motion, and being more of a thinking man's game to a degree. But they got to get over that stuff. That stuff has been a problem, and it needs to go away and remain gone. It says Artie Burns was the first rounder. Hope Blair stays healthy too. You got some guys back there in that secondary now. Marty Wise says Tyson does a lot of shrooms. I mean, a lot. He does do a lot of shrooms. Yeah. He's a big shroom guy. Justin Honks. Maybe the B is silent, Justin. Either way, thank you for subscribing, brother. I appreciate you jumping aboard here to the Hawks Nest. We're on the road here to 8,000 folks. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. You're going to help me out a bunch by doing so. Bash says, bro, I went down to the sewing machine shop, bought me varsity letters, and put my own name on my old Sherman jersey. I have out of respect for the Super Bowl, but yeah, laughing out loud, I replaced them. Hey, do what you got to do, man. Cronus says, is it still infuriating how often the Mariners either can't get a run across or how often we leave guys on second and third? It's especially frustrating for me, Kronos, because they tell you in baseball that there's no such thing as clutch hitters, that being clutch is not a real thing. But yet we are the worst team in baseball in clutch hitting right now, and to a huge problematic degree. I don't know if guys are just pressing or what it is. But yeah, we have been awful at times with runners in scoring position. It does give you a little bit of maybe hope throughout the course of this year for things to maybe kind of improve a bit, because if they can get even marginally better in that aspect of things, with as good as the pitching is, with as good as the defense is good, which is good as some of the hitters are doing, you now start to win a few more games than you have been. The second you can maybe kind of turn around, if it is indeed a random type stat, even if it is indeed Kronos, a stat that eventually you're going to have a regression to the mean. John Robinson says, you know why they released the undrafted rookie free agent quarterback we got? Can you see the Hawks bringing in another young quarterback to compete? Maybe a rookie on another team that might get cut? There's a potential of somebody else maybe coming along that they take a look at. Nobody that draws to mind with me, John, because I don't see anybody on a bubble point of being released that they would jump all over. I think that they feel marginally good about the top 3 guys they have on the roster right now. The kid you're talking about being Levi Lewis, really undersized. I mean, John, he was tiny. I'm talking like maybe even smaller than Kyler Murray tiny. Never taken snaps under center coming here. He just had too long to go to make the roster. I wasn't shocked by him being released. But I think that they probably roll with what they got at this point, especially understanding that they've not been really in on the Baker Mayfield situation, which in itself shows that there's not a lot of interest on their part where they stand. Ethan says the Mariners game today was awful. It was a bad game. I watched the game. It was a tough one to watch. Yeah, that was rough. Again, the offense just can't get it going. Kai Tangerine says Astros players and fans were so arrogant and so off-putting. They were. There was almost a sense of pride for their cheating. Rather than them hanging their head in shame, and it should be shame, they're out there like, well, this is just part of the game, trying to find out the counts. That's all we're doing. Using a freaking buzzer in your jersey? Get out of here. No. Yeah, it's been the sickening part. John says, nobody seems to be giving the homeboy skinny quarterback Jacob Eason a shot. Describe a scenario where he wins the job, and what does the offense look like with him at its best? I'll be honest with you, John. I think the only way that Jacob Eason does get to a starting role is by there being an injury at the start, an injury to one of your top 2 guys, and then the other guy does not perform all that well. The place that Jacob does have an opening to win this job and be successful with this job is that this offense, John, fits into his skill set. It's going to have you hit your 3rd and 5th step drop and release the ball, get it out of your hand. There should be a pre-scripted first option that you can go to at that point. And with you running the ball, you're keeping defenses honest. So we're not just going to be highly pass rate centric team. He's got a very strong arm and a pretty accurate arm for those type of throws. So from that standpoint, you get an injury. The first guy doesn't play as well. He comes in and this offense is a good fit for his arm and his skill set, and it can get around the limitations of his ability to move in the pocket or play off script or process for that matter. That would be a method for him to get on the field, John. But I don't have a lot of hope for it either. I'm definitely a little bit pessimistic when it comes to Eason. He's got the arm, and that's just about it. I watch as Mariners are on the come, though. Bunch of young kids learning together, and Julio is a star. Gilbert, Kirby, Lewis, JP, Cal, Kellenick, maybe, and France is an all-star. Agreed, I watch. Nothing but encouragement. A lot of like what we're talking about with our Seahawks team being on this rise. And you're going through bumps in the road, and you're not always getting the instantaneous returns, but you're seeing the signs of life. You're seeing the improvement. You're seeing the steps they're taking to getting to that stage eventually. And it will happen, I feel like, eventually, because much like our Seahawks I watch, the process has been a smart process. Instead of looking for the fast fix, instead of looking for the shortcuts, the Mariners have taken their time in this approach building the farm system, and that's going to bear out results, even if it takes a little bit longer than some Mariner fans would like to see, having sat for now 20 years of bad baseball. Bash Gordon, the UFC has been hurting on their heavy and light heavyweights right now. All the action is in the 145 to 175 pound. Max Holloway is my favorite UFC fighter right now. Yeah, they just need an injection of more stars in the sport, I think. Just all the way through. You just need more kind of known names, fun guys to watch. And they'll get there eventually. It's a young sport, still finding its way. Bash says, I just don't support Fedor Emelianenko because he's best friends with Putin, and I'm just not feeling that whole situation right now. So yeah. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I watch. I'm excited by what the Mariners are going to do in the future. I plan on streaming a lot more games, if not even during the course of this game, on my Mariners channel, which I've got my Mariners channel. If you're not subscribed, it's over there. It's called The Crow's Nest. So hop on over there if you're not subscribed to that. But I'm going to be monitoring, tracking them. And look, I'm having fun watching them play. I like these young guys. They're fun. They got a lot of energy to them. It's good. Jeff Ross Duclutch says Jerry versus Anthony Smith would be the next fight. 205 is looking amazing, and John Jones could always go back to 205 if heavyweight never actually happens. It's true. That's true. Interesting to see John at heavyweight. Chris says in the past, the M's have traded all their prospects for vets, and it did nothing. It's a little bit of what I was talking about, where if you look at the 20-year period from 2001 to 2016, 17, 18, when they started to figure out that they need to build the farm system, you've got contracts given out to weird players like Richie Sexton or even Adrian Beltre. Beltre is a great player. Beltre may be a Hall of Famer at the end of the day, but any right-handed players in here who are mainly power-hitting right-handed players, you've got to take into account, are they good? Do they get on base? Can they hit for average as well as power? Because that left field fence is going to, and that stadium is going to knock down some power at times. But they did the same, to your point, in other realms, trading away young talent for quick fixes because you thought you were a whole hell of a lot closer to being a competing team than you really were. They finally stopped making those same kind of mistakes, and it's going to bear out the right results for them. Orlovsky was a freak. He was. Got the vampire teeth. Riverside says John Jones would have killed Brock. He might have. He would have had to get up with that weight because Brock was just going to be so much heavier. I mean, that was one where John would be right at the edge of being at there, just enough weight to be heavyweight, while Brock's coming in at 275, 280. You know, how it would have been fun to watch. It would have been fun to watch. Weston Corbin says, or the man from Washington himself, the natural. Oh, that's right. I know what you're talking about. Isn't that Mr. America too? What they call him? Why can't I think of his name? I know what you're talking about though. Bash says, nope, Brock Lesnar with no skills would have demolished John Jones. He's a way better wrestler than John Jones, and John is good. I think the size thing would have come into it, Bash. It would have been hard for John with his build. He's just such a kind of naturally thin guy going up against Brock's power and that. That would have been, Brock might have been able to just kind of manhandle him. If John could keep on his feet and keep his attacks at a distance, you know, that might use his long legs, use his long arms, that maybe, but you know, Brock's just going to try to get him on the ground. I watch this, not to sound sexist, but the female fight should be the undercards unless it's a title fight. We'll say the JJ versus Y we fight was awesome though. Stand up, sexist if you feel that way. It's all good. Randy Couture, thank you, Weston. God, sometimes the names blank on me. Randy was a good one too. Yeah. Guy didn't start till he was really late, but definitely a natural. I'm about Cain Velasquez, free Cain. That's right, free Cain. He did nothing wrong. Cain Velasquez did nothing wrong. Fellow Cain on the case. All right, folks, well, we are 5 hours on into the stream here, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one on up. Get in the last bit of, if you could, for me, your questions, comments, concerns, trials, tribulations. Hopefully, I've sold a few more people here, hopefully. And by the way, we've got a couple new. Justin, thank you for subscribing. Dirty, thank you for subscribing. Gage, Lorenzo. We had a little bit of a subscriber train here at the end. Thank you, Gage Lorenzo, for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you guys coming aboard. You're helping us get a little bit closer to that 8,000 goal. So thank you for doing that. We've got the new mic here going here on the stream. It sounds like we've got the kinks kind of worked out on it. So it's good to hear you guys are liking what you're hearing from that standpoint of things. Really stoked for what we've got coming up here in the future, folks. I hope you guys are getting hyped. I hope there's a little bit of optimism there. I'm trying to sow the seeds of optimism, and I'm not trying to do it blindly, not just because I have a Seahawks channel, but because I do feel like this team's not only going to be fun to watch, but it's going to give us a lot of encouraging signs throughout this year to understand that this rebuild, retool, whatever the hell we're running into this year is not going to take as long as some people were telling us this was going to take. They told us when Russell goes, you're going into the dark ages. You won't get back to being a good football team for 10, 20 years, they said. Maybe we might get just a little bit faster around than that. You never know. Herbicide says Jones would have killed Cain too. And that would have been another good fight. I mean, Cain in his prime before the injuries would have been a good fight. Would have been a good fight. John says, as for the Mariners, if you needed a player to trade for, would it be a pitcher or a bat? Rotation's been pretty good overall. I've been happy with the rotation. I would go for a bat. I would go for a bat. And as to which bat at which place, you probably feel like you could do something different even in left field. Left field, maybe third base. But I'd go with the bat. I feel pretty good where the pitching's at right now. Corsos Gutierrez says, should Chris Carson just retire? I would hate to see him carted off. I've actually got some little bit of inside info on this. My brother was putting this to my attention. My brother actually works with a company called Aurora Spine that does these surgeries, that supplies these very parts for these surgeries. He's somewhat of a little bit of an expert on these type of surgeries that Carson had. And he told me that there is no way Chris Carson is going to be able to get back on the football field having had this surgery. He says he is one blow away from being paralyzed legitimately. And my brother knows what he's talking about on this type of stuff. This is what he does. This is how they do it. And I think this is a little bit of why we're hearing in the background nobody being encouraged or optimistic that Carson will get back. You heard Carroll asked about it, and he's like, wait and see. We got to get him, medically checked out in a couple of weeks. We don't know. We'll watch the situation and monitor it. They asked Rashad Penny, and he was like, yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. I hope. I don't know. And nobody's giving you any sign of, yeah, he's coming back. He's coming back. No doubt about it. So he's going to retire when this is all said and done. They're going to cut him. There's just no way you can play with that thing in your neck, man. Just can't do it. Bash says, I really like Lucas. I mean, let's not forget that he hasn't let up a sack. He hasn't let up a sack in 2 or 3 years. Even at the college level, that's amazing. The only knock is he doesn't have run experience. Guess what we're running? Run game experience. That's right. That's right. And even that they knock him on, Bash, it's not that he can't do it. It's just that he hasn't done a lot of it in the prior offenses that he's operated in at Washington State. Ryan Ball says, always a great night on your stream, Brandon. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you jumping in, man. I do. Very kind. Bash, football I can't watch. Basketball right now until the Seahawks come back. I've been boycotting basketball since they left. I don't even know who's good anymore. Don't ask because I haven't seen it. Hey, I get it, man. I get it. It's hard for me. It's been hard for me to get back into basketball too. Even now I can't consistently watch it as much as I once did because they did take our Sonics. Windsurfer, the current Seattle Seahawks offensive line is highly underrated. I agree, Wind. Like, what did PFF come out a couple days ago and said it's the 3rd worst offensive line in football? Seems to be highly predicated on just simply this basis alone. Well, they're starting two rookie tackles. So that reason alone, doesn't matter how good those tackles are, doesn't matter how close those tackles are to being NFL ready, just simply the starting of rookie tackles knocks the whole offensive line to the one of the 3 worst in the entire NFL. I don't get that. I really don't. You've put assets into these tackles. You put a 1st round and a 3rd round pick into these 2 guys. That's significant. I've got a lot more hope for them than some do, even in this first year. And I don't think that just because they're rookies means that they're not going to be potentially better than what we've seen there in recent years. Maybe not with Dwayne, but certainly on the right side. I watch this kid let K9 take over unless Penny stays healthy all year, which I doubt. It's potential, but Penny's got to at least have the winning spot thing from the jump. You got to let him have a chance to run, I think. Let him have a chance to ride with it. And if he gets injured, then yeah, roll with K9 at that point. Corso says, damn, I really hope he retires then. Yeah, you don't want to see him paralyzed on a football field. Does anybody want to see that? Nobody wants to see that. That'd be just an awful look for the, especially knowing that you could avoid this with this kind of major surgery that he has had. And again, it's my brother was talking about this week and he was really excited about it. He's like, I know what I'm talking about on this. I saw the breakdown by the doctors on this that recently came out. And that's not just mere spinal fusion going on there. There's hardware in the neck in addition. He's carrying hardware in there on top of it. Now imagine that hardware being crushed, crunched, pressed. And then what that will do to the rest of the spine as it's hooked up to the rest of the spine. TJ says, could we have the potential to be a top 10 offensive line, maybe a top 5, or is that too much of a dream? I think the top 10 is a bit of a bridge too far for me, TJ. I think you could maybe sneak into top 10 if the tackles can be grade A from the jump, but more likely than not, I think you're in a top 15 area on the high end of things. Top 10's potential, but I don't think they're league worst. I don't think they're league best either. But I think that's where we find the kind of the middle ground on it, on where the line's really at in totality. But not top 5. I can't see any way they're in top 5. Have to think running blocking would be the way easier to learn than pass pro. I think the rooks will take their lumps, but they'll be good. Agreed. Especially if you have no natural pass protection tendencies, as we've seen some of our offensive line here recently have, like a Jermaine Ifedi, where it's like, does he have any feel for pass protection at all? Or is he just completely out there making it up as he goes along? These guys have more of that pass protection nature to them. Cross was great on his side there at left tackle. Abraham Lucas, as someone said above, hasn't given up a sack in 2 years. They should be ready to roll in that respect of things. And athletically, they're going to be able to hold up against the guys opposite them. Run blocking will be the part that we'll have to watch and monitor. I think it's a little easier for them in coming along in the run blocking game, where so much of what you do in the run blocking on the offensive line is having guys hit reach blocks and less about mano and mano, blowing your guy off the ball, just outstrength them, just want it more. Sometimes it's being a little bit trickier in how you're running your scheme from a run blocking standpoint, which if you have the guys that are athletic enough to reach those reach blocks in space, then there's less of a need for them to be amazing run blockers per se out the jump. Again, in that one-on-one traditional realm of how you'd view the run blockers on the offensive line. Chase Stern coming in with a big fat $10 donation. Thank you, Chase Stern. I appreciate you. You're awesome as always, Chase, for your donos. Says, I can't wait to see which quarterback we draft next year. It's going to be part of the fun of the season. We got the fun of the year of we don't know what we're going to get in this team. We get the fun of the year and the young players developing and coming along and the sparks that we're seeing they're starting to all build together as far as this foundation is concerned. And we get the excitement of watching these college quarterbacks this year, knowing one of those is going to be ours. You know, like watching the baby in the oven, being the bun in the oven. And you know, that baby's going to be ours here soon. Which one's going to be? I don't know, but it's fun to watch them all and know one of them's going to be ours. One of them we're going to be getting. I love it too, Chase. You should be hyped up, and I love to see that you're hyped up, brother. Byron D with a $2 donation. Thank you, Byron. You're awesome as well. Says, I hear Lockett is our slowest wide receiver, and that's insane. It makes sense. Makes sense. You have Swain's 4.4. Penny Hart's known for being fast. DK Metcalf is blindingly fast. D. Eskridge was a guy that was a 4.4 guy. Lockett's probably more of a 4.5 guy at this point. He himself said that he lost a little bit of speed when he came back off that major injury that he had a couple of years ago. So yeah, as Carroll has mentioned, Byron, to your point on this, he said this is one of the fastest teams we've ever had. And you have speed at all of your positions across the board. You do. They've gotten a lot faster, a lot more athletic this offseason. It is worth noting. Great point. Corsos, other than a badass on the field, he has a Corso. My dream would be selling him one. I think I missed something on that, Corsos. I watch this quick passing quarterback will make our young O-line look a lot better too. Yeah, more of a commitment to that, right? I watch more of a commitment to the short and intermediate passing game, more of a commitment to the 3 and 5 step drops, less of the hero ball should make their job easier. Another really fine point. You guys are on it. Smart as ever on this stuff, man. Bash, as soon as Megan, our moderator, left, the porn sites popped up. Yeah, they always make. I've been seeing them on other people's live streams, so it's not just a problem with us. They're not just posting on our area. They're not just thinking you boys are out there are all nice and thirsty. It's everybody's getting it a little bit on that, but it's happening. Callie says the least the bots can do is subscribe. I know, man. Come on, bots. If you're going to do that stuff, hit the subscribe button. You're going to make us look at this stuff. TJ says, I've said for a while, we are a run-first team, so why would we need a Hall of Fame quarterback? Locker Geno just needs to be average. It's a very same point that I've been trying to make for a while here with this TJ, because the pushback seems to be the Seahawks will suck merely because they have the bad quarterback. And while quarterback drives the day in the NFL and is a big determiner of your success as a football team, it's not the only determiner. And if you put your team together where you have been less reliant on the quarterback being a difference maker, that opens the door more to a game manager quarterback being able to carry the day and take the team to potentially even playoffs. It doesn't preclude that at that point. If you had an offense that was built around the quarterback having to make plays and 40-yard hole shots over here and going through multiple reads, and you've got to have control at the line of scrimmage, and we're going to run a lot of hurry up, and you've got to do this and you got to do that. Well, maybe then that shade that we throw at the quarterback position makes a little bit more sense. But to be game managers with a really good team built up around them, a pretty good offensive line, good tight ends, good skill position players, both wide receiver and running back, that should, you would think, TJ, set the stage for them to be a little bit more successful than some people are giving them credit for having the possibility of being able to accomplish. Byron D says, is our defense underrated? No, I think the defense is rated appropriately. I think it's a defense, Byron, that has a lot of potential. Potential in the changes that you've made, potential in the young talent developing along, potential in just all of that coming together. But we haven't seen the proof of it quite yet. You know, your defense last year, once again, was on pace to give up The most yards in NFL history to running backs in the receiving game. The year after, in 2020, they were 9-10 games into the year, and they were on pace to give up the most yards in the air in NFL history by a wide margin. Both of these 2 years, they were able to right the ship and get things corrected, but that doesn't mean that they're at a place of being a dominant defense quite yet. They've got the parts to do so. They've got the new scheme to do so, but it's going to have to come together first. We're going to have to see it first. Your boy Michael says, if you look at history, no team has won a Super Bowl paying their quarterback a lot of money. So you think we should find a solid quarterback and then just build up a team around him a lot? Yeah, your boy Michael. I mean, essentially, what you're talking about is operating out of the 2012-2013 blueprint. Russell Wilson was making 0.5% and 0.88% in those two respective years of what he was costing percentage-wise of the salary cap in total. I don't think that it's coincidence that you were able to build up quite a big roster around him because you had so much more money to spend. It worked for you before. Why not seek to replicate it once again? So I think it's a smart approach. You've seen it work here even in the same 10 years. And yeah, I would look to do it once again. Why not? You've kept Carroll, so it makes all the much more sense that you should try to do it again. Ruben Galvez says 9 plus 10 equals 19. Did I miss something on that, Ruben? TJ says, how did we go from one of the best defenses in NFL history to one of the worst in NFL history in just 4 years? Well, TJ, I hope you took a look at. I just did a video on this exact thing. So, TJ, go look at the videos that I've just released out recently. And one of the videos I released out is a great defense must die so a new can rise. And I point out to exactly in that video, step for step, point by point, why that defense went wrong in the way that it went wrong and why it went wrong so quickly, but loss of Hall of Fame talent, NFL coaches in the league being smart and hip and learning and figuring out ways to get around the cover 3 defense. That's basically at the head of it. There's way more to it, but if you haven't had a chance to check out that video I put together, please do take a look at it, TJ, because it goes into it with great lengths as to how this defense got turned like it is. Oh, TJ says, I saw just more of an actual what the hell, not an actual question. Oh, my bad, TJ. Okay. Well, with me, I literally swore in that video, like, what the F happened? And that's how it felt. Like, really? It's going to go off the rails this fast? They're going to solve it this quick? And yeah, it sucks that it had to go that fast, man. It was in the blink of an eye, dominant in the blink of an eye, but oh, how dominant they were. Cali Tangerine says B is the newly designated math tutor. Well, he didn't give me a tough one with 9 plus 10. He didn't ask me for the square root of something. I would have been out on that. I watch says we still don't have game wreckers on the D line. Taylor and Brooks are solid, but I still want a savage defensive tackle. Reckon shop. Me too, I watch. And I agree. I think they could still add a little bit more of pass rush. If you're looking for maybe a deal that they could make prior to the start of the season or in the trade deadline, bringing another pass rusher, be it on the outside or in the inside, would be a nice thing to be able to pull in here, for sure. Your boy Michael says, and I think I watched, is your great players got older left. I think your scheme got solved too on the defensive side of the ball. So I think that was a little bit of also in combination with that. Your boy Michael, say we have a top 3 pick next year and the first 2 quarterbacks are off the board. Do we go after Will Anderson and then with the Broncos pick, try and find a quarterback or even use it and trade up for someone? I don't have a good firm feel of what they would do with that situation, your boy Michael. I don't think that I would tend to believe that Carroll and Schneider wouldn't be as necessarily hung up on getting just this one quarterback has got to be our guy and we're going to trade up for him. I think if they saw that there were 5 first-round talent quarterbacks, understanding their offense doesn't need or drive towards the quarterback being a difference maker, that opens the door to you bringing in more different quarterbacks as opposed to looking for this one certain kind that you want to bring in. So I would tend to believe, and this is, again, I don't have a great feel for this necessarily because I don't know where they're leaning. But if I was just based off their past history, I would say that they would just pick both picks. They'll take the quarterback where they can get him in one of those first round picks at that point. Cali Tangerine says maybe the math problem is to prove you're not a robot. Oh, okay. But what if that's been programmed? Ruben Galvez says, can you talk about the salary cap? where all the money is at and why we don't have the Rams salary cap? Oh, goodness. Well, yeah, your salary cap position's in worse shape than the Rams right off the gate from where they are right now because you're sitting on so much dead money. When you release so many players like you've released that have many years left on their deal, be it Bobby Wagner, Russell Wilson, Carlos Dunlap, you're going to eat a lot of dead money. And it comes to a point where you eat so much dead money. In our case, we're eating well over $40 million. That at that point is nearly almost 25% of your cap is going to players no longer on the roster. You're not going to have as much financial flexibility at that point. We also have not taken any of the steps the Rams have taken to squeeze more contracts into a given year in order to push that pain and cost out into future seasons. Whatever pain that we're going to have on a contract lately, be it 2019, 2021, we have decided that we're going to feel that burden within the first couple of years of the deal. Whereas the Rams are trying to push as much money down the road as they possibly can. We could do it if we wanted to do it, but I think the final reason as to why we haven't done it, Ruben, is we're not in as good a shape as the Rams are. We're not in as competitive a state as the Rams are. They're coming off of a Super Bowl win. We're coming off being at the bottom of the division. So, you could get to the state of doing the things the Rams done once you get to being more of a competitive / elite team, but you got to first get to that place of being an elite team before then you really do want to go for it. But it is part of the reason why, Ruben, when I've said the last couple of off seasons, I've had a theme that I've applied. My theme that I've been applying is go for it, go for broke, go all in, do the Ram style of things. They didn't do it. It's been frustrating to see, Ruben. We actually left $11 million on our cap last year, which was confounding to me. But we can do it if we want to do it. I watch as you got to take Anderson in that scenario, game changer. I would lean more to wanting just to take Anderson. Again, if we have the quarterback position being one that you have to have a game changer there, or a guy that you're asking throwing 35, 40 times a football game and really carrying that load, maybe I'm more on, I got to go get that quarterback that's just that guy. I got to target that guy. But if I have an offense that's run-centric, that's going to be balanced, we're going to play to the defense and special teams, I've got a little bit more of a wide variance on quarterbacks I can bring in at that point. Jaboy Michael says, got any opinion on Spencer Rattler? Rattler's got a lot to prove. He's got a lot to prove this year, Jaboy Michael. I've related it. He does a great job of making the spectacular play. He will wow you with, you go look at his highlights and you're going to get blown away. The problem is the highlights don't show the misses on the stuff that should be easy peasy for him. He really has a hard time with just doing the normal things you're going to ask a quarterback to do, the stuff that should be very straightforward for him. I don't know if it's a matter of maybe attention span problems, where he just sort of, if it's not hard, he kind of checks out a little bit. I don't know what the reason is, but that is the place where he's got to get more consistent on the boring stuff in between, on the easy throws that he should be hitting. He's got a lot to prove though. Just transferred, got beat out last year by Williams there at Oklahoma. It wasn't a good fit for him at the end, but he does have a lot of talent. He does have a lot of ability. He's just got to kind of turn it on. I see him as kind of a Dak Prescott without the mobility, if you're looking for a comparison. Jaboy Michael says, or could we even possibly see us next year wait another year to get a new quarterback? Next year's class is also very good. I think they'll get their quarterback by next draft, Jaboy Michael. I don't think they waited off this year's draft. They didn't jump. I don't think they wait 2 drafts for a 3rd draft. I can't see that. They'll pull the trigger by that point. Jaboy Michael says, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't have any dead cap next year. No, that's right. I believe that's correct. If we have any, it's very marginal if there's any. But I don't believe that we have any dead money hit. I can't think of anything that's going in next year. Edmund Armitage says, what's your ideal first round? Ideal first round for me, Edmund, would be that we let's say we have a top 5 pick with our selection at 4 or somewhere in that neighborhood, or 3, let's say. And then let's say we're picking like 10 with the Denver pick. And so an ideal for me on that would be you get Anderson out of Alabama with the 3rd overall selection because the first 2 teams ahead of you took quarterbacks. And then you get Will Levis with the 9th pick in the first round, a little deeper into that first round. If we had that kind of first round, I would be doing handstands on the stream. I would. I would be very, very happy to see that. I watch as I'm just pumped this year. Finally feels like a new beginning. The Hawks needed for like 5 years. That's part of what's got me pumped too. I watch our path doesn't seem as fixed or as certain. It might get rumpy. We might see the road completely give out from us. We might run into a sinkhole. We might find ourselves suddenly going downhill super fast, and it'll be amazing. But we don't know what we're going to get, and that is, to me, encouraging too. Callie Tangerine says, damn, I forgot you worked in IT. Of course you can program a robot to solve a math problem. Yeah, I know. That doesn't prove anything. That's simplified stuff for an AI bot. AI bot. Malfunction. But anyway, like I was saying, Ruben says, where do you think this extra money Seattle is getting from restructuring contracts is going? My thought process, Ruben, when they did this with Shelby Harris was that they were it was the DK Metcalf situation, that they were going to get DK in on a new contract and they need to create a little bit of extra room to do so. I'm still not dissuaded from the fact that that's probably what it is. So I'm not so certain that that's not why they didn't do it. They could still be adding another player, Ruben. It's a little bit of an odd time to make this trade. I wouldn't expect almost a trade to be made at this point until you get to, more training camp time period rather than being able to get a malcontent on another team who's still really talented. So I'm going to say it's for DK at the moment, but I'm not totally sure. Your boy Michael says, isn't Will Levis very old coming out of college? He will be 24 coming out. So he will be a little bit of an older player when he does come out. But that's not going to dissuade me from what I've seen from him from a skill set standpoint. I think to me, if anything, he's just very pro ready. And if we can get a pro ready rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, that's going to be enticing to me rather than me looking at it a detriment. I'm not trying to look at the quarterback position for a guy who's going to be here for the next 10 years. I'm going to look at it more for how good can he be in his rookie quarterback. And if him being another year or two helps him be a little bit more advanced along and coming out at that point, but then maybe remove some of his top end projection because he is where he is, I'd be okay with that. Ruben Galvez says 9 plus 10 equals 21. No, it's not last I checked. I watch as agreeing. If we lose a lot, better it be with rookies than vets we've had for years. Hell yeah. Well said. You think we're going to front load DK's contract? Asked your boy Michael. A little bit. The first year of the contract's going to have him on a veteran minimum, and then you're going to see the full allotment of the bonus money then intoned. So he's going to probably get $55 million of guaranteed money, which is going to put that at like $13 million on the first year of that bonus hit, and then $1.5 million on his base. And the year after that, I would probably measure to guess the base is going to be relatively low after that as well. So it is technically a little bit of a front-loaded contract at that point, but not anything that you wouldn't kind of just normally do. Kelly Tangerine says, laughing out loud, add robot to the repertoire alongside walking. I'm adding to it, man. I'm building it. I got some ones I'm working on in the background too. Kelly Tangerine says, Pumpkin, have you tried turning your robot off and on again? Wouldn't that be weird? She just starts programming the side of my neck with her paws to freak you guys out. Your boy Michael says the 9 plus 10 thing is a meme thing, Brando. Okay. I'll have to look it up. I thought he was trying to confuse me too. Your boy Michael says Tariq Woolen looks crazy, fast and tall. These videos I've seen with him, he does stand out. The athleticism and speed, you go, wow, yeah, this isn't just him, a track guy. This stuff, I was watching him in the deal where he was just with Kobe Bryant, and they were shoulder to shoulder, and they were having them practice their back pedal and then opening their hips. And you could just see it on the back pedal to opening his hips, how much ground he really covers. And he was even quicker and faster than Kobe. He was not necessarily slow. But yeah, he's got an extra gear to him on that. I watched as maybe we're saving for some team surprise cuts. We could. Maybe they just want to have a little bit of flexibility. I watch. It's good to have that flexibility because sometimes you can then strike and jump on a depressed asset, which if we're talking about entering free agency, if we're talking about making trades for that player prior to the draft, the cost is so much higher than versus what you're going to have to spend for him, albeit he's a player that's still worthwhile to give a couple $1 million and maybe a multi-year deal too. It's a good position to put yourself in. And we've seen Seattle at times strike and be able to add players on at a very marginal amount of value to pull them in here. Jadeveon Clowney deal. You know, yeah, you had to give up only had to give up a third round pick, which wasn't a tremendous amount of assets. But remember too, we also got Houston to pay half of his salary that year. So if you can find yourself into kind of a similar deal with that out there that could present itself, that'd be good to see. That'd be good to see. TJ says, I got scared that they were making space for Baker. I was a little worried about that too, TJ. Because technically speaking, I will say right now as it stands, even without them creating that extra money with Shelby Harris, you did have the money to still fit in a new DK deal. That would have used up all your cap space at that point, but you technically had at least enough as it stood. And I was like, oh, wow, maybe they're doing something else beyond this. But it doesn't look like it's Baker, thank God. Thank God. Your boy Michael says, I still can't believe we got rid of Russ and Bobby in one day. Well, if you got to pull the Band-Aid off, your boy Michael, what do they say you do? You rip that sucker off all at once. You don't pull off half of one side, right? You don't just grab off one and go, ow, that hurt. Let me take a breath. Let me take a minute. You grab that whole sucker and you give it a good hard yank and rip it off. Take your pain, take your medicine, let it pass, take a deep breath. It will pass and you get to the other side of it. All right, well, we are 5 hours and 37 minutes in, so I am going to go ahead at this point and wrap it up. It seems like the microphone's been a nice big hit here as I hit the mic here. So, yeah. Appreciate everybody who donated in on the chat today. Again, chat as always is just lively as hell. You guys got me thinking on my feet as ever. Love you guys over there. You guys are amazing. And as well, thank you again for all the support to be able to get this microphone. It's not just going to be able to help me out here for the live streams, but it's going to help the presentation factor out on some of the upload videos that we do, especially when I get back around to doing some of the documentary style stuff with the narration. So thank you to everybody out there. It's your guys' donations and your support to this channel. They're going to help me on these upgrades. The next thing that we're going to be looking for now is to get a camera. So if you've got some suggestions or ideas about a good camera that I can post, it's going to be an upgrade over what I got, and I can be running it for 7, 8, even 9 hours at a time as we do our live streams along without killing the camera. Please let me know as far as in the comments if you have something like that to present. I would appreciate it. Thank you to your boy Michael, Cal Tangerine. You guys have a good night. Iridescent, you have a good night as well. Ruben, thank you for looking for the facts, my man. Ryan Ball, you have a good night as well. Appreciate all the people in the chat. You guys are always very kind, and I appreciate you for that. I'm trying to make a case here, folks. I'm a simple man, simple pleasures, simple hopes in life. I hope my team is good, but I never let it color my eyes to say that the team is going to be good or I think the team's going to be good if I know they're going to be bad, if I indeed think completely differently about them. I'm not trying to provide you guys with these live stream shows over the last month and a half false hope or false belief. This team does have a chance to be bad, but this team also has a chance to be good. Maybe not great, but good. And you can get to that good state by making so many right decisions in one off season, by spending your money right, by drafting correctly, by not stepping on the quarterback landmine in the draft, where not only do you now lose out on what would have been a very vital building block player to this rebuild, but also drafting a bad quarterback that you're now married to for the next couple of years, precluding you from then finding your next great quarterback. Our Seahawks have avoided these potholes. They've stayed on the highway. They put the pedal to the metal as far as their speed goes. And that encourages me. I've presented to you, if you look at the running game, it's going to be more diverse. It's going to be more centric to this McVay system. You have the running backs and the speed to now challenge the edges of the defense, to challenge them laterally as well as vertically. I pointed to the defensive changes that you've made and moving away from this cover 3 and cover 2 stuff to go now to the cover 2 shell and the 3-4 defense and the returns that can bring, the immediate returns that can bring. We can look at talent that's not appreciated, that's kind of forgotten about. Be it a Noah Fant that people look at as just sort of a throw-in, but who would have been the number 1 tight end, the first tight end taken in this last draft if he had come out in this draft. He is that talented. He is that good. Not a bust, not by any respect. And now I continue today by presenting to you 15 lessons. If you go watch the start of this show, I present to you 15 lessons that not a year ago I wrote about in my members only article. Become a member now. In my members only article, I wrote about these 15 issues back a year ago that had been plaguing our Hawks for years on end, that they have decided that they didn't need to fix, that they decided that weren't even problems in the first place. In one off season, they have almost fixed every one of those problems, if not put them in a place of being from a failing to being a to be determined type state. Put this all together, and this is where my hope and my optimism lies for this upcoming season. In that there's a lot of reason that can come together because you've done so many things right. And at least for the long term, bare minimum for the long term, the future is so bright. 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks in next year's draft. The second most amount of cap space. And so many building blocks that you're going to get to watch play this upcoming season. I don't even know where to begin. Have hope. Have faith. There are no dark ages that come in here. There is not, we've passed the great period of Seahawks football and now it's just going to be also Rans. Now we're back to the cellar dwellers. Now there is no hope. You get some hope in that soul. I'm giving you reason for it. I'm giving you evidence for it. Am I saying they're going to be great next year? No, but they got a chance to be good. So climb aboard the Hawks Nest. Climb aboard this bandwagon. Hop on this Seahawks show. Because we're just getting ready to shock the NFL world. I said shock them. That's right. 29th best team in football. Worst offensive line in football. Oh, who's their quarterback again? They can't be nothing. Get ready, NFL. Get ready. You're going to be talking about them plucky Seahawks, those surprising Seahawks, though we didn't see this coming Seahawks. Get ready. And you NFC West, I can see you over there nervous. You thought we were going to be bad for a long time. You thought this game was over. No, we're just at halftime. We're just getting warmed up. Keep that faith, my brothers and sisters. Keep that faith. And don't you forget, even in a year of rebuilding, retooling, moving on from multiple Hall of Famers, don't forget in this time period. I see you in the back. I see you forgetting. I see you, Ewie, back there down in the dumps. Sure, this team can be nothing. I'm going to pull you out of those dumps. If I got to reach into there with my arm and get trash up to the back end of my freaking shoulder, I'm going to pull you out of it. One by one if I got to. Because we were on our rise, and we will get there once again. Do not forget. Never forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.